Mike, what happened last time?
I don't really remember. Thanks for coming by, folks. That's it. Last time you were in Castle Remornia of Count Escher Kreskov. We'll make this super quick. The little girl, Valeska, had been kidnapped by strange flesh abominations. Escher had made it seem as if they were the creations, the fleshcraft works of his adopted daughter, Ravenovia von Zarovich. But the strange shape, the arachnid, the beetle of the strange design seemed to have a connection that went beyond just Vorok the Carrion King. And seemed to be something more like Iris would recognize. As you went upstairs, the storm boomed, and the head of Vorok the Carrion King appeared, and he was not a Shadar Kai himself, or at least you wouldn't have expected him to look like a literal vulture with teeth within his beak, strange and bloated and misshapen, a hideous form that taunted you. Reference peering beyond the veil, through the mists, and achieving some sort of goal. With that, you all went to get gargoyles. You bonded with gargoyles that he had made for some other friends, but had never used. With the alchemical reagents, he left Brutus in charge, the major domo, in charge of the castle, and you all flew south to Barovia, the Valley of Barovia, where he was from. And you saw that this land was covered in a huge forest of what he called dragon flame trees, which had protected it from the ghouls and the elves and all the like. The gabagools, especially, yes, exactly. But surrounding it was something called the Beastwood, where the trees had strange, pained faces and were absolutely barren. You were led by a strange spirit with a lantern, a light. And for some reason, although the entire valley was hallowed ground, Escher was able to enter. He was welcome in this place. You all then were greeted, not really greeted, but just met by some riding crusaders, knights riding with the lord of this land, the Count, Alexei von Zarovich. He and Escher had gone out to discuss business while you all were made camp at a Vistani camp, was basically a village, really, just of tents and small temporary structures, where you met Alessandro Takash and his daughter Misha. You happen to be celebrities here. They had seen plays and stories in Irios, where they had been traveling to perform and make their money and the like. And they told you the story that Valeska had gone off into the woods, been kidnapped, captured, and then her mother, Sofiana Belikov, had gone after her and had never returned. The howling in the hills, the movement of the werewolves, this pack, the Silver Pine pack, had been growing more restless, and children had been going missing. And they think that they were to blame. You all offered to, as Escher tried to get some artifacts or some things that he thought he might need, you all decided to go look for this mother. And you were actually able to track down the lair of the Silver Pine werewolves, the lycanthropes. And you happened upon guards that were waiting for some sort of exchange. For the Shadow Kai to drop off the daughter of the pack leader, Ivar Silverpine, who was also called Old Scratch, amongst his pack and other people, the people in the village, had gotten a name for himself. And you stuck around, tried to see if you could sneak in, and you decided to just announce yourselves and parlay. And you found a cavern city, basically, of these very malnourished lycanthropes. That were very clearly just desperately trying to survive, and you found Ivar to be gruff, but not particularly unreasonable in your negotiations with him. But he did admit to kidnapping children and giving them off to the Shadar Kai because they had kidnapped his daughter Fiona, and had demanded regular child kidnapping in order to do that, especially around Barovia. As you were parlaying, there was a great commotion, and Fiona was returned. She was unconscious in some sort of stasis, and she was returned to Ivar. And unfortunately, as he returned, you saw that she was not returned the way that she left. She began to horribly transform, and not into her lycanthrope form, but into a massive werewolf abomination with several jaws covered in pustules that radiated silver light, completely paralyzing all of the lycanthropes in the area. And in this abominable state, turned to attack. But fortunately, you all not being lycanthropes were unaffected by this horrible light. Anything that I missed? Any questions?
So this is his daughter that's turned into this thing.
I also believe that I left the Alexandro Takash team, like the whole party, with a song that they would sit and practice until we returned to warn children about the Beastwood. I just wanted to make sure we remembered that fact.
Do I, does the DM remember that?
I did do that.
I remember it.
I don't remember what song it was.
No, I never got a chance to sing it.
Okay. So you will sing it if there's
It was very much a cautionary tale.
Trying to make sure that the kids understood the threat of the Beastwood before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Hector Mancrab made the last session.
Oh yeah.
So allow me to.
It was really funny.
Yeah, I heard.
You are in the. Here, actually, let me restart this. Let's pull up everything I need.
Get all your ducks in a row.
Just gonna get out of here. You are in. So you go. You all are standing in the throne room wherever Ivar seems to hold court in this werewolf city. And you have watched this young girl, no older than 13, horribly transform into a colossal abomination of fleshcraft, an abomination, a werewolf, covered in these strange pustules that seem to start having minds of their own as they start to radiate and blast this silver light. Ivar himself is howling and wincing in pain, completely powerless and helpless, as he immediately turns back into his human form, following this blast of silver light, then back into his hybrid form, then into a wolf form, back and forth, transforming helplessly and painfully as he attempts to scrape away from the abomination, unable to form words, as this creature looks at you with its pain-maddened eyes, covered in horrible growths, multiple jaws, several tongues lashing about, like a horrific art project of a malicious child. It lets out a demonic guttural howl. I mean, everyone roll for initiative.
Let's go!
No. I'm advantaged on those.
Good. That's nice.
Oh, and look at my amazing. I don't know if you can see it. Richie got me this at Gen Con.
I did.
Or Iris.
Yeah, we should actually
Amazing.
find out the name of that company. Just
I know, because we keep
it's
shilling
so
them.
good.
Wait, are we 13?
12.
We're
12.
Okay. Phew.
we're supposed to prepare to be 13.
Okay. I got ahead of myself.
Anubis, watch over my rolls.
Okay.
I have to roll for initiative. I was answering someone's question in chat.
And last session of Underneath Our Wings was one of only, this was the second session that we didn't have combat.
Really?
Amazing.
Because we took too long doing everything else.
17.
20 to 25.
Sylvie.
21.
I have to, remember how to play my character.
Yeah.
I didn't remember how to run
so many
combat.
times. I just don't know how to play
Felix,
Felix.
20?
17.
17 as well.
16.
Would you like to go first?
Oh, no, you can go first.
I'll go first.
Felix,
okay.
then Iris. Okay, what did Luffy get in Toa?
Toa 16, so right after them.
I'll be at the end with a 7.
Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice. Is there like a 1
Huh?
Or 2.
I rolled a 2.
There you go. What's your base?
but I'm gonna do really well from here on out.
Twos happen.
Oh, wow.
That's why we wear our studio
rolled
diapers.
Quite low. Okay.
Ew.
Oh, where are we here? Okay.
Place your minis.
Did you already have this where you wanted it? I'm sorry.
No, I didn't.
You can see at the head, that's not actually like a pyramid. It was kind of a not natural rock formation, but I just figured it'd be easier for the rules of the map to just make it.
I see.
Clear. So it's kind of like a cavern that builds up into that pillar where Ivar feasts at, and there would have been a number of like benches where werewolves would sit and listen to him, but I figured we didn't need to include that. And then that is the huge statue of Mother Night. With the goat skull. I didn't include the wolf pelt on top of it, but
okay, statue of Mother Night.
We can use our imagination.
That has like a throne or something.
It was his table that he was his feasting table. Yeah,
Okay.
And so that's just the general gist.
I'm picturing him like Scar in his lair.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, this kind of looks like it. Yeah, looks like it. That's good.
I'm just sharing the things.
And place your knees around Fiona.
Oh, so she's sort of in the middle
She's
here?
in the middle here because she was being held by Ivar. And for the sake of this, Ivar is scraping away out of sight, so we don't have to deal with him.
Classic D. Is that good?
Yeah.
A little 5-star.
Okay. This abominable wolf creature looms over all of you. Caprice, you are up. What do you do?
Seeing this nightmare monstrosity in front of me, I will run to my friends. Can I get, without provoking an attack of opportunity from the nightmare creature, as close to Felix and Iris as possible?
I would say no. There's no opportunity attacks because you were able to back up as his horrible monster was transforming.
Oh.
It was.
So he can just move as normal.
Yes.
Okay, so
But just. No. Well, no. I'm saying that don't move as normal. Don't get into it. But I'm just saying if you move
He
around
can skirt it.
Oh, okay, got it.
you can skirt without issue.
So I will run into this area as much as I can.
What's your speed?
30.
This is as far as you can get right here.
Okay, I'll get there, and then knowing that my magical abilities are powered by music, I will sing. The first thing that comes to my mind is like a very mundane song I wrote years ago about general stores. It's milk, it's bread, it's the wares on your list, it's the place to go if you're looking to thrift. It's ink, it's lamps, it's maps, it's soap, it's 50 feet of silk or hempen rope, it's a grappling hook, it's a bell for your boat, it's a water skin filled with milk from a goat, it's a general store with a crazy name, 10 kinds of rations that all taste the same, it's a 2 copper flask, why does it cost 4? I get alchemist fire, but I don't have any more, I'll cast slow.
That's a great song, Garrett.
That's first one. And you need to make a wisdom saving throw, and my AC is 17.
Huh.
I am going to use legendary resistance on that.
Wow.
That's right out of the gate. Alrighty.
You say it
That's fucking
as
good.
the wolf's abomination starts to slow down, and you start to see the way that its flesh is moving. It is unmistakably different, or the opposite of that. It is unmistakably the same as the horrible arachnid and insectoid creatures that attacked you in Castle Remornia. It's a similar construction. And however, it channels the darkness within it and then breaks free of that slow.
Seeing that my slow failed, I'll use my bonus action to turn to Felix. I'll be like, you got this, Felix. Come on, you got this. I'll give you inspiration.
1d10?
Yes, sir.
Yep. And Mike, don't forget you do have a couple twists of bread if you need them.
Yeah, your
I do?
new legendary
Wait, I only
resistance.
have one, right?
Oh, you have
Only one.
Only one. Okay.
So,
know
chat, if you want me to the party,
Don't do it, chat. We won't be friends anymore.
Donate 667.
as soon as
never stand
it
out of you.
hears your annoying song, it turns towards you, and you see this horrible pustule of silver light on its face pulse, and it wells up the silver light and blasts at you. This is gonna get disgusting, folks.
I mean, it's just light. It could be worse.
It's pus light.
That's going
It's
to
true.
be...
Is a room
light.
filled with sweat?
Yes.
And also the room is starting to fill with sweat.
26 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
26 to hit.
Yeah, that
so
Barely misses.
What do you know? My AC
this
is
blinding
30.
a silver light, and it actually stinks as it whizzes past you and blasts you in the
Great.
face.
Oh god.
20
First
points
time.
of radiant damage, and I need to make a Constitution saving throw
Oof,
as it crashes into your
Uh,
Don't worry,
20
he has 99 hit
20
points. He's gonna
points.
be fine.
Apply changes. Is what type of damage is that?
It's radiant.
Radiant. Okay, I'm not
Radiant.
resistant against that. Is this against poison?
It is not.
It's not, so I will not enjoy the advantage. But I
15.
will enjoy 8 plus
Oh, you got that. Come on. Come on.
con. Saving throw?
Very close.
Nope, it's going to be 12.
Your eyes are singed as they blast with silver light themselves. You are blinded for a minute. You can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns.
At the end?
Yep.
Outstanding.
Okay, that's one legendary action. Layer action. You see actually that same similar, the same pustule growth that grew on its cheek that shot at you, then sloughs off, falls to the ground, and starts to slither across the ground, all blasting with silver light as 5 more growths fall off of its body, and they all grow these horrible, disgusting mouths and begin to shamble towards you.
Oh,
No.
I don't care for
I
it.
imagine
reject that.
you'd be like fleshy Shaw.
Mother Knight, help
basically,
us!
That was actually one of the things, but I didn't have them in white. So
Which is just like them all over?
just put 1 on each person, and then we'll put 2 on Caprice.
Yikes. Squishies are in trouble. I have more than that.
Oh, there should only
There are 8.
another on
Yeah,
Toa,
put 'em down.
another on Toa, and then put another on Lifty.
Yep, I was going to choose Lifty.
With that, the,
have homework?
You love your wife.
the silver blob. We're gonna get 2 on Caprice here. We're gonna get a big and a little. You know what I mean? Both of those are going to miss actually.
No, not really.
I
surely don't,
two
sir.
on Toa. One's a natural 1. One. That's gonna horribly miss. Okay. We're gonna get 2. That was on Lefty. This is on Toa. Oh, hold on. Does a 24 hit?
No.
And then a 17. 17 and 24.
17 misses, 24 hits.
Okay, so 17 we'll say was first. You see this silvery blob engulfs you as you're going to take.
Would I have had time to battle trance before this, or is it sort of fresh, like sun?
I would say if you saw this thing like growing larger, you had several seconds where you could have backed up and like seen that this monster was coming to attack you. You're going to enjoy.
Yeah, we watched all the werewolves die. I'm sure you would have been like,
Man.
I also just want to say I love that basically they delivered like a ticking time bomb back to them.
14 points of
it's so
bludgeoning damage.
nasty.
That is sick.
And you are 14 points, and it then starts to engulf you and wrap around your limbs, and you are restrained. And you're going to take an additional 7 points of radiant damage as the silver singes into your skin, and you're going to take that every turn until you become unrestrained.
Oh,
So he is restrained by this creature.
By the blob, yep.
Damn, I had a plan. I got you, brother.
On Iris,
I
that is
got
going to
you,
miss,
brother.
and then
I love
on
it.
Felix, 2 and 2. Okay, big die, you are retired.
Get
With
wrecked.
that is a layer action. Felix, you're
Okay,
up.
big death.
So as this is happening and we see this creature growing, I would stumble
Oh,
backwards and
Dragon.
pull out my Raven Claw dagger.
I'm so uncomfortable in this situation.
And as I'm walking back and swinging wildly at Rich, no, I'm kidding. It begins to glow. It begins to glow blue, and I'm kicking at these creatures that are coming at me.
He's gonna cut something and spray us all with his own blood.
It's glowing blue, and I was going to cast haste on Tella, but I see that all of these creatures have formed, and I'm gonna just drop a fucking fireball on all this shit.
nice.
Okay.
I can't watch
So I'm
Me like
gonna cast a 3rd level fireball.
Okay.
So that's going to be a 17 dex check for everything,
No, thank you, darling.
I believe.
Is it a sphere? Right?
Yeah. I can grab the gizmo.
Yeah, grab the gizmo
To make it fit.
just to make sure
It's
that we.
40,
Oh, we don't
40
have
squares,
what the
40
gizmo
squares.
is.
I thought we
It might,
usually.
no, it's in that drawer down there. On the left.
I think we might be able to get every single. It's going to be close.
It's going to be close, but I'm.
If anything, it would only miss 3, but I don't think.
We're looking for the fireball.
We're looking for a
there it is.
fireball.
Because the idea is that if I just do like this, it's like
yeah.
everything.
You got it all.
We'll say you get everything.
It's just about, right?
So
Yeah.
you see
The shadows.
as these
100% got it.
silver tumors
Ew.
and fall off
Don't
of this
say
thing.
tumors.
And
there's more than two.
are attacking
Yeah,
all
like,
of them, and they're radiating with the same silver light. You incinerate all of them,
think the ones
and
in twos,
Fiona
I think.
fails her saving throw. I'm not going to it, so she's going to take the full amount of damage here. I don't believe she's resistant to fire
I
damage.
see that.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
Nope, she is not.
Speaking of Frosty, it's fucking colder
Yeah,
tits
can you
in
turn it
here.
up?
Oh, I'm gonna start sweating. 39 plus 5 is
I'm wearing a jacket.
44.
I can't feel my toes.
Plus 5 is 44. I think that's
It
right.
might be the diabetes.
This is the
but it might be that
highest
it's
fireball I've ever
freezing.
rolled.
Yeah.
44 points of damage.
I already said I'm not using my legendary resistance. So you see it lets out a pained howl, and these eyes that are in the skull of this horrible abomination have always looked pained and in agony, and it increases as the flesh singes off. The smell is absolutely disgusting as it takes 44
Feels good to be a wizard. And then all the minions are dead.
Damn,
And
it feels
it's
good to
only
be a
the-
wizard.
Thank you.
And
Fucking go!
it's going
I'm gonna have to do that
Yeah.
next time I inspire him.
But all that damage it took erupts into even more pustules.
I was gonna say it heals
there
for
are
44 points of
40 pustules now.
Well, then I cast fireball again.
There are 80 pustules.
As it uses a legendary action, as it turns its multi-jawed
Yeah.
face towards you and lunges forward.
Yep. My AC is 16.
That'll be a 26.
Okay, well, there's no point in shielding.
As
It has a
You
plus,
got me.
It has a
as
plus
it
22 to hit.
lunges forward and bites you, as after doing so much fucking damage to this thing. Does piercing or necrotic make any difference to you?
No.
10,
No.
14, 16 plus
Oh, no.
23 points of damage of piercing and necrotic as it bites you, as it attempts to swallow you. I need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Well, it turns out I'm actually stronger than Toa, so
We need to kill this thing right away.
I got a 3.
Right away.
I've been swallowed.
Do we want to twist it, or do we think it's worth it?
I have plus 0. And so if it's 15, 16, 17, it's going to be hard to hit.
I mean, that's a 25% chance.
Let's do it. One twist.
We got money. That's what chat's doing.
Yes.
Thank you, chat. One more shot. 13.
13. So
the shot.
its
Try,
horrible
try.
jaws snap you up, and rather than being swallowed in the traditional sense, you start to just get absorbed into its flesh. And you just feel the horrible flesh-crafted body completely cover you in its horrible dark magic. You get the sense that you're going to take some damage as you're absorbed. You see Felix get completely absorbed into the flesh of this thing. You see his face like show out of one of those silvery pustules, and then get shrieked back.
So he doesn't even have like most of his butt, like a leg out that I can pull. He's inside.
No, he's inside of it. He's inside of it. Okay. This is Cyrus' turn.
That's what I get for being a wizard.
Great.
That is. You learned your lesson
You did
here.
a lot of work. That was a
Lovely.
lot of work.
Wonderful. Fuck.
I love the homebrew monsters I create.
Oh, yeah, they're awesome.
You have inspiration. I know we're already resolved.
Shit. I totally forgot. I even wrote it down.
I would say you can use it. I'll say you can use it.
And you should.
You should use
You really should.
This is a D10.
Yep.
it. So you need a 2 or higher.
7.
Woo!
That does not happen.
I thought that it was a 1.
Yeah, Felix, that happens, and then you realize you're suddenly standing, and you dodge out of the way. You understanding what would have happened had you been.
You can also use your Twisted Dread if you really want to
I'm
swallow
so
me.
sorry.
You know what I mean?
I should have, but
Hey,
I won't.
I would say you may. You let me.
Actually, let's do it. Let's
that
do it.
was
Roll
very.
again. Roll again.
So
Let's
if
do it.
you'd
Let's
like
do
to
it.
make
Roll
me
again.
re-roll,
Yep.
so it'll be
Twisted
plus
Dread.
7.
Twisted Dread, yep.
7, whatever I get. You've swallowed.
Back to 3.
10.
Twisted Dread.
I love it. I think that's
Swallow
totally
back up.
fair.
Yep.
I love Twisted
You gave
Dread.
me a chance.
Thank you, chat.
See, I love that.
Who gave me the Twisted Dread?
It was Molly.
Molly,
The
thank you.
timeline has been set.
The timeline's been set. Can we put Felix on top of Fiona?
Felix
please?
has been swallowed. I think that's totally fair.
Fiona's been completely
Thank you.
absorbed. Returned to the bag. With that, it is Iris's turn.
I am going.
More like twist of Fed.
I imagine that. I mean, I would know this, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna turn towards Caprice.
Hey.
And I am going to raise my staff into the air, and I'm going to use it to cast Lesser Restoration on Caprice and remove his blindness.
Okay.
Nice.
You feel the warmth of the sand, and you feel the presence of the Osirian pantheon, and your blindness. The silver light now just slithers down your face and falls to the ground.
Have you ever gotten pus in your eyes?
Ew.
It burns.
Ew.
Is that it, Iris?
Ew. I'm just
No.
checking to see if I have any bonus actions whatsoever. I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Nice.
The crook and flail, that same shimmering turquoise type color, right? Flies out and swings towards the abominable Fiona.
And I'm going to cast it at a 4th
Silverpoint.
level.
Roger that.
The abominable Fiona.
That's my turn.
Abominable.
Oh, I can make a melee attack against the creature because I cast it.
Yep, it's swinging.
Sorry, it's been a while since I
Yeah,
played
we're
Iris.
shaking off the rust here. Thanks for bearing with us.
Early September feels like
does
2
a
years
21
ago.
hit?
Yep, 21 hits, correct. Exactly.
Okay, great. And
Oh, come on, Andy. Are you kidding me?
it is 2d8.
No. Okay.
12 points of damage.
12 points of damage. It swings in and takes the full brunt. Toei.
It's force damage, by the way.
Force damage. Okay. It is going to look at you, Iris.
Amaranth, I can because the lesser restoration came from my staff, not from me.
There we go.
Self.
Yes.
Yes, because it's a magic item. It's not a.
Well, then you still have bonus action.
And with that, it is going to turn towards you and attempt to consume Iris as well.
But thank you for trying to maintain the state of the game.
As it lets out a yelp as the crooked flails slam into it, and the
Don't do
jaws
that when
come onto you, Iris. And that's going to be 16.
That might hit.
You know.
No, it doesn't.
No, you're able to dodge out. Okay, you'll retire as well. This is my difference. Okay, with that, it is Toa's turn. You're engulfed in this silvery tumor, and a moment later, it is completely incinerated by the flames that miraculously do not hurt you.
And then I see Felix get horrifically swallowed. No, Felix! I'll get you out of there, just hold on! And I'll run up, and there's no way to get him out, right? So I'm just gonna...
No, he is completely consumed into the flesh of this fucking
Just do what you do best and beat the shit
I'm
out of
just
the
going
monster.
to recklessly power attack
Let's go.
twice.
Let's go.
Just got schloop, says no.
That's true.
Ooh, that's actually not
Is
great.
schloop a word that people besides us use?
I don't know.
It's like part of our... It's a word that we use,
Yeah.
and that's,
All of my characters have been shalooped so many times. I'm so sick of it.
Such a schloop short.
Does a
I
16
am.
hit?
It's not.
Oh, wow.
I'm advantage. Oh, that's advantage. Okay. So 1 hits. So that is a... I reroll this. That is a 9. Plus 20 is... so 29 points of damage.
Okay.
And...
You smash your totem into it, and it actually bounces off 2 of the horribly disgusting growths on its side, but one finds purchase into a patch of flesh, and you manage to smash into it. You feel the sickening crunch of bones that should not be shaped or sticking in that direction.
Okay, just making sure that I am within 30 feet of everybody. I am probably right there. Is more... Yep. And that's my turn. I don't think I have a bonus action to use. Yep, I'm good.
Okay. It's the big bad's turn. With that, it's going to reposition. And I did not give this one flyby because I'm not much of a monster. It's going to basically spin around Caprice, and it's going to leap over Caprice.
Oh, wow.
As it crouches down and leaps over. And Toe, you'll be able to get an opportunity attack.
Let's go.
Right
will
here?
not do that.
Oh.
Okay.
Saving the
It will leap,
reaction.
and it will actually leap over Caprice, so if you want to take an opportunity attack too, so it'll back up a little bit more.
I think I smell what you're stepping in. That's
Yep.
interesting.
It's gonna
Oh,
charge
actually,
you.
hold on. Do I still
You,
have
sorry.
And
I almost put it Anubis in your cup.
No, I think I will.
Way to die.
Decide.
Put the mug over
It's
here.
so fucking cool.
I love that mug.
What?
Oh, during this
so
no.
RP, man.
Good.
And suddenly,
nice
Felix,
bum rest.
you feel yourself start to
Can I breathe?
open up. It is very difficult. So you
gonna drink out of
feel
this
this
without,
chamber that you're in start to open up as you fall in, and all this flesh that's around you liquefies as you are going to take some damage within this.
Sure.
And suddenly you feel yourself ejected, as along with a bunch of horrible radiant slime, bile, and flesh spews out of its mouth. Felix, you are going to get flung across the entire room,
Saves me a
along with the
fucking
breath.
fourth level. I'll
as
take it.
As it flies in,
What a
you're going to
great-
automatically take that damage.
Sure.
All of you need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Where?
What a great mechanic, Mike.
Where
Well
did he get
played.
spit?
Probably
all the way across
past
yeah.
Toa.
Yeah.
Oh,
Depends on how far the range is.
It's
How-
90,
what's the,
90 feet.
Oh, then I'm like
Against the wall.
I might hit the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, if you hit the wall, then you're going to take some extra damage too. 1, 2, 3, 4.
My poor fucking broken corpse. Oh, that's definitely 90. Definitely hits the wall.
snot cannon.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to roll it for everybody.
Stop,
And then Felix,
that's
you'll
too many.
automatically
Oh,
take it.
dex
That's
saving
too
throw,
many.
you say?
Oh, everybody's getting hit by it?
So you have a DC 15 dexterity saving throw, and you'll take half of this DC. 10,
Fucking nightmare.
Succeed.
20, 26.
I must succeed.
All of
on
us
that.
are hit by it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, all of you are getting hit by it.
Yeah, you just have to dex
Okay.
check.
It's a massive code.
I'm automatically boned.
Hot diggity, 18.
I got a 20.
20 succeeds. If you fail, you take 32 points of damage. So 32, half if you fail, or
I don't get out of
16.
bed for less
What's
than
the
45. Hold
DC?
15.
Okay.
I'm going to use my reaction. You'll see this kind of
And
spectral
then-
spirit come and try to block some of it and protect Felix as he hits the wall and reduce
And
it by
as
13.
you slam into the
Oh,
wall,
fuck
Felix,
yeah.
you're going to take some more bad bludgeoning damage.
All right, so hold on. It'll be 13 minus whatever. So 32
10
plus
points.
whatever you
10
say.
points of bludgeoning damage. You
So
smash into the wall.
42 minus
42
13.
minus 13.
Okay, that's her turn.
42.
My turn?
Cool. Lifty.
Goes back to 29.
I am going to. Oh gosh, Felix, are you okay? And then I'm going to run at Fiona and say, "Don't you know you're not supposed to play with your food?" And I will make 2 swinging spoon attacks.
29 plus 13 is 42.
It's a 24 and a
Yeah, nice.
13.
13 misses, 24 hits.
Okay. So I am going to roll 1d8 plus 6, and I'm going to spend a key point to make this a stunning attack.
Ooh, love that.
Stunning strike. What's the DC?
7 plus 6, so 13 damage and a oh, for fuck's sake. It is a DC 14.
Con.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, con saving throw, DC 14.
Where's this girl's father?
17.
He's being
He did. They're-
Okay,
Okay,
so you're not stunned, but you do take 13 damage.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I thought he was dead.
You smash into it.
yeah.
You get bam
Give
bam. Okay, cool. With that, it is, and she gets her whatchamacallit back, so she's gonna try to eat lifting.
Oh. Is that how that works?
That is gonna be a 22 to hit.
That does hit.
Make a strength saving throw for me as I roll the initial damage here. I have piercing and necrotic here, but I think that it doesn't necessarily matter for you.
15.
15th DC. Yeah.
Okay.
So you succeed
I
for
succeed.
strength. Okay, 10, 11. 17 points of damage. It chops you and it tries to absorb you, but you're able to resist it. Okay, Caprice, you're up.
Well, that really fucked me.
You're not blind anymore, though.
No, I'm not, and
That's huge.
I'll use my bonus action to thank Iris and give her inspiration.
Thanks. Probably.
How are you going to do that?
I say out loud, "Thank you, Iris. I really now I can see again."
That was very well done. Gotta love playing a bard. Gotta love playing a bard.
Oh shit! What? You know what? I'm gonna continue to sing the same song, and I'm gonna cast slow again. So he needs to make she, this nightmare creature, needs to make another Wisdom saving throw, DC 17.
I'm using legendary resistance.
Outstanding.
Can you
Yeah.
sing the song?
Yes, I will, as soon as I load. The problem is that my phone is too old, so it has to be like, I'm loading Google Docs. I can't do D&D Beyond at the same time.
I thought you meant you had to load.
It's a signal, whistle, or a pick for a mine. 20 caltrops, you buy one at a time. It's potions that heal, it's potions that fizz. It's, oh wow, that threw me off. It's a signet ring, whatever that is. Can I get a spell scroll for 10% off and some discounted potions that I could quaff? I just saved the town. Can I get a deal? What the fucking fuck? Are you fucking for real?
That's the best part.
Hey, you finish that.
Real.
That's the pinnacle of the song.
It uses its dark construction to glow its legendary resistance. Okay.
And would I trigger an opportunity attack if I ran away?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Her range is 10
Oh.
for the bite.
So yes.
I'll stay where I am.
Kelsey, you're the last person to lose Twitter. Literally. Because you just make shit up.
Okay.
But I love the fact that in
I like
most,
to cheat.
in most cases, you're not Brenna. In most cases, that she would have been right there, and you knew that.
Just
And
pick
so
the
I'm
one
proud of you.
time. The one time.
I'm gonna bite Lufty.
With such conviction.
You're being bit, Lofty.
You're being bit.
I miss. Okay.
Good.
Lufty?
Fucko.
I thought
With
she was a
that,
righty.
it's layer action's turn, and I
Yeah.
can't do my blobs again because I got instantly killed. I am going to.
Suck a wiener, suck a wiener.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas.
Dr. Poison.
Dr. Poison.
Can I play the piano anymore? But of course you can, but I couldn't before. I hate every ape I see.
Okay. You see
Something very wrong with you.
You see as all of the flesh that was spewed across the ground has all been sitting on the ground disgustingly. It then starts to slither and come to life and attempt to consume and restrain all of you. Everyone needs to make a
This is not Felix.
a strength saving throw, DC 15,
Oh no.
as it attempts to consume you in
I failed.
cocoons of flesh.
But
Just hit it.
restrained.
You were restrained.
We can still cast spells.
Yeah.
That's all I need.
18.
Strength, I would like to
15.
use a twist.
Success.
It's a strength saving throw?
Strength saving throw.
Well, I rolled a 1, which means I got a 1. Can I use a twist?
Yes.
Yes,
You may.
please.
15.
Succeed.
I failed.
Okay.
Not you.
Not you.
5. Okay, I am whatever that is going to happen to me.
So Felix and Caprice get restrained in this horrible fleshiness, but all of the silver radiating light does not seem to be within this flash. You are just simply restrained until initiative round 20.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, with that, it's
Flash.
Felix's turn.
So as I'm vomited up, hit the wall, landed on the floor, and then restrained. Just like awful. Felix is having a bad day. I would try to wipe my eyes and to make sure that I could see a little bit, even if I can't move. I assume that I have a little bit of movement. I would say, I'm okay. Toa, get him! And I'm going to cast haste on Toa.
Let's fucking go.
Okay, you are washed in silver light, and you feel very fast.
I hate to say you forgot to assign homework, but can you do the somatic component?
So
of...
I was looking, and it doesn't say anything about.
As long as he moves his mouth, then it's fine. I would say
It says it does not say anything about not being able to use your hands. It just says your speed goes to 0, you're disadvantaged on attack saving throws, dexterity saving throws, and other things. It doesn't say anything about your limbs are stuck, like paralysis.
This helps me in Icebound, so thank you.
According to the rules.
It is going to, as it's using 2 legendary actions, rear back. Its jaws are going to open. It's going to let out a horrifying, disgusting howl that reverberates through the chamber. You see some the statue of Mother Night start, some crumbles start to fall off. And thank you, Molly, for the 500 bits. Twist another twist. Let's give another
Keep us
twist.
alive.
While you do that, wisdom saving throw.
Those bits are so critical.
Wisdom saving throw to everyone as a horrifying howl that sounds so unnatural. DC 15.
Wisdom?
I don't think I hit it.
Oh dear.
What wisdom? Yeah. Don't forget.
Does a 27
damn it.
pass?
16!
You're still inspired.
Yeah, but does a 27 succeed?
Can I twist?
You may.
I'll twist him.
Can I
Thank you,
twist
Molly.
too?
Yes.
You may.
Thank you, chat.
No.
Can I?
You may.
I
rolled the same
have
thing.
it for a minute, right?
Yes.
You've got it for
you
10
got
minutes.
It's every 10 rounds.
Yeah. I will have it for the entirety of this thing.
Not
Until I
you.
need it.
Not you. Please. Fucking ass.
Fucking ass indeed.
Not fucking ass. Fuck an ass.
Ew. That's my fucking ass.
You
Fucking shit, Harry
Ask
Sweet.
for my riding
are
ass.
horrified. You drop whatever you're holding, and you use your full movement. You use your reaction to sprint in the other direction.
Not me.
Your creature.
I hold on to my dagger for
Okay.
once.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
That's what.
So did everyone fail, or is it just me and Iris who passed?
Oh, I can't do that. I'm restrained.
Yeah.
You're restrained, so no, you stay in place.
But you drop your
You
shit.
drop, yeah. Your violin clatters to the ground next to you.
Did-
Lufty, did you?
did you fail?
I failed.
Okay, so you drop
You
your
even
spoon.
twist
on
we
the
all do
ground.
it?
What? Everyone does it.
Right now.
Yes.
Okay.
I drop my spoon and what
I
happens?
drop my
And
totem.
you run your full movement away.
Oh god, let me check.
God,
let me double
that's
check
so
haste.
far.
Let
This
me
can be your
double check
spoon.
haste, see if it gives you any kind of like bullshit.
This is my spoon. We're gonna do that right
Hold on,
there.
hold
This
on,
is my
hold on.
spoon.
Haste.
This is my spoon.
There may be many others like it.
Bonus to
This one
AC,
is
advantage
mine.
on dex saving throws, additional action. Action can be used only to the attack action, dash. Just good.
Why am I so
I mean-
fast?
So when will they repeat this save?
At the end of the next turn.
So on the start of Toa's well, we'll get there.
At the end of his turn.
So,
But I'm curious what happens at the start of his turn. What he has to do. Like
What am I hearing?
so I'm hasted right now. Do I go this way or do I just go straight away?
I would say you try to get as far away from the beast.
back up against the wall. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have
Okay.
This is a hard slate.
been. No, I can't stand
It's
it.
Iris' turn.
I'm going to turn to Toa and I'm going to cast Lesser Restoration.
Let's
Here.
go.
Okay.
Perfect.
You
My
feel
questions
the
don't matter.
courage of the Osirian
Beautiful.
Pantheon and Anubis.
I will look between Toa and Felix. Let your spell not be wasted. Anubis, I need you. And I will call down a pillar of golden sand around Toa and break his fear.
Beautiful.
Staff, you're doing work. And then...
That's what she said.
What's that?
Nose said that Caprice broke his G-string.
I tried to run, but I'm covered in beasts of
Looking
flesh.
around, how is everybody looking and feeling?
I look banged up, but I'm not bad. You can see that I look tired. I'm okay.
I am going to turn toward... Am I?
I'm not
Am I
bleeding.
going to do that?
I'm not bleeding.
Spiritual weapon is not concentration. That's great. Forgot
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, that's
So
totally
I'm not
great.
concentrating on anything right now. I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Sanctuary on Caprice.
Love that. That's a much better play.
Thank you. I peed myself a little.
and you next person can go. She's out of legendary.
That's gonna be our boy Toa.
Okay.
So you get an extra action, which you
do.
can use to dash if you need to.
I shouldn't need to. My speed's
A
crazy,
billion? Good.
crazy as is.
Then just tee off on
So
this
I'm just
motherfucker.
gonna make sure that I have all my dice in order here. And I'll just use this.
Give him a minute.
and this. So that's gonna go to that set. This is gonna go here. And then these two go to this. So
AC
I'm
is
going
17, just letting you know.
I never understand what you're doing mechanically.
17. Fuck it.
He's going ape shit.
I'm going to sprint, and I'll Felix and
Oh, and my spiritual weapon is going to move the 15 feet it can move.
That's his.
Towards
that's,
the thing.
Yeah.
this is my totem.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, well, I don't know where it had... Oh, actually, it had been right in front of Caprice, so it could probably get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just right here.
Do you have something you'd like to use as your... Oh.
Isn't that a bonus action to move?
To hit it, it would be, but I use
Okay.
my bonus
Okay.
action, so it can move with
I'll go
this.
get you a spiritual weapon. One moment.
Thank you.
Here, I'm gonna be... That's gonna be me, because that's my dice.
I am going to Felix, I think you're okay, thank you. And I'm going to just sprint, and as I'm running by, I'm just gonna I'm Naruto running. I'm gonna grab my totem off the ground as my free object interaction, and just sprint right up to this motherfucker right in front here, if I can.
Yeah.
And
Oh, no, it is a bonus action, so, well,
Oh jeez.
you
Right,
knocked
you
over
got
the
that.
light.
Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't
Can you move my spiritual weapon back? it's where it should be.
One time.
So it's like right in front of you. No, the opposite side. If you could please put that tarp here, thank you. We gotta get a new umbrella for that bad boy.
Man, I didn't even feel that. I am sorry.
That's alright.
No, when we get new, so I have
have it
lights that I
down.
want to get.
Oh.
I've been shopping online for us.
2 of them hit.
Okay.
So it is this one hits, and this one hits.
Oh shit!
Are you kidding me? How?
So I
slamming
hit
into
twice.
the
I procced Wind Fury, and that one had hit, and for a total of 89 damage.
Nice.
Holy.
Whoa.
No big deal. 89
Whoa.
damage.
How long are you hasted?
Until it breaks, or 10
Or
rounds.
until he loses consciousness.
So you're smashing in over and over as the flesh is sloughing off, and you see the pustules starting to regrow. And with that, it is its turn, and you see as there are lycanthropes attempting to run into this room, but as soon as they are hit by this light, they are immediately just paralyzed and in agony.
Was I allowed to repeat a saving throw for being restrained?
Yes.
Because I was the first
Oh
person.
no, the restrain with the layer action that'll just be end after this.
Okay.
Yeah. So
All
it'll
right.
end
All right. Cool. I just want to make sure I didn't miss a saving throw.
Excuse me, Big Bad's turn. With that, she is going to.
I'm using a D20.
That's unfortunate. There's one literally right in front of you.
One this color.
She is going to bite onto friends.
And she's advantaged.
Oh, good. Okay. That's going to be a 24. That's going to be a 26.
You don't have your food yet.
I don't.
That's going to be a natural 20.
No, it's not.
I switched that out.
Got
I gave
him.
you
So 3
little
hits.
baby back.
And I need to make 3 straight saving throws.
Strength saving
Good
throws.
Easy.
Oh, big money.
I'm going to roll all the piercing first.
Well, that one's not great.
That's just regular sized money.
Piercings first.
Can I use one twist?
Yes.
17, 18, 23 plus 21.
44.
Actually, no, it is going to be. I'm more than 30 feet away.
You're not.
I am. I'm trying to count it, and I can't count.
Should be alright.
You were here?
44 points of piercing damage.
It's close.
No, so it's basically it's 1.5. I'm within half of that, so it's
Perfect. So then it's
So
fine.
44 points of piercing damage, and then I'm going to roll the necrotic. I rolled really terribly.
Sweet.
6,
God.
8, 12 points of necrotic damage.
It's barely a flesh wound.
44 points.
Yep,
So
and you are
And
not swallowed with that twist of fate. Okay.
Yeah, I passed all my
That's her turn.
That's everything.
Lifty, you're up.
Okay. I am going to dash. I'm gonna dash all the way back to where I was standing. And when I get there, I will leap over my spoon for this time and
Nice one arm strikes. Get some
yeah, I will
flurry of blows.
flurry of blows.
Fucking, you can just cut me off the camera. Everybody knows I'm dead over there. My broken corpse
dead.
is just like laying there.
You're not having a good day.
Yeah, so I will spend a
Felix
key
woke up
point,
today and
and
just
so I will kind of cartwheel my way back over to Fiona, and that wasn't very nice, and then punch her.
Do that.
It's like punching a deflated basketball.
God.
Natural 20.
Hey!
That was
Give it
my
up.
natural
Gotta
20.
give it up.
And 15, does that hit?
15 is not it.
Oh, fucking
But you crit.
ducks.
17 is
I mean,
very
that's fucking huge.
Okay.
Double the dice. Double the dice.
Yeah,
Is it
D5.
flurry of
No,
blows
it's
to extra strikes?
Yes. Attack one more time.
Yeah. So you can always do
It
a.
was 1, 2, 3.
No, you should have 4 attacks.
Oh.
So every single attack you do, you can do 2 spoon attacks and a punch
As a bonus action.
as a bonus action.
Okay. Well, it was worth the shot.
But with the dash.
I just said dash, but I didn't
Oh.
actually dash. I'm very fast.
Yeah, very fast. Monks are insane.
That's really an important distinction.
I know, I shouldn't have said that, but I did, so.
I'm fast enough to run from my problems. For now.
God, Turbad. 6.
But that's also triggering your lightning attack.
Your lightning, you double as well.
Oh, fuck me. I
Yeah, you,
forgot how to play
you
this
double
character.
all dice.
So 2d6, right?
Yeah, add 2d6 to that.
It's been a while.
Has been.
Since I said I'm sorry.
6 and 6 is 12 plus 5 is 17 damage.
17, okay.
And is it what's to pick back up my weapon? Is that an...
Free object interaction.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will then pick up
You can
mine.
just grab it, and you're punching it, and it is you're sending your key, and it's blasting off the flesh. As this creature's starting to lose form, and you can tell that
Nice.
this isn't an undead abomination, and the more it looks at more and more as you're whittling it down. With that, it is. Oh, but it can do a bite attack back at you because it has its things again. So it's going to do that. That is going to be a 26 to hit.
Totally misses.
Strength saving throw, please.
No.
This is necrotic and piercing that I'm doing.
18.
That succeeds. So you're just going to take this in damage. That's going to be 11, 12, 15, 21 points of damage as she chomps you. And with that, it's Chris's turn.
Okay. I will turn to seeing Lufty. I'm restrained, so you don't get to enjoy the viol action, but I'll sing Lufty's got a mug. And then you enjoy some inspiration.
Thank you.
And
What is that, a D4?
D10. D10!
immediately transition back into my song. I'm going to attempt to get the creature to dance with me.
Okay.
I'm going to. I know that it hates this song, but you know what? Even though I'm restrained by flesh, I'm like bouncing along as I sing and keeping eye contact with it. A kit, a pouch, a pen, a sack, a 10-foot pole that won't fit in your pack. It's a block and tackle or a big iron pot, an arcane focus in the form of a rod. I don't need your job board that nobody reads. Just give me your shit and give it for cheap. I swear to the gods, I'll take over your mind. Do you really think you can run a store blind? And I will cast Otto's Irresistible Dance, or just Irresistible Dance. I don't know who Otto is. Fuck that guy.
I'm sure there's got to be some auto desesto. There's got to be an auto desesto.
You know, I could look it up. There might be. I have like 20.
What does Irresistible Dance do?
It will make it. It has to make. It doesn't make a save? Choose one creature you can see within range. The target becomes a comic dance in its place, shuffling and tapping its feet and capering for the duration. Creatures that can't be charmed are immune to this spell.
With 17.
With 17.
Well, I have to use the last one.
Make him do the Charleston.
Okay. Last letter.
Oh, I thought it was out. Oh well, whatever. Fuck it. All right. Well, that's whatever. It's worth it.
Yeah, it is worth it.
It is worth it.
Especially because I'm going to incinerate her.
You can really
and
avoid-
that'll be the conclusion of my turn. I can't move, so here it is.
Okay, you sing that, and one last time, it does that, and with that, it is going to, since you acted last, it's going to use legendary action to chomp on you.
Right,
It has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh. Okay.
Is it huge size?
Yes.
It fails. Okay, so that doesn't happen.
Well, hold on. You can choose a new target or lose the attack or spell.
Oh, new target is going to be Toe.
And it's advantage.
Oh, new
Yeah.
target? That's going to be tough.
That's going to be another natural 20. You just got to give it.
No.
Nothing I can do about it.
Should I roll piercing first?
Stop it.
Yep, please.
I'll roll piercing
Please.
first. That'll be 14, 20 plus 28.
Oh yeah, no, you can do that on Caprice. So Robin is right because he cast a spell. It drops Sanctuary.
Oh,
So
really?
This crit is actually on.
I didn't
Caprice,
know
not
that.
Oofta.
But he wouldn't have been advantaged.
Correct. So I will say the one that I rolled against Caprice did hit.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just do the normal damage here.
That's
So I'm
Thanks,
going,
Soul Robin.
Thank you, Soul Robin. So that is, and so I'll just take these dice and do 11, 12, 15, 21 points of damage.
Oh.
And strength saving throw for me, DC 15.
Oh, that's where
It's a
I'm
chance to
not a
absorb you.
Viking. 10.
10, you are now absorbed into its flesh as you see Caprice get completely consumed, as all of those tumors start to fall off again and go to attack all of you that are there. And so we're gonna get 2 on Lufty, 2 on everybody that's there.
Move your big hairy arm.
And Felix, you are no longer
Sure.
restrained.
Yay! I'm still prone though.
You're still prone, so it's still advantage. And so we're gonna
What
do
about there's still 2 left?
Yes,
'cause
2
Caprice
on
is-
everybody. He
to
said.
everybody.
Oh, on everybody. Everybody that's there. I see.
That's advantage.
It's a spiritual weapon.
It's a tapier.
So one is
Or
going
it's
to
a
hit
furrier.
Felix. It's going to be with a 24.
It's an ocelot.
Yes, it is awesome.
Yeah.
24
It came out
and
of
then
a
a natural
Kinder
20. And so they're going to
Okay.
sloop onto you as we're going to do a little bit of damage here. So that is going
You're
to
rolling
be,
like fire, Mike.
I know.
Tell me when you're rolling on me.
We're gonna
For
get
no
some-
reason at all.
we're gonna get some
You're
damage.
taking your Felix
Oh,
tonight.
wow, that's pretty good.
Thank you.
That's pretty good.
20, 29.
You might want to make sure that you do these separately in case he goes down.
35 points of damage.
I'm unconscious.
As you are unconscious, as they sloop they sloop onto you, and you see as they're being consumed.
Never stood a chance. I only got 2 turns.
With that, we're gonna get 2 on Iris.
Sorry, Toa. That's bad for you, brother.
With that, it's going to be 17 on Iris, and then a 24
Wait.
on Iris.
Both hit,
Both hit.
and they was a total of
35.
Okay.
That's fine. 35.
Only one of those. Only one of those
hits. Okay, so I'm going to roll damage. That is going to be 12 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are now restrained.
You're not going to save after that?
No, since they hit your restraint. You're still and then, are you at the advantage on you, Tom?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to hit. And that's going to miss, shockingly. Oh, no, but you'll be restrained, so we'll see, actually. Even
Your damage regardless,
and so I'm going to do bludgeoning damage to you. That is going to be 7 points of damage, and you're restrained.
Okay.
And then Lufty, they're attacking you.
Yes.
That is going to be a 19 to hit.
Okay. That hits.
Okay, I'm going to roll damage, and you're going to be restrained.
Both.
So I need to do it restrained, and then it'll be advantaged. 13 points of bludgeoning damage, and then this one's advantaged. And that's going to be a 19 to hit again.
Fuck you.
So that'll hit. 8 points of bludgeoning damage. Okay, with that,
And I'm restrained.
you're restrained. Yep, you're all restrained. In that.
This is no good.
Felix, death saving throw for me.
Who knew this would be when it ends?
Fail.
As Felix, you see him getting consumed. Iris, you are up.
I'm going to use my bonus action to move my little guy to what's his face and whack him.
The big one.
Whackity whack.
Okay.
Don't talk back.
You go deeper.
Don't talk back.
15 points of damage.
15 points of damage. Swings into it.
And then I'm going to use my action to cast Mass Cure Wounds. Because Felix is at 0, you just automatically take max healing. So that's 3d8 plus 5 max healing to you, and then everyone else I'll roll for.
I'll take it.
So how much is that?
8, 16,
29.
24, 29.
29.
Oh.
That's huge.
My brain is a computer.
You did very well
Well done.
calculating that.
You feel the
Thank you, Iris.
warmth of a desert breeze as it washes over you. Felix, you come to consciousness. You all take the damage.
Everyone else takes 15.
Toa, you are stunned,
15?
correct?
Yeah.
Oh, that feels so
No,
good.
I'm not stunned.
Do I take it even though I'm
You lose your turn,
inside
you're
of a
exhausted.
creature?
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you,
As soon as the spell drops. But it shouldn't.
Let me read you what it says because it's important.
Can I be healed while engulfed, Mikey?
Yep.
Okay.
It just says I can't move or take actions. It doesn't say that I'm stunned.
Oh, correct. You're not like, you don't get advantaged. You just like lose a turn.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah, you basically lose your turn. Should we throw the twist in?
Feels bad, man. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Molly. Oh, what a peach. Thank you for the twist.
Okay. It is looking rough. Its eyes are pained as its bones are starting to break out of its flesh as the flesh is sloughing off of it more and spreading, but somehow regrowing.
You added the
body.
+5, right? The 3d8 +5.
I did whatever
29.
was told was 29. I just did it.
Yep. That's correct. Okay. With that, it is her turn. Well, Toa, you're just standing there exhausted, feeling the magic leave you.
Damn, man.
Let's see if she does not regain her breath. So she's just going to lean forward and bite Toa and Lufty for her attack.
Both of us?
And Caprice, you're going to take some damage here real quick.
She's not advantaged anymore against me.
Okay. You're going to take this in necrotic. Actually, not very much.
Oh wait, I'm restrained. Yes, she is.
12 points of necrotic damage to you as you are rotting away along with her. We're going to get an advantage attack on Toa.
On all of us because we're all restrained, right?
Yep.
Correct.
That's going to hit. Piercing first. 10 points of piercing damage. And then necrotic. 4 points of necrotic. Try and save it for me.
Can I shake off my restraint at the end of my turn?
You can roll for it. Yeah. Oof. Oh, Rich, and roll for your restraint as well.
Oof.
And what is it?
15.
Is it a strength
Is
save?
it Dex?
Strength.
Strength. Oh, okay.
You gotta be close to that.
May I twist it?
Yes.
I can very easily.
Then Mrs. Lifty, and then one on Toa.
Nice shot.
So I pass that, and then you roll for restraint
Wait,
as well.
what misses me?
Attack her with me.
And it's a melee attack?
Yes.
I would like to spend a key point for my tip. What is it? Hello there. Yeah, with my tipsy sway, I will roll out of the way here, and it will attack. That was from Fiona, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it will attack number 7.
Okay. That'll chomp it. She tears it up as you do that.
Does it die?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Get fucked! With that, one
I
more.
passed both my saves,
Okay, good.
so I'm no longer restrained.
Yep. And you took the damage, misses the other one.
Okay.
Oh no, it is advantage on you.
No, it's not anymore because I'm not restrained.
Oh.
Right?
Oh, you passed it? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Was
But I
that-
thought it's at the end of your turn.
He already went right before.
Yeah. I already
Oh,
went.
yeah.
So okay, that is it. Okay, Lift, you're up. You're still restrained though.
I am still restrained, and I am going to. What?
Maintain
I was talking about that. I was
I thought you said
referencing.
I thought you meant reindeer games. I was like, what?
Reindeer games.
What does that mean?
Use that move, reindeer game.
Oh God. So having picked up my spoon now, I'll strike out at Fiona and spit that out. You don't know where it's been, Caprice. And I will make 2 attacks.
Okay.
Spoony woony attackies. Oh, and I am spending. The first one will be disadvantaged, and then I'll spend 2 key points to make the second one not disadvantaged.
Okay.
So
Oh,
disadvantage.
that works.
7, so 16 to hit.
Barely misses.
Fuck me. Okay, and then the other one will be.
Oh, good God.
You can still bonus action flurry of blows.
Me.
Or you can bonus action attack anybody.
How many times can I use this?
Once.
Just the one time. It's
Once you've cashed in on inspiration, you've cashed in. It's a one-time use of 10 minutes.
I'd like to. Can I use this on my first hit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus 9.
16 plus
That'll
9. Okay.
That'll hit.
First one hits.
And that will be.
Inspiration is hard to remember, man.
Yeah.
It is.
I gotta get better about that.
We have those tokens, right? We should use
I bought them for
That's me,
everybody.
Richie, and Nikki's tokens
I
up
just
there.
know that no one, appreciates me.
That's true. But we do like those coins.
It'll be 9
Should've seen it coming.
damage.
Should have seen it coming. You can mark it in D&D Beyond, but it's not very
Bring your
helpful to
lightning
mark in
damage.
D&D Beyond.
I've already made an attack on her.
Oh.
That is only the first time that I hit a target.
Okay, so if you already rolled the damage, then
I don't think that's
No,
per turn.
no, it's per round. So basically, you roll a d6 at the beginning. The intention was per round. However, it's worded is I want to make sure that
The idea is that you can't do every hit. You can do
Yes.
it once a round. The first time that you hit.
That seems busted. So thanks, Mike.
It isn't.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, compared to everything else, yeah, we
Well,
got.
considering I got hit 3 times with an average of 24 plus
So
to
add
hit
5 to that.
for 30
5
damage
divided.
plus,
Tell me.
lightning damage is fine. Okay? You can get
Yeah,
an extra
especially if
damage.
you're fighting
Would you like
against
to
a
make it a stunning strike?
Frankenstein, lightning damage is perfect.
3 plus 6 was 9. Plus 5 is
Unbelievable.
14.
I hit that guy for like
14
80
total?
something damage.
14
You
total.
overhealed him. It was amazing. I was like, shit, he is undertuned,
You
and then you did
smack
that.
into it with your spoon, and that's true.
That's
Yeah.
fucked up.
Okay, she's going to use a legendary action to chomp you.
I don't want that.
That's going to be a 21 to hit. Strength saving throw for you from you, please.
Yeah, okay. Natural sorting.
Okay, so you're not gonna eat,
Nice.
but you're going to take a shit ton of damage.
She can eat more than one person at a time.
25. 25 points of damage. She chomps into you. To break her up. You are being consumed into this this necrotic form.
Consumed.
I guess I'll continue to sing, even though I'm like sounding muffled and far away. Which will wait to load. Just one moment. I'm sorry about my phone. 1 second. I'm going to channel my bardly energy with this song, and from within her, this cacophonous explosion occur and waves out from all directions. It's not Thunderwave, but we'll get there. A drum, a flute, a horn, a lute, some crossbow bolts or needles to shoot. It's a 5 copper python, or is it said pitten? A vial of antidote in case you get bitten. Go right ahead, call the town guard. By the time they arrive, you'll be horribly scarred. I'm taking my stuff and I'm taking it free. Put down that axe, get away from me.
You're literally just harassing a shopkeeper.
Yes.
The entire song is about harassing a shopkeeper.
It tells a story. There's a nice little narrative in there if you're paying attention. I cast Destructive Wave.
Nice.
How does that work?
Each creature that I choose within 30 feet must succeed on a Constitution saving throw of DC 17 or take a large amount of damage and be knocked prone. A creature that succeeds takes half damage.
Con.
Could he choose creatures he can't see?
That'll be a 16.
So it's just the one.
Just the... Okay, so
You
it's
can
just,
see the
it's
one
just
you're
affecting
inside.
her and not the
Can't see
globules.
them. If seeing is a requirement, you wouldn't be able
But
to
I
see
didn't.
them.
I didn't hear. I didn't read C.
No, it's not that you see, so you can do it.
Yeah, and I just know that I want the magic to avoid my friends. So this will be the
big.
thunder damage. That's
Let's go.
5, 9, 13,
Let's go!
18, and then I'll leave that. And then this will be the... Yep, that's 5 of necrotic damage, and that'll be 11,
Wow.
17, 20, 1, 22 of the necrotic variety.
Why do you get the
That's
extra? Why is it both?
Because the spell is just 5d6 plus 5d6 radiant or necrotic, and I chose necrotic because she's been radiating out of the ass.
That's amazing. I had no idea.
You see as a massive burst of energy, she bulges out disgustingly, and she's gonna make a Constitution saving throw to see if she can keep you in, and she cannot. As Caprice is puked up next to Lufty, or not even puked up, it just rips out of the side of this.
Oh, hey,
You are
Caprice.
ejected.
And you're covered in just disgusting flesh.
Hey,
and remnants.
Lufty! Hi, Toa! Take an inspiration!
Okay.
Just Toa.
As that happens, as she sees that you've fallen out, this abomination is going to try to swallow you back up again in the last legendary action.
Ooh.
And I fail.
Just like when people do that, like spit drip.
And with that, it is a layer action, as all of the globules are going to.
Which
attack.
globules died?
Oh yeah, how many
These
did you
three.
kill?
These three.
And it also blasts out, and the necrotic shoots out and consumes the tumors.
That does good work.
There. And so we're going to do their advantage on Felix now.
Yes, they are.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Well.
no, it's a vicious cycle.
I believe it's called a death spiral.
17.
And it's shield.
Okay.
I cast shield. Finally, for once. It's not
Finally.
24
And
plus.
I
Are you
got
back
a double
awake?
2.
just
So
prone?
they both miss.
All right.
As they miss you, and these that love to roll, they don't roll natural ones, but they roll a lot of 2s. And who else?
Iris.
2 and Iris.
2 and Iris.
Just straight, right?
Yep.
One is going to be. Are you restrained still? No, you broke out.
No, I broke out.
Okay. One is going to miss, and the other's going to be 22 to hit.
Yeah, that 22 does hit.
Okay. So
Indeed it
this
does.
is bludgeoning.
Was I supposed to roll at the end of my turn for restraint?
Yes.
Strength?
7.
50 or higher. Got it.
10 points of bludgeoning damage, and you're restrained. Okay. With that, and then it is going to, you see as the pustules, as it's weakening, it is trying to maintain its form. All of this strange, horrible, silvery growth blast out through the room and completely flood it with this horrible silver light. I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Sweet lord.
On you say.
DC 15.
I don't think I hit it.
Crushed it. I've used Twister.
Oh, no, I got 17. We're good. Plus 10. I'm
15.
proficient in con.
I'm using my inspiration. Thank God. I got a 16.
I fail. I have an 8. Unless we twist it.
Twist it at least. Yeah,
Okay.
let's
It's the same disgusting thing, the pus in your eyes.
Worse.
As it increases, as you land, you're covered in flesh, and now you're blinded by the silvery globules.
Ah, fuck!
With that, it's Felix's turn.
What do you get for singing about
I
fucking
would
over that
use
fucking
half
bird?
my movement to
Still one
stand
more
up.
verse.
Okay.
And then, this thing doesn't look good. I'm going to use my Ring of Spell Storing to cast Immolation. It's 90 feet. So I need you to make a Dex 17 saving throw.
Wow. Dex, you say?
Yep.
Not enough. Not enough.
So it's going to take 8d6, and then on,
It burns, right?
yes, it does.
Fucking love that.
Which we'll get there. It's pretty good.
Wow. That's
gonna
a
be
very
10,
medium money.
20, 32 plus 5 is 37. 37 points of fire damage.
And
Yeah.
it's now on fire.
And it's on fire.
How would you like to do this?
Oh, wow.
Let's go.
I would say that, like, as I'm, like, batting these creatures off and I'm covered in disgusting mucus or whatever the hell I've been digested, I'm gonna stand up, get on one knee, and I'm gonna look at it, and I'm gonna say, no more! And I'm gonna snap my fingers, and then flames will start to lick up around it as it will be consumed in flames. And unfortunately, for whomever may have cared about this creature, if immolation kills it, it's reduced to dust.
Got it. Roger that.
So the flames consume it, the flames vanish, and then as a small breeze begins to blow, the particles just kind of move away and there's nothing left.
You do that, and as soon as you reach out, it lets out this horrible, disgusting, guttural, but deeply pained howl. As its entire body is consumed in flame. The smell is disgusting, and you hear its pustules popping as silver light is blasting through the flame. And as it starts to consume, you see that it finally loses its shape. The undead abomination before you is completely consumed in flame as it eats away all of the ruined, putrid flesh, as even its cracking bones are completely incinerated, as there's nothing left but a pile of ash that settles on the cavern floor.
I will immediately rush to the pile of dust. Felix, how could you do this? It was a child. And I am going to begin to start channeling channel divinity, and I'm going to appeal to Anubis to bring back this girl for her father.
Caprice
Yeah,
is
divine
blind,
intervention.
so he saw none of this, so he continues to sing. It's a fresh new robe or some common clothes. It's a jug or a
Caprice,
pitcher.
shut up!
Did we get it? Should we loot the body?
And yeah, I'm gonna appeal to Anubis and use divine intervention to try and bring her back, even if it's just the lifeless body, to at least give him something to be able to bury and to mourn.
Okay.
And I guess I have to roll a D100.
You roll D100.
Really,
Let's
really,
see
really,
let's
really
see
low.
divine intervention.
Oh boy.
It won't, but
So what are you
I'm
looking
sure
for?
gonna try. I'm looking for my level, which is 12 or lower, on a D100.
All right.
No.
Damn.
How do you do that?
You look at the one that's
So-
2 digits and add the one
Oh,
that's
yeah,
4
so
digits.
that's 65. Oh.
Nice.
So I would
Oh,
need
wait.
this and basically anything or one.
That happens so rarely. I didn't know how to do it.
And I will look down as the sands begin to settle, and I will just begin weeping over the dust.
You cry out to the power of Anubis. You beg him to aid you, to transform this pile of ash into a restored, living version of Fiona as you saw her, or at least presumed she was living when she was brought into that catatonic state. And you cry out to Anubis, and while you feel his presence, you know that he is locked in some sort of conflict presently. And after a moment of silence, as the cacophony of the sounds of battle finally die down in this echoing Nightbane cavern, the pile of ash remains. You see, through the cavern, all of the lycanthropes, men, women, children, who had been horribly agonized by this radiating horrible silver light, they just collapse to the ground exhausted in pain, but they are alive. But you see humans there, some wolves there, some hybrid lycanthropes around. It seems as if it's been constantly shifting them to all of their different forms in a horrible sense of petrifying, paralyzing agony. And now, finally relieved of that pain.
I'm going to pull a canopic jar out of my pack, because I'm just assuming with your permission that I have
Yeah, go
one.
for it.
And I will begin to start putting the remaining ash into the jar. It's an Anubis-headed canopic jar.
You do that. You're able to, I would say, if you take the next 10 minutes, and we'll say that for the 10 minutes you see that everyone is basically passed out, unconscious from the pain. You see the different tunnels now that you have a sense. You're no longer being escorted. You're free to yourselves now, alone, consciously, so to speak. And you see that the tunnels go off deep into the earth in all directions. And you wonder how far they go. You think about the mysterious goods that have been stolen from beneath the valley, or from the valley of Barovia that seemed impossible. You wonder, if unchecked, how many of these fleshy pustules could have spread and grown and continue to multiply.
I'd go over. Felix, are you okay?
I would just be leaning with my back up against the wall. I'm fine.
I know that that's not what you wanted to do, and if you had any other way, you wouldn't have done that the way that you did, but I don't blame you. And Iris won't either. She's just upset.
I overdid it. I didn't mean to.
You were dying. You were getting hit from all sides, and these things were disgusting. I don't blame you.
I thought we were all dying.
I don't think that there was any little girl left. I think had you not done that, it would have been a pile of goopy wolf.
There at least would have been something for her father to bury. And now there is nothing.
I think this is better than a horrific, grotesque
That is not up to you to
blob
decide.
of wolf.
It should have been up to the father. It is not Felix's fault. He could not have known.
But maybe it would be better that it's ash, it's dust, instead of the
It is not
distorted
better
body.
that we did it.
Oh, she's right. Iris is right.
They could have chosen to burn the body. They could have chosen to bring it to ash. That was not our choice to make.
It's my fault. There's a lot of power here, and I can't always control it. I made a mistake. I'm willing to own up to it. This wouldn't be the first time.
But I've said it many times. I am but a farrier of the dead. It is not up to me to decide who lives and dies. It is up to Anubis, and he has chosen that it is her time. And I cannot argue with that, as much as it pains me to do so.
We should make sure that everyone's okay. I mean, they're all alive, it seems. And I'll look around at all the wolves.
You'll see, and it's that tunnel off to the side that opens up into that broad main, or one of the central chambers of Nightbane Cavern that make effectively a city here. And you see that there are that there's bodies all over the ground. This horrible silver light. You have no idea, not being lycanthropes yourselves, how it could have felt. But they are moving, they're groaning, they're moving around. Some are starting to eventually get up.
Do we know their last names? If they had any last names of these people, like Fiona's last name.
So you know that Fiona's last name was Silverpine. Mm-hmm. So you know that Ivar and Fiona were Silverpine, and this is their pack. Or it's Ivar's pack.
Once I was finished filling the canopic jar, there's a small cartouche-like spot at the bottom, and I would use one of my claws to, in ancient Sakeshan, write out the symbols for Fiona Silverpine.
You're able to do that very, very easily.
Do we see Ivar anywhere?
So you look around, as I am going to...
Can we get eyes on Ivar?
You look around and you actually see that Ivar had pulled himself behind that natural rock formation that stands like a throne, and he's, for the sake of it, he basically pulled himself into this little nook.
He's in a nook.
So it's as if they were trying to hide from the light.
So he was trying to hide from the light, and you get the sense, but it was still bouncing off and still hitting him, but he was able to... Because I'm a hack DM, he's able to avoid all the AoE.
Same.
Yeah.
Hard same.
You know, you gotta figure out how you protect your, I thought I had it here. Okay. As you all stare down at the pile of ash of the monstrosity that was this poor young girl, Fiona, as her mournful father is just 30 feet away. You all level up!
Yes! I wonder what spell I'll take!
We're level 13!
Oh my gosh!
That's the same age as the girl who just died.
I have a knife!
That was so fucked up.
Mature stream.
Jesus Christ.
I am such a hack player, but I am taking this.
Oh, God.
It's okay, Nikki.
I love level 7. I'm a hack DM and a hack player.
I was telling Mike that I have, half my spellbook I've never even used. Because it's there's so many obscure bullshit things that, well, it might happen, and then it never does.
So
take whatever your heart's content.
Oh, I am, and I can't wait to use it.
You hear the groaning of... And as the Nightbane Cavern is starting to rally a little bit. What do you do?
I don't know. I feel bad about my choices.
Is he coming too?
You see, you hear him groaning, and you see kind of the shape from beyond this large.
I'm going to, with the canopic jar in my hand, I'm going to move immediately towards him. And as I get to him, does he seem wounded or just
No, he
befuddled?
basically just zapped and completely exhausted. It was just completely paralyzing, and he seems to be sick a little bit, but not, I would just say for the sake of it, not anything that needs immediate attention.
Okay. I could, though, yeah. I'll walk towards him and... I could get into some trouble, but whatever, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to use a 5th level spell slot. I'm going to cast Greater Restoration on him.
Okay.
So that he feels He feels full. He feels, some of the weakness and all of that goes away
I'll
from
say,
him.
I'll say,
as I know he's going to need it for the news that I bring.
That happens, and as you see Ivar. He is in his human form. His large mutton chops, black or dark gray with streaks of light gray, as he's just like, Fiona. And you manage to cast a greater restoration. And soon as you do that, he kind of shimmers with this golden light, and his eyes open wide, and he takes a deep breath as he sits up, and he blinks, and he looks up at you. He's almost looks bewildered, as if he can't believe what's just happened. And he looks and says, "What the fuck happened? Where's Fiona?"
I need you to calm yourself. I did not restore your strength for you to act out emotionally. You're going to need all your physical and emotional strength you can get. But you were tricked by the elves. They sent your daughter back. She was not alive when she entered this room. She had the stench of undeath about her. If it had not been for Felix, we might all have perished in this room. But in doing so, it reduced your daughter to ash. And I'm going to hold up the canopic jar. I've acquired her remains. And I provide you with this, though I know it cannot and never will be able to fill the hole in your heart for the loss that you have sustained this day. If there had been any way, any at all, I promise you, and I reach out and I'm going to grab him by the shoulder, I would have used all the power of my god to bring your daughter back to you.
I need to make a persuasion check at advantage.
Let's get some.
I'm going to use my Anubis dice for the first time. Thank you, Nose. Both wrote the exact same number, and it's not good.
Oh, the first roll.
You said persuasion?
Mm-hmm.
14. God, these are so cool.
As you speak to him, he lifts himself up. He has
I still love it.
the leathers of a hunter, and he kind of scrapes against the side of this natural rock formation that he has made his throne. As he leans back, he just listens without a word, and his eyes are very distant. He just stares at the stone ground as you speak to him, and he doesn't look at you as you finish. He continues to look at the stone ground, and he says, "That fucking thing wasn't my daughter."
No, it was not. And if you will it, I could damper your emotions. But if you want my opinion, I think you need to feel them.
I'm going to be honest with you, kitty cat. As soon as she was taken by those fucking vultures, I knew deep down I was never going to see her again.
But you found hope, because you were a leader of people, and a good one. And you did what you had to.
You know what I fucking did.
Yes, I do.
Because I couldn't fucking accept it. You know what I did.
I do. And I do not judge you for it. For if I had been in your position, and any of those that I love, you see them here in this room. My friends, my family. If I had been in your position, I would have made the same choice. The choice you have before you is to fight. Is to join up with those that you might deem your enemy, make amends, and create a font of power far stronger than what they would expect of you. To temper your rage, temper your hate. Put past squabbles behind you and be a leader. For Fiona, do not let what they have done to her, do not let that be in vain. And trust, I hope, that you believe me when I say we would have done anything we could have to bring her back to you, Holt. And though we cannot, we will do everything that we can to avenge her. And all of those that have been taken.
Maybe persuasion should get advantage for me.
Nose, do not let me down.
Don't fuck me, Nose.
Don't fuck me
This goes
down.
poorly. It's your fault.
Oh, it did. Oh, that dice rolled beautifully. You said persuasion?
Yep.
22. Wait, is that... Yes, 22.
He still does not meet your gaze. As he slowly stands up, he places his hand against the... What is it, stalactite or mite?
Mites go up, the tights go down.
So mite, the stalagmite, I knew that.
C for ceiling.
Mites go up, and tights
yeah.
go down.
He
G for ground.
puts his arm against, his hand against the
Stalag
stalagmite.
is ground.
And
Hold on. Stalagmite. Stalactite.
So mites go up, tights go down.
So, yes. So C and G. Ceiling and ground.
That's how I always knew it.
Yes. Stalactites has a C for ceiling.
You make your
That's what I'm
tights
saying.
also.
No, that's
good
what I'm
enough.
trying to tell Kelty.
We're in agreement.
Yes, I'm not arguing with you.
I think we're on the same page.
Can you please stop trying to loot the ash?
What happens
There's
in the
no
world of
vorpal
Evantress,
source.
So
right?
in the world of
Reese loves
Evantress, he places his hand on the stalagmite as he steadies himself as he looks at the canopic jar, and he just grabs it from you. And he says, Ivar Silverpine will never let go of hate. Anger and rage. That's mostly what I fucking am. But I am more than fucking happy to direct it at those fucking knife ears. Those fucking vultures. That tricked me to do terrible fucking things. I understand that it's a fucking cliche. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. But I don't even have enough room in my heart or my soul to give a fuck about those feathers anymore. I'll let them do what they do in their little mansions with their Taroka cards and spirit boards and all of the strange occult bullshit they do. If they pledge to stop interfering with our pack, let us hunt to where we need to, then there can be a truce amongst the lycanthropes and the humans of Barovia. We just want to survive. We just want to live.
And you should be allowed to do that. I believe, if you will accompany us, we can arrange for some kind of truce.
You think they're not going to cut off my fucking head the second I
I would
show
like
my
to
face?
see them try. You are under my protection. They raise their arm against you. They raise their arm against me as well. And I will make sure they know it. I cannot speak for my friends, but I hope, and I'll look between all of you, that we are in agreement on this.
Yeah, well, she's my BFF, so if they try to hurt her, I would help.
All right.
I got
As he
you.
finally turns,
I love you.
he finally turns and looks at you. As he looks down then at the canopic jar in his hand, and he takes his hand and he looks at the pile of ash inside. He places it back on, and he holds it. He puts it, hands it out to you. I appreciate the gesture, but that wasn't my little girl. These ashes are of a fucking abomination.
I'll take it from him.
If you want to do whatever burial rites that you people do, That's between you and your God. But I thank you.
I thank you as well.
And you can see that he's very shaken. But there's a level of raw willpower reining him in, where you get the sense of probably why he's a good leader, especially for a pack of lycanthropes, where you can feel his spite and hatred radiating inside of him. But you can see now that it is confined and focused and driven. As he lets out another breath, and he says, as much as I want to, I don't have fucking time to grieve. My people need my help, and I'm going to help them. Make sure everyone's okay. Just keep distributing the food that you provided for us, and I thank you again for that, and the more you want to create, the more we will take. Take this. And he reaches to his side, and he pulls out a large iron key, flips it around, and hands it to you.
I'll take it.
Your monster hunter is in the cells in the far end of the cavern. She's yours to do what you will. She will not be happy.
Well, I can fix that. Whether she likes it or not.
Good luck. Her trinkets are just in the cell next door. She can have them.
We'll give them to Toa, if you don't mind. And
I can
at least
carry
until
them.
we know she will not turn them against us.
It's not you I'm worried about. And she has every right to use her little whip on me, but until I see Castle Gloomvale burned to the fucking ground and the head of the Carrion King on a fucking pike, there's no time for that.
No, there's not, but we should take the evening. Don't you think? Feed these people. Allow them one night of rest. And then head out in the morning.
Whatever we can do to help.
What time is it?
I don't remember.
Like midday. It's like midday.
It's like past. I would say with everything that's been going on, it's probably approaching dusk. I would say it's either dusk or towards evening.
If you think we have the time to spare, I know that there's lots of bad stuff happening.
Yes, there is. But we have an entire evening's worth of at least talking to this monster hunter and convincing them to essentially align and walk side by side with Ivar. We cannot do that in 30 minutes, in an hour. And I'm exhausted physically and mentally. I would like a night's rest.
Well, either way, we should let Fiona out of her cell.
Yes, we should. But we must be prepared to shackle her if need be.
Hopefully we don't have to do anything that unpleasant.
No, I completely agree. I'm sure she's had a horrible time being caged up. But we don't have the time for her to be emotional.
I think between
And
the both
reckless.
of us, we'll be able to guide her in the right direction.
That is my hope. I can at least dampen her feelings, and hopefully you can do whatever it is you do, as long as you don't turn her mind to mush.
No promises.
She's free to leave. She doesn't have to stick around. I'm gonna go tend to my people. Thank you. You can have whatever we have. There's not much.
We don't need what you have. You need what you have. And I will use another spell slot to create more food.
Heyo.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Big
Hey.
One M40 and the Spider Gaming. Thank you very much for the follow.
Thank you.
Welcome on in.
Welcome.
As he walks
Hello.
past, as he looks at the remnants of this, and he says, "We were incredibly lucky, and it looks like the Barovians are lucky too that you were here. That thing would have been unstoppable otherwise. And he turns as he walks away from his throne room and he looks up at the statue of Mother Night and he spits on the ground and then continues to go deeper into the Nightbane Cavern and tend to his people. You see him lifting up some of the guards and some of the other folks that you had seen as they started then tending to the children, passing out food, making sure that everyone's okay. You're all able to gather and congregate alone in this chamber. And you have the iron key that goes to the cells.
He's not wrong. Old Scratch is telling the truth. These people would have been obliterated if we hadn't been here.
Yes, I know. And we were not faring so well against that entity, that creature.
No, that was some serious biz. We're dealing with some devious and powerful foes.
And I think that he was right. I have questioned Anubis' choice not to allow a child to return, but that thing was not his daughter.
Does Caprice know that about the struggle that your god's going through right now? I don't think that he does.
I've basically explained everything I know, but we don't really know what's going on with him, just that it's become harder and harder to communicate with him.
Caprice will just nod and look serious.
Well, they have food, water. Not good food, but it's not bloody at least. We should go talk to the monster hunter.
Oh, we should. I think it was just back that way.
Yes. You have her things?
Oh, well, it's. I think her things are back there too.
No, he said they were in the other direction over there in the corner.
Oh. I go and get her things.
They were the cell next to hers.
Oh.
So.
Great.
Oh, well, let's just go to both cells and then we'll...
This is really unnecessary to be talking about.
You make your way
Being
through
very selfish.
Nightbane Cavern, and you see that the werewolves are recovering slowly. No, there were no casualties, it seems. Some people are still very ill and sick, and some wave at you. You see that same small child that had peeked at you from behind their mother, and they give you a wave as there's appreciation there. Especially, honestly, less so from saving them from a horrible undead flesh abomination, but more so of all of the bread, all of the food that has been provided, and they're tearing into it like wild animals. As you make your way through, no one tries to stop you anymore. You see that there are several guards stationed in the one chamber of this cavern that houses the cells, but you see that they get a little impatient and they just go and just say fuck it and run off to get some food. And they leave you as you see that there's this very small chamber with several portions that have been carved into very clearly by some pretty crude implements, just some basic pickaxes probably, with iron bars and some makeshift gates built into them. And you see one side there's several shelves of contraband, and you see as you walk past it, you see that there is what looks like a gleaming, brilliant chain whip of some kind with a spiked ball at the end. You see several silver axes. And you see a full bandolier completely filled with silver knives, and you see a very large symbol. It seems to be silvered and bladed, but it's circular and with a sun design, and a red gem in the middle. It's pretty large, and you see several vials and bottles all in this one shelf. And as you make your way to the other to the cell at the end, beside it, you see a human woman. She has this coarse dark hair, and she looks up at you with these piercing dark eyes as soon as you walk into view. Despite her being in the cell for who knows how long. It's been several days, it seems. She has just this energy to her. Then she seems to have actually been relatively well fed, despite the state of the people in this cavern that you've seen. And she's wearing a leather armor, and they seem to have just removed her weapons and thrown her into this cell. There's no, her hands and her feet are not bound, as she's sitting on a wooden stool, and you see there's a small table where there's some crumbs of a meal and a wooden cup, as this very clearly Vistani woman looks up at you. And she seems to, her eyes are filled with venom and hatred as she snaps to look at your direction. And then she has a sudden moment of realization and surprise as 5 non-werewolves show up to face her. What is this?
Hello there. My name is Capriccio de Sesto. You can call me Caprice. I believe you to be Sophiana, is that correct?
Yes, it is. Are you here to kill me?
No, we're not. I imagine that comes as something of a relief, but we are not here to...
Did they capture you too?
No. We've made allies, friends of sorts. With the wolves, werewolves who have captured you. And
see how we're on the outside and you're on the inside?
We're here to talk to you and sort of come to an understanding in the ways of what's going on and give you a little context of how things have changed over the last 24 hours, and they'll eventually lay you out of that cell.
She surveys all of you. And
we were sent here by Von Zorovich. Was that his name?
Yes, Alexei.
We were sent here by Alexei to
Count.
procure you, and we have done so.
The Count has made an alliance with these beasts.
No, not
After everything
yet.
they've done.
No, not yet, but we hope so soon.
You have to understand that we, I don't know if you could hear from yourself, but there was a terrible catastrophe.
A kerfuffle.
A kerfuffle of sorts.
I think it was
Great
worse
word,
than
thank
the
you.
kerfuffle.
I'm with Toa. That's a pretty mild word.
Well, I guess it depends on what the definition of a kerfuffle
And I
is.
think it depends on where you come from.
Ignore my friends. The point is that these werewolves have been doing wrong. They've been doing bad things, without a doubt.
They've been kidnapping our children.
They've been doing so with misinformation. They've been guided to take those actions. They're starving. These are not intrinsically evil creatures. These are people like yourself and like me. They're trying their best to survive and to live their own lives. And when we finally got a chance to talk to Old Scratch, Ivar, if you know him, he
Old Scratch.
that's his name.
That is his name.
He's not Young Scratch anymore. Fuck. All right. Anyway,
There's just
Sophiana.
something about the way he describes things that's just inherently comical. I can't get behind this. Just keep going.
It's just generic.
It's like you have a very serious conversation with Ivar, and you let Caprice talk to fucking Sophiana. This is what happens.
I don't think I asked you to.
Anyways,
We just haven't figured out how to stop you yet. No, I'm just kidding.
Where was I? Old Scratch. We were just starting to get into his good graces to try and make sure that no more bad acts would happen. And then all of a sudden, there was something of a deception. His daughter, who had been missing for a long time, arrived and transformed into a nightmare monstrosity that we had to burn to ash. And it would have killed all of the werewolves and left you to starve to death in the cell had we not intervened and been able to take care of the creature. They're still recovering, and we're here to talk to you and get a sense of where you're at, and ultimately we're here to get you out of this cell. Very
Make a
specific.
persuasion check. Straight.
Ooh.
Oh!
Nobody else. If anybody's gonna do it, I should say it's old Capricci.
It's old Capriccio.
yeah.
Capriccio.
As a bard.
But you can call me
Hey,
Capricci.
Gabagool.
The gabagoo.
I rolled a 2, so that'll be an 18.
My man.
Are you shitting me?
You,
Good old Bard
and she
vibes.
thinks for a moment, and there is true venom and hatred, and you actually see that the venom and hatred in her eyes is not dissimilar to what you saw in Ivar's.
Two sides of the same coin.
As she looks at you and says,
Sorry.
"So, what happened to his daughter is what happened to mine."
I will look towards her and say, before you finish that thought, had the elves taken your daughter and told you they would return her in exchange for his, would you have done it?
Make a persuasion check.
Got her.
Damn.
Fucking got her.
Holy cow.
That one, the DM.
That's the smile of a nice dice roll.
28. Oh no, persuasion you said. 26.
Oh no, that's terrible.
Poultry. How dare you?
We're useless. Iris is just owning this entire cavern.
When you get trapped in a logic trap by a player, she pauses and she thinks for a split second, and then she snaps her eyes to you, and she says, without hesitation,
And that is what he's done. They took his child. They took her. And they said they would give her back if they procured children for them. And so he did it. Same as you would. Same as any of us in this room would have done. The difference is, he had to watch his daughter turn to ash in front of his face. You were saved at sight. You do not have to live with the memories of your child being turned into a horrific monstrosity. He has paid for what he has done. Now is not the time for petty squabbles, because what has transpired cannot be undone. But what can be done is a fight for vengeance, a fight for justice. He has given us this key willingly, knowing that you may make your way into that room while he is in pain, in agony, and in grief over the loss of his daughter. And you could. I would stop you, or at least try. But I hope that I will not have to. I hope that somewhere in your heart there is an understanding that we would all have done the same. And I will walk towards the cage, and I will unlock it. And with that, he has granted your freedom.
she stands up the second that you open the door. And she narrows her eyes and says, "These are godless beasts. But if the Morning Lord wills me to be here, and wills you to be here, then he must wish his divine fire to burn those that have done this to me, to us, and to these godless beasts. Their goat-headed abomination that they serve." Are you all godless?
No. Far from it.
Then you will know what justice I wish to bring.
Yes. And tonight I will pray for the ones you have lost, and hope that my God will watch over them in death.
And I will pray for my Valeska. If there is any mercy in his morning light, then she will not survive the journey to wherever they were taking her. And she moves to step past you.
I'll let her.
She she steps past you and she sees all of her effects in the next chamber, and she extends her hand, expectant of the key.
I'll pass it to her.
She does it and immediately unlocks the door, flings it open, and you see her immediately. She takes the two axes, puts them at her side. She grabs the whip, she coils it up and puts it, and she puts on the bandolier of blades. And you see there's all sorts of leather straps that she starts tying these vials and bottles to, and they all just seem to be with this. They look like water. It just looks like water. And then she grabs that circular disc with the sun design, and she grabs it and sticks it kind of on her lower back in a sheath. And her whole outfit seems to have been made to really just accommodate all of the effects that she has, all of these weapons. And she does it lightning fast, as she then turns to all of you and says, I'm going to go home. I'm going to see my family. I will not bring my whip to any of these beasts, but I am not going to break bread with them.
We would not ask you to. But I will ask one more thing.
Yes.
We will be bringing Ivar to meet with
Alexei.
Lord. Yes,
Count.
I feel Count von Zarovich. And our hope is that there will be some sort of truce. These monsters, as you call them, simply want to live in peace. They want a land that is their own and theirs alone, for them to hunt. Not on you, but on the animals that live within. They simply want to live. And I hope that should Count von Zarovich agree to such terms, that you would respect that. And you would leave them to whatever peace they can find.
She stops as soon as you mention. You can tell that she's just moving past you, getting ready to do that. As soon as you mention Count von Zarovich, she stops. And she listens to you, and then she just nods, not really turning back. But then she says, Alexei used to be filled with the fire of a true believer in the morning, Lord. And it's gotten soft as he is aged. I'm sure Ivar will get everything he wants from him.
This is not about being soft. This is about greater evil. You didn't see the creature that we just fought. They're some evil fucks. We're all aligned.
That is why I'm going to leave. I'm going to go home to the camp. I will not raise my weapons against these beasts. And as long as our common goal is to bring about the destruction of Zaragoza, the Carian King, and Castle Gloomvale, then for a time, we will walk side by side. And as much as I disagree with Alexei these days, I will follow what he commands. And she just walks and leaves you behind. And you see that there's this a lycanthrope, one of the guards, that has great big bushy beard, and just crumbs are all in it. And he's completely just wolfing down this loaf of bread. And he gets a little scared as she steps past completely confidently, and he just finishes eating and watches her leave. And you hear her boot falls on the stone floor of this cavern echo as she leaves Nightbane Cavern.
Well,
All right.
She was very intense. I thought about telling her about this book I read as a young girl. It was, I believe it's called Twilight, and it was about vampires and werewolves, and they joined together to defeat evil foe.
Oh.
And they were only successful because they chose to join together.
I've only seen the first one.
Seen? Yes, Mage Image.
Oh, no. There was a play version.
Lovely. I never saw it. It never came to Sket.
Oh, well. You'll have to tell me how it ends. Spoilers.
Yes, there was a strange, quickly growing baby. Made me quite uncomfortable.
Really?
Yes.
That seems like quite a turn. Anyways,
It was.
I'm glad that she didn't want to cause any violence. I was a little worried when we just sort of let her take the things.
Yeah, well, I don't really trust her. That she said, well, I won't cause violence now, but then, I don't know. It was just like, well, maybe later, who knows?
She's not our concern.
I mean, things kind of turned out the best we could have hoped for, given the circumstances.
I know she has a kid, but do we know who the potential husband or father is? No, if she's available, I would suggest that we introduce her to Ravioli. They seem like
Are you trying to play matchmaker currently in this moment?
It just occurred to me while we were talking. You did a fantastic job, by the way. That went about as well as I could have expected or hoped.
I can feel her pain. I can feel both of their pain. I thought of little Thomas back in Saket. And though he was not mine, he is mine now.
Thank you, Goldfinch, for resubscribing.
Thank you for the
Thank you,
resub.
3 months. There we go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I think he's sort of doing his own thing, and we don't need to, bring him back into all of this.
Once all this blows over and we've taken care of the chained god and what have you, I figure, that's when we'll be able to all settle down and get to know each other and find some peace, happiness, family.
That would be nice.
That sounds terribly boring.
I want it very much. Peace and quiet.
I could use a little boring.
As could I, Caprice. That is one of the wisest things you've ever said.
I've been feeling a little wiser, to be completely honest.
Felix, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm alright. You saved me, and I'm okay. I'll be a little sore tomorrow, but I'll come around.
I meant your heart. It's what happened to the small one.
And then all of the horrible mental abuse that you inflicted upon him afterwards.
But I didn't.
Oh. Yeah, so just what you did then. Yeah.
It's fine. You think it gets easier, but it doesn't. I just wanted to make sure everyone was safe.
You're very strong. And you said something to me that if I can be frank, I feel to be false. You've said there is power within you that you are not strong enough to control. You are far stronger than you believe. And I think we are lucky to have you. Very lucky. For though my heart hurt for him in that moment, without you, I don't think any of us would be standing here now. You made the right choice, and Anubis agrees.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
And I think Lufti was right, too. I think it was better that we brought his daughter to him in that state than what could have been.
Thanks. Thank you.
You can stop sidling up to me like that, Lufti.
What? I wasn't doing anything.
You know that's what I do when I'm comfortable.
What?
If you had a tail, you'd be whipping it back and forth.
What?
Caprice, that could be a song for you. I whip my tail back and forth. I whip my tail back and forth.
Did she give back the iron key? I've accidentally locked myself in the cell.
Oh, do I think she did?
No, she did not, Caprice.
We'll never forget you.
Well, it's the end of the road for old Caprice.
I mean, if we just, take a short 8-hour nap, I can just... And we'll have it open in no time.
Do we need to do more this evening?
I hope not. I'm really hungry and really tired.
Well, though Anubis could not do much for the girl, he has given me something. And, for what it's worth, I'm really tired of sleeping on the ground. And I'm going to cast my Celestial Temple. And in front of you, I'm going to reach my hand out and you're going to see the dirt on the ground begin to convalesce into golden sand. And in front of you is a mirage of a beautiful oasis.
Damn.
I love it.
In the very center, there's a small waterfall and a beautiful sparkling pool with a limestone walkway that is flanked by essentially sphinx that look like Anubis. Or actually, we'll just do Anubis in his hunched form, as they essentially guard the walkway that leads to a beautiful golden temple. Behind it, in the shifting sands, just almost a silhouette, are 3 large pyramids.
Wow.
Caprice
Well-
looks back at the entry to his magnificent mansion. He's just like, fuck. I didn't take that.
That's why I said I'm a hack. I'm like, ooh, I have a cleric's magnificent mansion. That's happening.
We leave Caprice until the next
Because
morning
there's
when
literally-
Felix can prepare knock and get him out.
Guys?
There is literally no way that Iris would have the ability to live in a beautiful palace every single night and wouldn't take it.
Obviously.
Duh.
Obviously.
And
But
so,
does it physically build the
I think
temple?
it physically builds a temple, doesn't it?
I'm pretty sure it works just like.
No, I think that
Magnificent
literally
Mansion.
a pyramid will explode into this cavern, killing ourselves
So we'll
and
say you can
every
go
single
outside.
werewolf.
I will tell you what it does right now.
Because I know when Bargrim had it, I literally
Yeah.
built like. It
Yes, no, yeah.
So
we have to go outside.
We'll say you guys go out.
Oh yeah, we gotta go.
Trying to eat me, Brit!
I'm watching from behind the bars of the cell.
Oh, guys! Oh, they're being crushed! Oh! You all get turned into Boogle butter.
No. I reject that notion.
I could go for a
I will
pack
say
of Googles right
there's
now.
plenty of open space away towards, because you're basically the base. You're in the foothills of the mountains.
It doesn't provide us anything more, so Magnificent Mansion is still better, but it's at least a beautiful temple.
I didn't
and
take it.
We can take baths and we can sleep on nice beds.
I will say that you're able to enter
Iris gives herself a
a
throne.
large sandstone temple or whatever, exactly how it described is what you see. As soon as you enter, all of the windows project all sorts of the beautiful
Sakashian Desert.
Sageshan Desert and pyramids. It's like the fucking cover art of Power Slave by Iron Maiden. It's some glorious shit on there. Great statues, and you're all able to enter this space, and you feel at peace. You feel that presence of Anubis that you feel when Iris is constantly saving your lives with her magic. You feel that presence constantly in this space.
Hey, Toa!
And this is clearly a temple to Anubis.
Yes.
I climb to the top of the pyramid. Hey, Toa!
Yes?
Do you know why an ass crack goes up and down and not left to right?
Oh, no, wow, I've never learned that.
So that when you do this, it doesn't go and I slide down the pyramid.
They really thought of everything. Wow.
Wow.
That's really cool. I'm
That's
so
a
glad it
terrible
didn't
joke.
go...
Terrible.
And you see,
Terrible.
and you're all able to enter this temple.
Incense.
So what happens after the spell ends? Does it just go away?
Yeah, it just goes away. I mean, I could do it in the same spot for a year and the temple is there, but Iris wouldn't do that until she gets to a place that she would call her home.
Right.
So this place will crumble in 24 hours? Like what
Yeah, it'll
happens?
just disappear. Just
It'll
fades.
fade like a
fade into a mirage.
Ooh, Maharaja.
I would enter the temple and immediately just strip myself of clothing and run to whatever seems like a nice warm bath or pool or any source of water.
Easily able to find both of those things.
I'd be frolicking.
When in Sakesh.
It's Saket.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said Sakeshin.
Ooh.
Sakeshin, yes.
I assumed that.
T-I-A-N.
I really don't know enough about your history.
No, you don't. But now that we're here, I can talk to you about it.
I am interested.
Come with me to my throne room.
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am.
So do we all each have our own room?
Yeah, I'll
So there's
say-
a place to take bait.
Yeah,
baths and
there's like a
things?
beautiful. It's more like a bathhouse.
Oh, okay.
And so it's like beautiful, sparkling pools of crystal clear water. There's I would say an oasis outside and kind of like the garden area.
As soon as you were to welcome
Beautiful.
us in, I would.
Thanks, Mike, you're the
Felix would immediately head for this bathhouse area and
But
basically.
there's
go soak.
definitely ways to have like privacy in the bathhouse.
He would
you
try
don't have
to
to be like
steam and soak.
wiener out in front of Lufty if you don't want to be.
Nice.
I believe it's
Wiener
pronounced
out in front
Wang
of you,
Jang.
though.
I would. Felix would attempt to basically steam bathe in the hottest area that he could, and just go meditate in the steam and rinse the horrific goo off of him.
Make sure you do not wear your shoes in the temple, please. And there are vestments, linens in your cupboards. So dress appropriately. You're in God's house now.
Noted, of course. Thank you for this, Iris. Really.
I feel attacked.
I'll take my sandals off.
I'll take one of the linens and wrap it around my head and just stay fully.
I think I would just go. I would like get settled in my room, and I would just sort of meditate, like kneel down and take out my figures and just sort of meditate and pray.
Are you really praying to someone else in Anubis' house?
Someone delacing my shoes.
I'm not there, so I wouldn't see that.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't see.
But
that.
I feel like I know
Your
it.
ears are burning almost.
He wouldn't know that it might be disrespectful. Like, I'm not really praying. You know what I mean? They're more like it's more spiritual than religious. You know what I mean? Kind of different. I'm reflecting on the wind spirits.
Is it really?
I am so thrilled about a bath, but I do follow you into the throne room after taking approximately 23 minutes to remove both of my boots.
What do you have, thigh highs on? What are you wearing?
Look at my art. Look at
I was
my
gonna
art.
say, look at like Vandross's art. He's got like boots up to his knees.
Crossroad styled, laced,
Exactly right.
No king
They're
shaming.
like fantasy boots.
That's exactly right.
They take some
Somebody's
time.
fantasy,
They take some
sure.
time. I doff the shoes. They are doffed.
Yowza. They have pointy heels.
Only if I
You
want them
all
to.
are able to enjoy that, and it feels very warm and pleasant. Do you have any sense of what's happening outside of
Yeah, like it's it's a real structure that's created.
Okay.
So it's not like Magnificent Mansion where we couldn't see.
You're
what's
not in a
going
pocket
on.
dimension.
Yeah. Like anyone could come in here. We get a lot of benefits if they choose
You
to.
can like break down the door, like you could be attacked.
But it's like a it's not like we can see through the walls or something. Like it's a
No, like if
building.
we're in it's a
windows.
building, so like we could still hear what was going on. Like we could hear if someone was entering the structure, that kind of thing.
Are there any magical benefits that Caprice could take advantage of in RP?
Yes. Let me.
I just
I
have
will
the
just
craziest
tell
deja
you.
vu. You know when you get deja vu and you think it's an omen of doom, something terrible is going to happen? Is that
It
anybody
is.
else?
It's going to happen.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I'm just like, what
Kidding.
the fuck is
What's
going
gonna
on?
happen next, Mike?
I don't know. Well,
You
this
know.
will happen.
You
and
felt
I,
it.
You know, I don't say.
Echoes
I don't know,
of
I'm
time
just like
in your
fucking-
brain.
I might need
Sure,
that
everything's
later.
gonna
I
be
have thoughts to
fine.
share with you.
Let's do that.
I had to tinkle.
You don't have to share every time.
Oh, the temple does oppose types of creatures I choose when I cast the spell. Choose
like a
one or
fortress.
more of the following. So celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead. I would definitely do undead, fiends, fae, and probably even elementals.
just everything.
I would keep celestials because I don't see why she wouldn't.
Oh, yeah, it's
Just in case, Anubis wanted to send someone
case
to
an
talk
angel
to me.
shows up.
So everything.
Hey, it's
so
a planetary.
those ones are completely barred from entering. Or if they try to, they have to make a charisma saving
They can
throw.
force their way in, right?
Even if it enters the temple, it's hindered. If it makes an attack roll, or ability check, or a saving throw, it must roll a d4 and subtract that automatically.
Nice.
The sensors that are created within this thing, or sensors created by divination spells, can't appear inside the temple. And the creatures within can't be targeted by divination spells. Whenever any creature in the temple regains hit points from a spell of first level or higher, the creature regains additional hit points equal to your
shit.
wisdom modifier. So every time you
shit.
heal, you gain an extra 5.
Wow.
So if we were to have like a fight in the
It is
temple,
physical. It can't be dispelled by dispel magic.
Wow.
An anti-magic field has no effect on it. A disintegrate spell destroys the temple instantly.
that's unfortunate for you. I know disintegrate. If I accidentally was like, oh
I could just cast it the next day. But
After
yeah,
she
that would
believed
suck.
in your power.
no! Yeah, I know. Well, I let it get away from me. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that's what it does.
That's tight.
Thank you.
That's
And how long
badass.
does it take to cast?
Oh yeah, I guess I should have looked at 1 hour.
I was
So it took me
saying,
1 hour
way
to
more
do,
than
but
an
it lasts
hour.
for 24 hours.
Tight.
So we're entering like late night now, and I want to take a bath. Did you?
Oh, so I told you like legends and lore from Saket.
You find me
basically
continuing to
just
steer
like-
you back to the story of Twilight so that I can find out what happens in the second and third check.
And I continually get distracted. I start reading you some of the Sakeshian glyphs on the walls and ceilings and explaining to you about the Pantheon and the other gods. But then we do divulge back into like giggling fits about Twilight. And I do eventually explain the entire story to you.
Is that also in hieroglyphics and stuff on the wall?
No.
Oh, it's not.
That was a book that was imported from Bargist.
That's too bad. I was going to point at the wall and be like, and this is the scene where Muse really regretted licensing that particular piece.
Oh, do you mean the muses from Delphinus?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yes.
No joke. That's actually one of my favorite Muse songs. That's
It is amazing.
It's so
such
fucking
a good
But I don't think they wanted it
and
for
it's
vampire
really,
baseball.
It's really wasted on glitter baseball.
That is.
I'm glad I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
I know because I just rewatched.
What they're trying to say is that Muse is a great band.
Muse is a phenomenal
That's actually
band.
the only song
Bands
of
aren't
theirs I
allowed
like.
to be that good.
Really?
And I think it's because the rest of their music isn't really like that song. That
That's
song
true.
is so different from
That's
everything else they do. And so that movie set an expectation for what Muse was
That's
for me,
fair.
and I was severely disappointed.
That's very fair.
I think if I had not listened to that song first, I probably would have liked the
Yeah.
band.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. Touche. Well played. Understood.
Anything else before?
Does Caprice ever make it to
But
the bathhouse?
both Caprice and I would eventually
Okay.
make it to the bathhouse.
I'm
Yeah,
still there.
covered in goo.
We're like
so.
giggling like 15-year-old girls talking about Jacob and Edward.
It's been hours and I'm still there.
I would join
Just
in the
like
evening.
soaking, steaming,
So it's like late at night at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
meditating, trying to cleanse my body.
The only lights that
soul.
flicker through the temple are the lights of the braziers filled with flames and the incense that kind of fills the space with smoke, and the moon that's overhead. Even though it would be dark here covered in trees, the landscape around it is more of a desert, and so you can see it shimmering and shining off of the golden sand.
Very cool. Yes, I would just join everybody else once I was done sort of meditating. And,
Oh, this feels lovely. I have missed this. I thought to myself I'd forgotten what it felt like to be Sakeshian. Oh, it feels like home.
this is very comfortable.
Yes, oh, it is.
Are there any ice cream sundaes, maybe?
What?
Do they have like ice cream sundaes in this temple?
No, this temple does not create food or water for you.
Oh, all right. I just figured it was worth asking.
What are we baby?
There are things that you can house something like a cold cream, but you would have to procure the cold cream yourself.
Understood. So in the morning we need to go to the Order of the Feather? Is that what we're doing?
It feels like a month since we talked about this. I don't remember.
I think back, and the feather that he was talking about,
We're the keepers of the feather.
the Keepers of the Feather,
Yes.
and so they have agreed to ally with, or create a truce with the Keepers of the Feather. And do we
And the
know-
Barovians. So you
And the
don't know
Barovians.
they've agreed to that, but you don't know necessarily
How the
that-
Barovians
how,
feel about it.
how that's happening.
Right.
Yeah, and we also need to go back to.
Sorry.
No. Wow, we also need to go back to the camp and tell them the Beastwood's okay now. And I mean, I left some music for them. It was very violent. We probably should stop that from happening. Also.
Well, hopefully they're not singing it tonight.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get some rest. It's been a long day. Good night.
Are you sleeping here? In the bed?
No, I'm gonna go to my room.
All right.
It's a very nice room. Thank you for building it out of nothing. It's very impressive.
I'll just stare at Toa.
I wish I could do that. Anyway, good night.
Can I
And I
tell
quickly
us?
get up and I'll dry off and I'll go to my room and go to bed.
The towel is not quite.
It's like a loincloth, which is not so different than what else he wears.
Next time you wrap a towel around your waist, I recommend instead of folding it in, fold it out. It actually is considerably more. Anyways.
You're all gonna enjoy a long rest. Or?
All right.
Yeah, I would.
I would eventually
I
make my
would
way back
bathe
to my room.
for as long as I felt like it, and then eventually make my way to the princess suite.
Okay.
Love that.
I need to know.
Oh, and before I go, Felix, this temple is lovely, if I do say so myself, but it is not impenetrable. Would you mind setting up an alarm around the perimeter to make sure that we are safe?
Yeah, of course. I'll do it before I go to bed.
Thank you.
And I would have stayed up much later than I normally would, like just thinking about things. And then before I go to bed, I would alarm the perimeter of the premise. I would have extra alarmed my room and maybe even our, the inside of the doors to my friends' rooms. And then I would go to bed.
Could you alarm around the entrance to the cave?
Yeah, I can do it. I can do anything, right? So I ritually cast it.
Iris would have mentioned that to you too.
Totally.
To just make sure to protect them.
Yeah, it's just a matter of 10 minutes per cast because I would ritually cast it as many times as I need and just really make sure I got
5
it.
hours.
Yeah, which is fine.
Yeah.
I don't care. Felix is like, fuck it.
You do that.
What else is good for it?
Eventually, you make it back, Felix, and you all enjoy a long rest.
Thank God.
However, Felix,
Uh-oh.
in the early hours of the morning, you wake in a sweat as you hear a ringing alarm in your head. The threshold has been crossed in the temple, and you can sense that there has been something that has entered.
Without even hesitating, I would wake up, grab my knife. No, not dressing, wearing whatever vestments were given to me by Iris, and opening the door and going to the direction of. I would know where.
Yeah, it's crossed the main door of the threshold. So the big temple doors at the front.
I would go immediately there and see if I can see what's going on.
You do that
quietly.
You rocket through. You're running as quickly as possible, and you almost slide into the main entrance hall of the temple, and you see a man standing there. He seems to be dressed in long gray and silver robes with a strange hat that goes down to his shoulders all the way up into a bizarre hat that wraps around, and this man turns to you, and you just see a mask of silver, completely featureless. Does
this creature see me?
He turns to look at you, and it just stares at your face, and you see the face of what looks like a man looking at you, but it's very clearly a porcelain mask.
And I've never seen anything like this before.
No. In his hand, you see that there is a strange silver lantern that's circular, and it's radiating a strange kind of...
Does it look similar to like the Sakeshan style?
Not at all.
Okay,
Not at
making sure.
Sorry, holding a lantern.
And he turns to look at you. Yep.
Sorry, I'm looking through my spell book. Give me 1 second. I apologize. So many spells.
I apologize.
Why
are there so many spells? The brochure only said there'd be a few of them.
I was going to say, the player's handbook.
I'm sorry. I have to look through so many things. So this creature, it appears as though they are...
A very tall man that seems to be broad, and his outfit, whatever he's wearing, is very bizarre. It looks like... vestments of some kind as he turns to the lantern. You can see that as you entered, you just see that the head was looking around curiously, and then as you enter, his attention is drawn towards you.
I would immediately cast upon myself telekinesis and attempt to pick this creature up 30 feet off the ground and hold it in the air.
Okay.
It has to make a strength contest, I think, or strength saving throw. Let me double check. It might be a contest.
I love contests.
It does say make an ability check with my spellcasting ability contested by the creature's strength check. Okay. And while this is happening, I'm screaming Toa's name.
Okay.
So my spellcasting ability is probably what's so +5.
+5.
Mm-hmm.
So my spell attack plus the modifier, so it's 17.
17.
Right?
He's a 19.
What? Oh shit! If I'm trying to figure out what my spell,
it's just +5.
To what? I guess what am I asking?
You roll a d20.
Oh!
Yeah, you roll a d20 and then it's +5.
And then it's +5 to that.
So you got a 19, so I gotta get. Oh boy!
You need a 15 or higher. 25% chance.
I don't like these odds. Don't never tell me the odds. We tied. He met it.
So he meets it. So it.
But I'm screaming for Toa, which you would hear.
You scream to Toa, and I think it would probably echo through everything to everyone. And it is the early morning. You can see the, or you can feel like you've actually enjoyed a long rest. And so it might still be a little bit dark out, but it's not the dead of night. And so you're all not dead tired, and you feel rested as you hear this. And you reach out, and your dagger glows. You attempt to grapple this man with your mind, and you are unable to do so. As he turns to you, and you hear a voice that fills the space, and through the mask somehow, not muffled, and he says, "Do not be afraid, child."
If I have another action, I try again. I mean, it's just concentration. I can just telekinesis now as much as I want.
Also, you're all able to wake up from this.
I'm still attempting to telekinetic.
Strength, that's even higher. That is 23.
I will use my feline agility to get to Felix as quickly as possible, knowing this temple like the back of my mind because I created it.
Fuck!
And hearing him screaming for Toa.
Man, this sucks. Telekinesis is awful.
have been sleeping. What are you thinking? That's
I'm having a telekinetic battle.
And then I wake up.
Fuck. Yeah, I immediately wake up, Felix! And I, throw on my skirt and run out.
I attempt to pick him up again.
Friend.
Doesn't matter, I attempt to pick him up again.
This time, it is a 17.
I got an 8.
As you're trying to crush
these
and
dice!
crush.
I didn't use Kimma's die, that's the problem.
Use the chest.
I'm not trying to crush him, I'm trying to pick him up.
I'm trying to pick him up, yeah.
Just restrain him, essentially, with my mind.
Yeah.
It's not working well. I tried him.
Yeah.
When would we get there?
17.
I would say at this point, you would see as Felix is the man finally is lifted up into the air as you all arrive.
What is happening?
And he's tilting as you levitate him in the air, and with a gust of wind, you see two angelic wings spread out from beneath the cloak as it whips around and fills the air with room.
I drop the telekinesis.
Fills the air with room?
Or fills the room with air.
As soon as I see this, I immediately drop the telekinesis, and I'm like, I've made a grievous mistake.
I will step up behind Felix. Who are you, and why do you enter the Temple of Anubis?
Yeah. Who are you?
Yeah, who are you?
You see the head tilt around as he looks, and he says, "Do not be afraid, children. I am a friend. You may call me the Abbott."
And we will.
Is this some sort of thing that I don't get?
Yeah, it is. Loser.
As you drop are you dropping the telekinesis?
Well, so I'm not restraining him anymore.
Okay, so
telekinesis is effective on me for 10 minutes.
So you're not restraining him, and he just glides down very slowly on these angelic wings that shimmer with like the light of morning, and then fold up and are then fully concealed by the large robe-like situation he has going on.
I think I've made a little bit of a mistake here. I don't know who you are, but I'm sorry. I was startled.
You are forgiven, my child. You were afraid I'd understand.
Are you a good person? Or a bad person?
I would like to think I am a good person, yes. As he looks around, he says, I simply saw a temple in my travel to the Nightbane Cavern, and I wished to look around. Seems to be Anubis.
Yes, so it seems. Was it the 50 statues of Anubis? Guiding the path to the front door?
Actually. I have not seen these constructions of the Assyrian pantheon in quite some time. Very fascinating.
Well, I would love to... Would you like a pamphlet? And I reach into my bag and pull out a papyrus of Anubis.
I'm quite committed to my morning lord, but I thank you.
Well, for additional information and customs for entering the Temple of Anubis, can please remove your shoes?
He just looks at you, and his wings come out again. He just And he just goes about like 3 inches off of the ground.
Your shoes still dropped up.
And he turns his head and looks at all of you and says, "You are the ones whom I have also been looking for. I am sent by Count von Zarovich. I am to provide aid and assistance to the lycanthropes within Nightbane Cavern and heal their sick and injured as a sign of good faith."
Oh. I mean, yeah, that's nice. We were going to see the Count tomorrow morning.
Your presence is not requested with the Count. Well, my Count. Your friend, Escher Kreskov, wishes to see you at Corvus Holt Manor. And he flies forward a bit and hands out what seems to be like some sort of a large envelope that seems to be filled with something. If you want to grab it.
Well, we promised Ivar that we would arrange for him to have a meeting with Count von Zarovich in the hopes that some sort of truce can be arranged. I hope that you will be able to facilitate that in our stead.
He leans forward and nods and says, "Yes, that is also why I am here. Is the Count Kreskov has been persuasive for Count von Zarovich. And I have been sent as a sign of good faith to help the good peoples of the cavern."
Good timing.
If I may, out of character,
Yeah.
I have a question because it's been so long. I know you mentioned that there were a couple of teleportation circles, and I know that we were given a couple of scrolls.
Yes.
We used one. I learned one.
Yes.
The place that you just mentioned that we needed to meet Escher, does that have does it have a teleportation circle, or is it within walking distance? And this is something like maybe off stream you can just like send me a list of places that we know of that have them, just to facilitate like speedy travel in the future.
So,
Because I don't remember.
in order to learn them, you need to go there and look at the thing.
And I just didn't know if it's a place we had
so
been.
it's not a place you've been.
Okay.
So this is a new place.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Because it's a physical structure and I'm recreating it every time, could Felix essentially create a teleportation to my temple?
It would take a year,
Yes.
but yeah.
It would take a year.
I'd have to
Yes.
cast it in the same place 365 days.
Oh.
But yes, I could.
So if you were keeping re-upping it and you were re-upping it every
Yes.
day for a year, after a year would be permanent.
It takes me 360 casts.
Well, that's how long it takes me to make the structure permanent.
Oh, look at
It
that.
takes a year to do it.
You know what? When this whole thing is over, we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna go into business.
Technically-
Aw, you guys are just gonna
Technically,
settle down together.
It's,
So
one
then
moment.
maybe, Mike, I'll just ask
No,
you later.
lifting and
Technically,
if
it's
there's like
336 casts
if there's
for
like
the
a list of
Adventurers
places
calendar.
we've been
Oh,
with
look at that.
teleportation circles I've seen, because I won't be able to keep them straight in my brain.
So you only currently have 2, which is Zentra and Ostengard.
Ostengard, that was the other one.
Ostengard
Okay,
and Zentra
okay,
are the
okay.
2 that you have in your
I
brain.
need to write them down. I need to
So
write
you
them
can
down. I'll do
teleport,
that
if
right
you want to
now.
use teleportation circle
I just
and
wanna
go
make
to
sure.
Zentra now, you could.
No, it's all good. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing
Um,
anything. TP circles.
So
You know what I mean?
You take the envelope from this being who calls himself the Abbott.
I take it.
And he then just nods at all of you and says, "I will speak to the pack leader. I believe that he will take my presence as more suitable than the Count's until a meeting can be arranged."
A lot's happened in the last 24 hours. So you probably are still right, but he may be more receptive than you imagine.
He just nods. "I hope you are right. I just simply was curious about this temple. Beautiful." As he turns back and says, "It is good that I found you with him. You are wanted. Your presence is requested by Count Kreskov and the Keepers of the Feather. You can find them in the Corvus Holt.
Is that what this is all about?
That is the map and the marks you will need to wear to be granted access.
Mox?
Marks.
Marks.
Oh, hey, Mark.
Just as about 10 minutes is about to run out, I look around this room that we're all standing in. I find a statue of Anubis that looks to be roughly 1,000 pounds. I move it 15 feet one direction and 15 feet back the other direction, and telekinesis goes away.
Is somebody playing Tomb Raider?
As you do that, it's actually a spike trap, and the Abbott is spiked. I'm just kidding.
Jesus.
Does anyone have a knife that I can use in order to open this? Yeah, I take the map out and I look inside the envelope to see what he means by marks.
As you open the envelope, you see that there is some sort of note, some sort of crudely drawn map, and then there are 5 small little. They almost look like coins, but they're in the shape of a sun with a small, very small red gem in each one. They actually seem to be like a much smaller version of the disc that Sophiana had. And so you see that there's a little pin on the back that you should be able to easily pin onto whatever you care to. And these seem to be the marks. I
would pin mine to my lapel.
Here you go. A mark for you. A mark for you.
Oh, that's nice.
Actually, I lied. I would pin it just to the inside of my coat so I could flash it and it not be like visible, just in case.
Nope, you already said it. No, I'm just kidding.
I move it as an action.
He looks at all
It takes me
like
6 seconds.
and says, "Do you,
It's a lot of time.
any of you require
Fumbles a
healing
bit.
or assistance before I meet with the pack leader?"
Only the healing of grief in our heart for the woes and no, not really. I'm just fucking.
Time heals all wounds.
What about the girl that you have in the jar? The girl in the jar? I'm sorry, I've never seen an angel before. I like your hat.
Thank you. I like it as well.
Not a bad point.
Maybe he could do something?
I feel like it's been a month since we spoke about any of this. What are you talking about?
The girl, there's literally a girl in the jar, the ashes of a girl in a jar from like 2 hours ago.
Well, it's a canopic jar.
Oh.
Yeah, and she has a name.
Yes, Toa, that's very smart of you. Abbott.
Yes.
Would you do us a kindness? Do you think you could?
If it is within my power, then I will. If it is the will of the Morning Lord.
You come at behest of Count von Zarovich, hoping to create an alliance with the werewolves.
Yes.
Last night, Ivar lost his daughter. She was reduced to dust.
It was terrible.
If there is a way, I'm not strong enough, but if there is a way that you are, I have what remains of her, simply but ashes, and she had been in the grips of undeath beforehand. It would take immense magic that you may have. Could you try? I will help you if I can. Would you try to bring her back for him?
He holds in midair, still levitating. You see just the silvers and grays of his robes barely cresting along the stone floor of this temple. And the mask looks in your direction and says, "I'm afraid I am not powerful enough. But the Morning Lord could be if he wills it. I could take the jar with the child, if you wish, back to the Abbey of St. Markovia.
Yes.
And perhaps, if the Morning Lord wishes it, I will attempt to channel his power and do what I can."
I will, I didn't say this, but I had imagined I put it into the tombs beneath the temple, and so I will
We'll say
quickly
that.
rush down and grab it and bring it out to him.
You
It
grab
is
it.
sealed closed with wax, and I will hand it to him.
He takes it in gloved hands. You see that he's fully covered now, except for his wings. And he takes it and he looks around and says, "I know we will meet again. You know where to find me at the Abbey of St. Malkovia. But if you need me in the meantime, I serve the Count, for he and I serve the same god. Goodbye.
Please do not tell Ivar what I've asked of you, in case it fails. I do not want to give him hope.
Curious. I do not know why, but I will do as you ask.
He's lost her once. I don't want him to feel the sting of her loss again.
I see. Mortal attachments. And he takes at that behest, he takes it and just puts it beneath his cloak, and it just almost gets consumed. You're not really sure where he puts it, but does not drop to the ground. As
his wiener wraps around it
he then folds his wings back up. They disappear beneath his cloak, and he just very gently drops to the ground. And he says, safe travels until we meet again. And he turns, and as he leaves, he nearly glides across the stone floor, but you see his head is still curiously looking at all of the hieroglyphics and murals, perhaps. Mm-hmm. Is mural the right word?
Bas relief.
Bas reliefs and all the like, and he's simply looking and curiously admiring, and then he very easily leaves the temple.
And Kels mentioned after the curly Q penis that she's hungry.
Yeah.
And I also agree.
And so as the abbot leaves the temple, let's take a quick break.
Okay. Just before he's
you can roleplay a little bit.
As he's almost out of hearing, like shouting range, he'll hear Caprice. Bye, Abbott!
Thanks.
And so what do you do?
Thanks,
so that echoes, and what do? You've just seen an angel leave.
If he can't bring her back, and it requires a god, I have a severe misunderstanding of what it's going to take to save these people.
Yes, it is Dower news.
They have angels just walking around here? I didn't realize it was like a normal thing. Is it a normal thing?
No.
It is Barovia.
But I think you all handled yourselves well in the presence of a celestial.
I didn't know what to say. Did you let him in?
No.
Oh.
He let himself in.
This was kind of rude.
No, not at all. I appreciated his interest in Anubis. I wish he had taken the papyrus, but... Caprice, do you want it? Oh, great! And I'm going to pass it to Caprice.
What?
The papyrus of Anubis.
Yeah, some light reading for you.
I mean, it's an ancient Circassian, but you can learn it.
Oh, the pamphlet.
Yes, the papyrus.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm between gods right now, so that's fine.
Are you going to open up, take a look at everything that was inside?
Oh, I've handed out the marks, and you said that there's a map. What else do I discover?
So yeah, you've broken the seal, and you can see very clearly that the wax seal has the signet ring of Castle Remornia and Count Kraskov.
Wait. Pause.
Yeah.
Is that what signet rings are, were for?
Yeah.
Sealing, wax seals.
What?
It's their seal.
I didn't know that.
Lufty
That's why I
has an
put it in the
existential
song.
crisis.
That's what we're fucking
as
talking
you
about.
snap the seal, you've seen the
I
ring on Escher's
literally
finger.
never knew that.
As
I love
you.
I love everything about you.
Open it, and you find a map to a point in the mountains by Kresk.
But this is where we're given direction to meet.
You're given direction to meet with
Escher.
an X and then a recommended path, and you can see with the flourishes, it's actually quite well drawn. And you get a good sense of where you're going, and you see that there's also an accompanying letter in very elegant handwriting, and says, and you read it, and it says, friends, I finally figured it out. The next step of our journey will be incredibly dangerous, but we must do it. It's the only chance to save my daughter. Meet me at Corvus Holt Manor the directions I provided. The Keepers of the Feather have agreed to help. If the Carrion King wants to peer beyond the mist, then so shall we. I'll see you soon. Asher.
And that's what it says.
Wow.
So it looks like we have our next to do.
How far is it?
Well, if this is 10 miles. No, hold on.
You moved your fingers.
Oh, I know, but just... Shit, hold on. All right. This is 10 miles. And then... How far do I estimate?
You would estimate that it is would be a several-hour journey if you hooked it.
I don't know, like several
You're
hours?
not too far, so you're not too far from Kresk in the outside of Barovia in the general direction. So it would probably take you several hours to get there if you hooked it.
That's fine. We can set out immediately.
Are we just gonna leave this temple here?
Oh no, it'll dissipate.
How can you, do it? If we leave, you can just make it go away?
Sure.
Can I be inside when you do it?
We'll miss you.
Oh. Well, I will not do that then.
Got him.
Indeed, she did.
Let me go get my things. I go and I grab all of my various accoutrements, and I make my way to the entrance where I'll meet everyone to head out.
All right, lead the way.
I love how the laces are getting smaller. No, says Derek, we don't have to harvey this.
This goes on, and eventually you leave. And as you leave, you see down the entrance of Nightbane Cavern, and you see that the Abbott has been greeted by two werewolves, including the one that had taken you in, the female with the red hair. And they welcome the Abbot, and he takes one look back at all of you as you're exiting the temple, and then goes into Nightbane Cavern as you all make your way to Corvus Holt Manor. And that's where we're going to take a quick break.
Perfect.
Corvus Holt. I spelled that all wrong.
You all leave the temple behind as you and Nightbane Cavern, as you know that all of the arrangements that we're attempting to set up are hopefully being done. As you make your way following the map that Escher had provided you. And you see the towns and villages of Barovia, but you are able to make your way through the Beastwood, through the Dragon Flame Forest, to a series of highlands once again, and the mountain ridges, and you see as you make your way once again up through the treacherous terrain, you're trying to glimpse what this is a manor, and you can't believe that a manor house would be built out into the wilderness like this. And you turn around one pass, and you see nestled in a very low mountain pass at the top of these hills as the air gets colder. You see just the side, what looks like a large manor house. And you see now, as you then hear them, the croaking of ravens that fly in and out of this place and roost in its roof. And you make your way through the wilderness until you actually find, it looks like it's completely inaccessible any way besides flying. But you take some time, and you are able to, following the map that Escher gave, find a very small, narrow, winding path that is quite treacherous, but you are able to make it. without injury, we'll say. And eventually you see is this large, multi-winged manor house that's built in the far reaches of Barovia. You hear the croaking of ravens get louder and louder, and you're not sure which is an actual raven and which is a were-raven, as some seem to look at you with golden eyes that have a little bit more sentience than you'd expect from just a normal bird. And eventually you see a large double door ahead of you with some steps up to a grand porch area. As you see these windows just staring out over the land that really seems to have an entire view of the whole valley. And you see the castle. You see all of the towns and the city that surrounds the castle as well. You see Lake Zarovich that you pass, and you see just this grand mountain pass, this mountain to the south that just rises and looms. Despite how high up you are, this mountain looms far, far, far taller and is blanketed in snow. And you turn back and look up at the manor. What do you do?
Should we just go to the manor?
I mean, we have our things, right?
And we have instruction. Yes.
All right. Well, these ravens look kind of weird. All the ravens we saw don't really look like that, right?
They look a little unusual, yes.
Are they Zun's? So they're probably not Zun's ravens. I guess that's what I'm trying to make sure of.
Would I know if Korvakia in general has eyes this deep in the territory?
I would say that I'd say you don't have to roll for it. I would say that you know, similar to the hawks and the owls of Grond and Erios respectively, you know that the vultures of this land are trained to kill Zern's ravens on sight.
It's unlikely.
It's very unlikely to be Zern's ravens, I would say.
I don't know, Tella. It's not gonna be anything from Zentra. I mean, there's too many forces. Our intel's never been great about things this far of the border. That's why we've had to send in soldiers. It's much more likely that they live here, one way or another.
All right. Well, that seems safe. All right. Well, let's go.
Lead the way. Or, I'm sorry, I have the map. I'll lead the way.
Perfect. I follow the breeze.
You see and on the door you see emblazoned, flanked by 4 ravens in the corners. You see that same sun symbol etched on the door, and it's cleaved in half by where the doors obviously open and part from. What do you do?
This looks to be it.
Are there any instructions about announcing ourselves or letting ourselves in?
Did you say the door was... Say that again. The door is cleaved in half?
There's just a double door, and so the image of the image is on both sides.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Are there kind of knockers or any sort of...
yes,
yeah, you actually see that there are very heavy gilded knockers. Yes.
How do I feel about going up and gripping one and really just giving it a heft?
You definitely could.
You have to lift it from below and really heave it up.
Do you want the left or the right?
And let it slap down.
I'm more of
against
a righty,
the door.
if you know what I mean.
Really?
I don't.
I thought you cared for Luffy, but here we are.
Please explain.
And I'll grab the...
I gently stick my fingers underneath of this heavy knocker, and
Clearly
I
is a
cup
fantasy game.
I cup it so gingerly as I begin to move it from its. And then I slam it into the door
Over and over and over again.
to announce our presence. I knock on the door.
Yeah,
All that is to say,
both
we knock on the door.
We use the
doors.
knockers.
You hear the loud clang, 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 the knock, knock, knock on this door,
Heavy knocker.
and it doesn't take long.
That was my fault.
You hear nothing behind from this heavy wooden door. All sound is drowned out from the croaking and the cawing above you as the door slowly opens. And you see a man with dark hair with streaks of blonde in them, with heavy eyebrows, and he's wearing very elegant clothes, the clothes of what looks like what a noble might wear. as he stares at you with these piercing blue eyes, as he looks between all of you, and you can see that his eyes are lingering on the pin that you each have.
I would turn my coat inside out to show it.
And he would very much not moving until, and not saying anything until he's seen that each of you have one of these marks. And he says, "Welcome to Corvus, Holt. My name is Ervin Martikov.
Oh, wow.
I've been told that you can be trusted and that you are friends of the Keepers of the Feather. Can you confirm, each of you?"
What was the first one?
First one, what?
Well, you said two things. So that we're friends of the feather, and then also
Trusted.
Oh yeah. You can trust us. You can trust me. My name is Capriccio de Sesso. You can call me Caprice, and friend of the feather.
I have this little pin in my war pelt. See? And I point at it.
I can see that. That is why you were not stopped by our ravens on the journey here.
No.
We have been keeping an eye on you.
My name is Felix Ackerman, and we're here to help. We're here to make things right.
Very well. If you are friends of the Keepers of the Feather, then we are friends of you. And I believe we have the same goal. Count Kreskov has theories, concerning theories. Things that could threaten not just this land we are sworn to protect, but perhaps all of Striga, perhaps Evantris, perhaps even beyond.
Is he here?
He is. He is waiting in the parlor for you.
Well, we should see him. He requested we speak with him.
Yes. He is here. I will take you to him. And he welcomes you all into this manor. And you see that in this space it seems to be very old but incredibly maintained. You see all sorts of strange statues and art pieces and knickknacks on the walls, portraits of what seem to be a whole line of what you presume to be the Keepers of the Feather. Many of them seem to be related, having similar features and traits, and similar clothing to Ervin Martikov. And he takes you through this large manor house, and eventually there is a double door once again that's just beautifully polished and carved, and you can see all sorts of, as you enter, you see strange bits of magical artifacts and relics. It looks like this order seems to be very interested in the occult. Those of you who know the occult. And you enter the parlor and you see a large round table with plush chairs around it. The fire is going, and you actually see that there's silver candles all over the space, flickering with flame and no other light source, just the candlelight, and the fireplace as well, as it casts this strange dancing light over the entire space. As you see Escher sitting at the table in one of the chairs, you see that it's actually sat for 7. And you see that there's a massive portrait of what looks like an old man with long beard and a staff staring out into the room. And you see that there's a number of these occult knickknacks all over this place. And you hear the ticking of a clock that is carved and adorned with ravens. And you see on one of the tables in the corner of the room a large, what looks like a belladonna plant that is just ripe with plump, dark berries. And Escher seems to be expectant and almost irritable as his eyes are wide and they're sunken in a little bit as he looks at something that is at the center of the table. and you see what looks like a jewelry box, but a large jewelry box. And it is gilded in this beautiful shimmering silver that has the design of a raven with its wings curled forward and its head down. And he looks at you and he says, I cannot believe the Abbott found you. Where did you all get off to?
We were helping people. The werewolves. We helped them.
Oh, yes.
And so Fiona, we were looking for the she wasn't a valid she was a Vasani.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were looking for the Vasani.
Yes, my friends here were able to confirm that. That was very risky given what our plans were. If you had gotten killed in a werewolf cave, what would we have done?
We aimed to do good. We did good.
Well, had we not been there, I mean, lots more people would have died. Like everybody, or at least it would have been really bad.
Yes, perhaps. I can't. No, I'm sorry. I'm distracted. I know where we have to. You got my letter. It's the next step of our journey could be very dangerous. But this is why we are here. And he gestures to the box in front of him. This is a family heirloom of someone I once knew. Strong connections to the Raven Queen. And I believe that we can use what's within to make our way through the mist when the time comes. This housed an artifact that was used to free this land 200 years ago. But I've spent an evening, longer than that unfortunately, studying it, and I believe that there is a secret compartment. I have deciphered a code at the bottom of the box that I had missed before. And I believe that after my good friend Evan here has examined it, he and his people specialize in traversing the mist. And if we are able to open it, then I believe that will be our talisman to glide through, unharmed by the terrors that lurk in the mist. Yes, perhaps we can save my little girl that way.
There's a powerful artifact in that little box.
I hope.
So let's open.
It doesn't work like that. It's not that simple. You see, there's a price. There's a price to opening the box.
Well, Iris is like a princess. She has money to spare.
No, not that price. Not that price. You see, the Raven Queen, as you know, Felix, deals in secrets. Like your friend Zern does as well. And I have already given my secret to open its top. Cannot pay again, that's why you friends are here. But Evan tells me that it is wise for you to gain guidance before opening it, lest there be some sort of disaster that destroys the artifact inside. We must know if you are fate-touched. Just like the ones I opened this box so many years ago once were. And his eyes are wide, and they look distant. Does that sound reasonable? Just a very simple ritual.
We've done a few of them. I can't imagine this would be much different.
Should our price or cost not be good enough? Is it what are we risking here exactly?
Well, that's the fun part. We don't know. It was strong enough to destroy the binds and prisons and confines of an eldritch aura that had imprisoned this entire valley for centuries and almost consumed the entirety of the Shadowfell and beyond. Perhaps death. She is a death goddess.
High price.
Potentially. But this might have what we need. And I know that I have asked much of you. You came seeking my help, and now I seek yours desperately. This is the first step. But then I need another thing, another favor, another piece. But we will discuss that after we open this box.
All right, yeah, I'll sure.
Evan, would you please? You all turn as Ervin withdraws a deck of black cards, and he holds them up. And he looks at you and says, "Do you know what this is?"
Would I know what that is?
I would say roll an Arcana check.
And quickly, thank you, Hannah M. Gibbons and Jade 13 Knight. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the
Welcome.
Hannah and Jade.
Welcome.
Welcome. Bienvenue.
Just one moment. I'm waiting for D&D
And
Bed
now
Bath
witches
to
are
load.
caught in a kiln.
Huh?
Hocus pocus. Those are the words that are being said over the loudspeakers.
Bienvenue a la Brea.
An 11 from someone from Galtica.
Something.
Someone from Galtica. I think that you've seen similar mystical cards, but it was only really weirdos that would used to do that kind of stuff, and you wouldn't really know much about them.
Damn weirdos.
But you know that that many occultists would practice that.
I've never seen anything like it, but what do we do? Do we draw from it?
We'll shuffle these cards, and I will deal a pull of cards that I have come up with myself to perhaps give you guidance and see if the cards tell us if you are indeed fate-touched.
Oh my god.
It has been my mission to research and study the threads of fate beyond what most have known or written of. It is such things as these Taroka cards and our spirit boards that can give us a glimpse. I will need all of you to take this seriously and give your entire spirit, soul, and anima to this.
Of course.
Such a lot to give.
We've come too far to back out now.
If it helps, of course I'll do it. No question.
And he begins to shuffle the deck as he walks over and sits down. Escher grabs the jewelry box and he places it beside him very close. And he looks at all of you as he then asks, as he shuffles, he spreads out all the cards and then once again shuffles them. And then as he finishes shuffling, he hands it to each of you. Each of you cut the deck.
Oh my god, I'm nervous.
If we're pot committed, I'll just do a gentleman's cut.
What is that? Just the one card?
I will take out my dagger and I will slice the deck.
You took my line.
Damn it! Sorry.
No, I'm teasing. I'm kidding. I didn't think of that. You're way cleverer than I am.
Felix, can I borrow your knife?
Not true.
No, that's not how this works.
Well, you said cut the knife and none of you are
No,
doing
no,
it.
No, you said
you
cut
just
the
cut the
dick.
dick.
Just
Cut the
give
dick.
it a,
Look,
give it a
look.
shuffle. It's a turn. It's a turn of phrase.
See what we're all doing? See, look at my deck of illusions. You've seen this, right? Take just at any point, you just cut you cut it by pulling the deck apart and then putting the top underneath.
Yeah, it's a turn of phrase.
You quite literally watched three
He said
people
to
do
take his dick.
it. No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
Excuse me.
He said take the dick.
No.
Toa,
just do
I
it.
asked you to take this seriously.
No, I'm taking it seriously.
Cut the deck and pass it to Felix.
That's what I said.
Just do
this.
it. Just, yes, exactly.
And this.
Just like Capri showed you.
I've never cut
right?
a dick before, I'm sorry.
All right. I'm gonna... I played a bit of cards in the military. I'm just gonna give it a little extra. One of these, okay?
Whoa.
All right. I feel good about that.
He takes them and he holds them and
Call
grips
that
them
the
tight.
double dick cut.
And
Pronounced dick.
he holds it in his hand. And he closes his eyes and says,
The smell of food isn't helping you, is it?
"We do not consult spirits this day. We do not even consult the gods. We are seeking guidance from fate itself. Let the cards show what is in the path of these heroes, and if they are touched by the threads of fate, if they are worthy, and if there is information that can help them on their quest. Let us begin." The first card, the card of the past.
Oh.
He draws it. It's the card of the innocent.
Wait, give the taper back to Irish. It's very important.
Let's do it this way.
No, you do it this way.
Let's do it this way so there's not a map behind it.
He inhales, and you see as all of the light in the room switches to silver. As the candles suddenly flare up, and so does the fireplace. And you can suddenly smell strange incense in the room as the first card is drawn. As he breathes in deeply. Past the innocent. He's walking like a small child, but watch his eyes burn you away. Black holes in his golden stare. Gods know he wants to go home. The second card. The question. He draws it. Ooh, I almost break this. He draws it. The beast.
The beast is upon you.
He once again breathes the question. The beast. We are not worthy in your black and blazing eyes. We gather demons in the mirror every day. The bridge of darkness casts a shadow on us all, and all our sins to you we give this day. He then draws another card. Card 3. The hidden influence. He draws it. The Dark Lord.
Oh boy. That's pretty on the
The
nose.
hidden influence, the Dark Lord. When I was living this lie, fear was my game. People would worship and fall, drop to their knees. So bring me the blood and red wine for the one to succeed me. For he is a man and a god, and he will die too.
Wow. Interesting.
The fourth card. Those around you. He pulls. What's here? The seer.
Interesting.
And creepy.
Those around you. The seer. Greed, lust, and angry pride. It's the same old ride. The smoke and mirrors, visions that you see are just like me. I'm a clever banker's face, with just a letter out of place. I know someone just like you, know someone just like me. Card 4. The best action. He draws. Card 5, apologies. The marionette.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
What was the place
5.
of the card?
Best action.
Best action.
Card 5, the best action. The marionette. Even though it's reached new heights, I rather like the restless nights. It makes me wonder, makes me think there's more to this. I'm on the brink. It's not the fear of what's beyond. It's just that I might not respond. I have an interest, almost craving, but would I like to get too far in? Card 6. The obstacles. He draws and pulls. The tempter.
Oh.
Chooses an
The
obstacle.
obstacles. The tempter. Like the eagle and the dove, fly so high on wings above, when all you see can only bring you sadness. Like a river we will flow, on towards the sea we go, when all you can do will only bring you sadness, out on the sea of madness. Finally, card 7, the final outcome. Oh God. He pulls. The horseman. The final outcome, the horseman. Could it be it's the end of our world? All the things that we cherish and love. Nothing left but to face this all on my own. For I am the chosen one. And the fire lights up and ignites in silver flame.
I feel extremely
And he
discouraged.
breathes and lets out a deep breath, and suddenly the cards start to shimmer and shake and finally settle down as he grips the remaining deck. 7 cards have fallen all from the high deck. You are indeed fate touched. The threads of fate connect you all, not just to each other, or to Count Kreskov, or even to me, but the fate of all of Striga and beyond. The final card is placed, and it is obviously the horseman. He reads out, and the air of it each time is inhaling, and he almost seems to be overcome with some sort of trance as he finishes this reading, this tower placement of Taroka cards, and he looks at you and tells you that that it is true that you all are connected. The threads of fate have bind you together. The cards speak of it. Whether or not that's true is up for you to decide. But he simply just looks and observes as you've all heard this.
What does all of that mean?
He said it means we're fate touched, but I don't understand why.
I mean, if I had to have guessed before we even saw any of these cards, I'd say that, not speaking for anybody else, we've experienced more things in a year than most people have in their entire lives.
Exactly right.
I don't think it's just coincidence.
I mean, all of the cards. There was a bunch of spooky, scary stuff that you mentioned, and I mean, so that's got to mean something, right? Beyond just we're fate touched.
These cards mean that you are dealing with at least 7 of these entities with which your fates are entwined. But it means that your success and survival is critical for the survival of our world. Perhaps all of the worlds in this universe.
Well, that's a...
So he said 7 entities?
That's a Well, bit of a burden.
Yes, it is, but fate is a burden for us all. Fate, we cannot decide if we have been touched by it.
Is this like a divining thing? Is this telling us a little bit about what's to come, or is it just a check on where we're at?
As your past, your present, your future, your question, hidden influences, those that surround you in the immediate, your obstacles, the path forward, and the final outcome.
What would happen if we were to perish before the end?
I do not pretend to know that I can see the threads of fate. I do not believe there is any entity powerful enough to do that. But my personal belief, after performing this reading and what the cards have shown all of us, is certain doom.
It's not very hopeful.
Not good at all. We're going to stop all of the bad stuff, right? We'll stop the doom, and we'll prevent it, right? Is that how we come in? Is that why fate has chosen us?
That is for you all to decide. I pray that you all accept your duty and responsibility to the threads of fate. And after this reading, I swear that I will pledge the Keepers of the Feather to aid in your cause. At least this branch of the Keepers.
How can we know when duty calls? How to tell the difference between what we're supposed to do? Is that the right way to think about it, or?
You must decide what is a message from fate, what is not. You must interpret that reading on the table in the tower formation. For what I have seen, what swayed me from Count Kreskov's plea for help, seems as if not just lives are hanging from thread, but the threads of fate themselves. There is an entity, a god, that threatens to be unleashed of entropy, utter destruction that goes beyond continents, countries, even worlds.
That's right. I mean, that's what we're trying to stop. I just didn't realize it'd be that bad if we failed.
Ervin just slowly nods, and Escher leans forward and says, "Yes, as much of a cliche as that is, this is shockingly not my first time in this business. But I have seen its effects. I have seen this before, and you do not have a choice. The consequences are indeed dire, as selfish as my involvement in this whole plan is."
Okay, so we know that we have to, at the very least, stop the Carrion King, and we need to save these kids. Then what? I mean, is that going to give us more hints, more direction, where to go next? I mean, look, I'm all for saving the world, but one thing at a time. We got to deal with what's in front of us first.
Escher leans forward, and his eyes are kind of wild again, and says, "This is why we have books, lists. I've consulted Ervin and his people. Because that entity that he mentioned, it all is connected to the realms of death. The realm that I came from. The realms beyond Evantris. Even beyond the Shadowfell. which I taught you how to master. There is dark work here. It is all connected to entropy.
Alright, so how can we help open the box?
Yes, of course. And Erin, I thank you for confirming our suspicions and for your guidance here. We will all consult, and I'm sure we will be able to find a path forward here. And Ervin nods as he stands up, and he's a relatively large man, but he moves with the grace of a bird. As he nods and says, like I said, I serve the threads of fate. Myself and our secret society, we wish to help now, however we can. And he nods and he turns and says, you may make Corvus Holt Manor your home, for as long as you wish. We have plenty of extra rooms, and take the time that you need, but I know the next step of your plan. You will find all of the cold weather clothing and gear that we have in the closet just down the hallway. Escher nods and says, thank you very much, my friend. He stands and they shake hands, and Escher grasps his hand with both of his, and they just nod as Ervin leaves.
Oh, hold on before you go.
He stops and turns.
Just so you know, you don't have to keep hunting the werewolves. We've talked to them, and we've worked things out, and they want to help too. And so if you just leave them alone and let them hunt where they need to survive, because they're in a really bad spot, they're going to do what they can to help us. So just thought I should mention that.
They know what they did is wrong. They were very much manipulated into that position. It's it would exacerbate things if we continued the way we've been going. We can find peace. We can be aligned.
He nods, and you see there's a bit of hesitancy. That may be true. I consulted with Count von Zarovich and the Abbott, and we are willing to hear out Old Scratch and the Silver Pine as a whole. We understand that there are dark forces that move the pieces on this board that may have created circumstances beyond their control, but you must understand, any worshipper of Mother Night cannot truly be trusted as long as they truly believe. But for now,
I don't think they truly believe. He was spitting on a statue and stuff. He acted like she was worthless and wasn't helpful at all, and it seems like he didn't even worship her at all. So maybe there's just a whole miscommunication.
when the Abbott returns with Ivar, I will meet with him and with the Count. We will hear what he has to say. We are approaching this arrangement in good faith. You have my word on that. Especially since they are involved and must be connected by those same threads. Who am I to question?
All right, well, thank you for hearing me out.
You're welcome. He turns and he leaves and closes the door behind him very gently. And Escher leans in and points at the cards. Well, if this doesn't seal our fates, or at least yours, I don't know what does. Do you
really believe in all this.
Yes. I have seen what the cards, and I know that I seem jaded and bitter and skeptical, because I am. But I have seen firsthand of what those chosen by the Taroka deck have been able to do, what they must have done.
Okay. All right, if you say so.
Shockingly, this is not my first time being forced into a position where I have to save myself and souls of others also. We'll do what we have to do.
So what are our next steps? I mean, we have to open that box. And we need it to proceed. When does that happen?
We will do it now. Have you committed the cards to memory?
Oh, obviously.
No, well, can just one of us do that?
I got it, don't worry.
Okay. Well, I'll just ask Felix if I need to learn anything.
And by I feel committed to memory, it's anytime I ask the DM to tell me what's on the cards, he has to, because I have 20 intelligence. Okay?
Okay.
Do you have that feat where you can't forget stuff?
No, but now I do.
And with that, Escher swipes and all the cards are gone. He places them back on top of the deck that Irvin had left. And he gingerly places it into a satchel and then closes it, puts it in a box, which he then places on a mantle, a place of importance. And as he does that, he glides back over and grabs the jewelry box and places it down. And he looks at all of you and says, This once asked for secrets in order to open and provide a hairpin, something that seems insignificant, but with a divine power can change the world and kill something greater than a god.
Okay, all right.
I have spent past many waking hours examining. He takes it, he turns it over, and he shows you that there's a bunch of strange designs on the bottom, and they almost seem to be runic, but they don't quite match up. Doesn't form any language that you're aware of. And he looks back up at you and says, "There is a cipher here in the code. A secret message. It provides a means of passage." He places it back down. Something that my former partner had told me made me think that the mother who brought it to this land, although she did not make it live, had not been pleased with the decision to bring her to Barovia, and that perhaps her original faith might provide her a means of escape should she find it miserable here. I believe that is what is encased in the bottom of this jewelry box. And he narrows his eyes and he says, "I was able to decipher a secret dark as raven's feather to spread your wings and fly away." And what I can only presume that to mean is that we must offer our darkest secrets, those of us that have them. And not just any secret will do, because I have seen that shared, but it was not enough to do more than open the top of the lid. so, it's the Raven Queen who deals in secrets. It stands to reason that something incredibly dark would be far more valuable. And I have tried. I have spent the past 3 hours before you arrived with this box, telling it everything from the depths of my soul to my first kill to my 100th kill to even more beyond, and the depraved things I did. Some under orders, like others might say to justify their actions. Others just because I wanted to at the time. Nothing. But I had given something to open this box 200 years ago. It cares not for me. In this time of need. That's why you are here. The cards. Fate touched. In a time of need when the world hangs in the balance, it is all too familiar.
I mean, I don't have anything that dark or sinister. Am I going to be of much help?
Like it says A. Maybe it just needs one.
At this point, it doesn't feel like much of a secret, but I guess it's just really the people in this room who know. And to be fair, I have to face it every day anyway, and someday I'll face the Raven Queen and probably be judged for it anyway. But if we're talking about the Raven Queen, the number of people that I've sent to her unjustly is more than I can count. And, it doesn't shock me that I'm forced to deal with this at every turn. But as I've said time and time and time again, I was tricked. Which doesn't make it right. Ignorantly, I incinerated all of those poor people. Someday I'll make up for it. Someday. I am trying. Even if it's just one day I face the Raven Queen. And I'm sure she knows. I'm sure she knows.
You say that, nothing happens.
Maybe it has to be a secret? Something you've never told anyone?
That is what a secret is, yes.
What more do you want?
Are there any details that maybe you haven't told even me?
Does it have to be something heinous?
That's the only
Or
dark
just
thing I have.
a secret you want no one to know?
I don't know.
Sure. Were you alone when you got the top to open?
No.
You had to share it with someone.
There were six of us there. And we all took turns, and it slowly opened up, little by little, the Raven here. And then revealed its prize. There must be something else. Or else why would that be on the bottom? Secret. Even her husband could not have seen it. It's to escape. To travel. It has to be.
I mean, I don't think this is a secret, but the only reason I joined the military was to get a better life for my family and the people that I loved. Before it all went to hells. I wanted to escape, and I thought that my brain could get me there. I was always just kind of gifted with that kind of stuff. I had a knack for reading, and that's what drew me to wizardry. Well, and tales of my, I guess, imaginary father. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it was all about escape. I wanted to have a better life for my mother and brother.
Who was your father?
I don't know. My mother used to tell me tales about how he was an amazing member of the Talon Guard, which is kind of what drove me in that direction. I wanted to be like him, but who knows if that was even true. I doubt it.
No. doesn't matter where we come from, or even what we do in life, and as long as there's the desire to grow and improve and change from where you came. I do not know why I would have open.
When I was younger, Siket, I felt lost. My father doted on my brother and my younger siblings, and I, born in the middle, was lost to them. It pained me, though I hate to admit it, that the want for his love and admiration, gods, just his notice even once. In a fit of emotion, I fled from the temple and into town, where I was caught and taken back to the palace. Furious was my family. Something could have happened to me. My father demanded to know what had happened. In my fear of him and his disapproval, I had seen a small girl looking for food, and I blamed her. That night the guards were sent into town. They looked through every inch of town, that small, hungry child, and they killed her. It was in that moment I knew that I needed to follow the path of Anubis, for I had caused a death with my lies. I had caused a death with my pride, and I would walk forever knowing that it was now my mission to make sure that those that are killed find what they deserve in the afterlife. For with my wicked tongue, I slew that child.
As soon as you finish, Iris, you hear the rattling within the jewelry box before you, and you see that silver polished so brilliantly start to darken, and almost like an ink drop. The tip of the beak of this raven starts to spread as the entire jewelry box turns from silver to black. As it rattles, and you see now as the front of it starts to move, and from the bottom, a small rectangular slab opens in the front. Escher grabs it, picks it up, and you, as he turns it over to you and turns it back, you can see now that 1/4 of the box has now moved, and there's something beyond. Yes, Iris, well done. That was truly a dark secret, and I thank you for sharing. We only need 3 more. 3 more. 3 more, that was truly as dark as raven's feathers.
Thank you, Escher. That is enough.
Yes, of course, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Who else? I will go. Perhaps, Caprice, you are a beautiful man and a beautiful genius. And I mean both.
Thank you.
I will go. If you all hear, perhaps, one of my darkest secrets that I have told no one. As Escher leans in, and he thinks, he says, if I share something that I have told no one, then it's not just this box, but other souls. Perhaps it will work.
I was the son of the burgomaster of Kresk. And I had always been a unruly boy. I never wanted to follow in my father's footsteps. I was always the romantic type, always dreaming of bigger and better things from our dreary valley, the fog and the mist. And that excitement finally presented itself to me when a wealthy noblewoman, she said she was from Valaki, came to visit our humble town. She was older than me. I had always found older women enchanting. And she was so worldly. She had said she had traveled from lands far away. She had traveled from... She had seen everything, done everything. Her stories were so believable. And she had money, power, everything that I had always wanted. More than just a burgomaster in some little village in a valley. But she was in town because she was courting one of the wealthier merchants that lived there. It was all in secret, of course, for you see, he was married with a family. In our meeting, I could tell right at that moment that she had her eyes on me and knew that I was malleable. In our first tryst of passion, she told me about her desires, about how she wished nothing more than to be married to this merchant. And wanted all of his wealth for herself. But she truly loved me, you understand. And this man loved her. It's all so complicated. Especially because he had a wife and 2 children. And that was what was keeping her from getting what she wanted. While they were around, he couldn't bring himself to do it. She hinted. And in my foolishness, my youth, I swore to make it a reality. I told her name, Veronica. It was a name that just filled my heart with joy. She was my first love. I told her that I had threatened them, threatened exposing the affair, so that he would send the family away. Threatening was the one thing I did correctly. The only thing that was true about that. I threatened him after I crept into the house with my rapier and murdered all of them. And after the screams of his wife and children were quiet, I held my blade to his throat, covered in their blood. I couldn't tell whose was whose. And said if he ever spoke a single thing, a single word to anyone about what had happened, I'd come for him and it would be the same fate for him, but a long time die. He agreed. And he then went to Veronica said that he had sent his family away to live with relatives in Bargast. That night, Veronica fed upon the merchant and revealed that her name was not Veronica. As she turned pale, along with her eyes, and turned even to an even more beautiful woman as Countess Stradania von Zarovich revealed herself to me. And she knew she had me from that moment forward. And had me she did until she didn't. I suppose thanks to the threads of fate. A moment passes as the raven darkens, rattles, and the back panel slides out. He looks at all of you, almost ashamed.
Yes, well, that was great. Love to hear that. Look at the raven. Now it looks amazing. Doesn't feel great, does it?
Point taken, well made.
I'll take my hat off and just kind of look at Escher and say, sorry, I thought of one.
You did.
I know something nobody else knows. I can't believe I forgot, but anybody who could have known is long gone, and was long gone before they ever could have known. I open up my coat, and Beatrice floats out, flaps her wings, and lands on my finger. My familiar. Her name is Beatrice. And there's nobody alive who knows who she is, and also knows that I named her after my mother. And then I just let Beatrice kind of fly around the room.
You do that, and it takes a moment. But then the box shakes, and the side panel on the right opens. It's nice. Beatrice is a beautiful name.
Yes, and I'm not going to mock you the way I mocked Escher.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Do you have a secret, Caprice?
Of course he does. But the box is open, right?
Nope.
Oh.
3/4.
3/4.
Oh.
We're close. Poor Tella doesn't have a single secret because he wears his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah. Was born the way that I look right now. Born with horns almost the size of the ones that I currently wear on my crown. The first tiefling of my line. And that came with special abilities. I can tell you that it's pretty fun being a kid when you can turn invisible. We got to play a lot of games of hide and seek, and I have a big family. Love every one of them. Let's just try a small one first. I once used my invisibility to peeping Tom, my cousin. Well, fuck.
What? That happened?
Young and horny, I don't know. So, when I was born a tiefling, we didn't know why that was the case. I grew up not understanding. We were shunned very much by the church of Pelor. They didn't understand it. The insults that were hurled at my father and my mother, well, about my mother. She was no longer with us. See horns. The
we searched for high and low. We searched high and low for any understanding of why this could be happening to me, to the family. We didn't understand it. We went and we sought people with knowledge and vague answers here, vague answers. Finally, there was something of a thread. But we didn't know. We only got half an answer. We knew that it had something to do with the devils of the 9 hells, but in order to learn more, we would have to seek out a book in a library in Galtica. Getting this book out was a bureaucratic nightmare, and I could feel my dad's frustration growing, and so I went to my friend, my cousin, Otto, not the same cousin. Otto and I, we concocted a plan. We decided we were going to break into the library. We were going to make our way through the vaults, and we were going to get that page out of that book that was going to point the direction towards solving and undoing what had happened to me and ending whatever curse it was. I had understood so little then. But we got down there and found the book, tore out the page. It's on the way out that we hit a trap. We didn't take the same way. Otto was crushed. Not to death. Stuck. There was no way of getting him out. I was scared. So scared. I felt this great weight on my shoulders, like if I didn't do something, I was never going to be able to solve what was wrong with me. I didn't even try. Took the page, left the library. I think now I could have saved him. But I wasn't a hero. Not then. That's something I don't think I've ever told anyone.
You watch and all wait as the darkness blackens even more and rattles, and you hear as the final panel opens, and you see down through the legs of this box a black feather start to drift down on what looks like a bed of gray mist that wisps out around the sides with a hiss and then lands on the table beneath it. And as that happens, the darkness and the rattling, you feel it. At your hip, you feel movement at your side. And you look at your Talongar dagger.
Nice, you say.
And
Who sent
you
that
realize now that everything except for the very tip of it has turned completely jet black, just like the silver of the box.
Oh.
And you see now as it finally moves to take the tip, it then begins to swallow your fingers. And it spreads all over you as your eyes roll back as you watch Felix.
What?
Fall unconscious.
No, Felix! What? I grab him and I pick him up. I'm like holding him. Felix, are you okay? What is this? And I start screaming at Escher.
You do that.
Oh no!
So wait, why did he? So what happened to Felix?
He fell unconscious.
I was
But from
like,
what?
The dagger at my hip started to like vibrate and shake, and then it started to be like coated in like jet blackness, and then it spread to me and consumed me.
Oh.
And fell unconscious. Yeah. So the jewelry box has been turning from silver to black. And so then all of a sudden, for some reason, that happened
Dagger.
to the dagger, and now
Oh.
to Felix.
Very cool.
Silver dagger, right?
Well, it was silver.
Right, but the silver matches the box. So I'm
Presumably.
wondering-
Presumably.
Felix, you awaken in a black abyss. And you see nothing at first, except for a fleck of white in this void that surrounds you. As it grows larger and larger, you swear you hear the sound of wings, as feathers suddenly fall all around you. And before you, you see a silhouette, a shape that's tall, looming, and robed. And as it steps forward, despite it just being darkness all around you, you see that it seems to be the shape of a woman in a robe of raven's feathers. And where a face would be is a white porcelain mask that just stares blankly as it looms over you and stares down. And you hear a voice in your mind. It's soft and it's gentle, while being cold and indifferent. You are Felix Ackerman.
Yes, that's my name, yeah.
Did you wield my blade?
Well, yes, sure, but it's one of a bunch of them. I mean, there are many of them. We all get them.
Do you know who I am?
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I really don't want to guess.
But you must.
I have a feeling that you're the Raven Queen.
No answer. As she is very clearly getting closer. As the mask, it almost just feels like this black looming shape with a bit of just a white face in it, as it's losing its humanoid shape. The feather that you all have received is a talisman to go through the mist.
Oh, okay.
The mist is not mine to control, but it lingers on the edge of my domain. It is a gift as thanks for your secrets. And I've seen what you have done for me in your life, and the secrets all of your friends have given. But, little bird, there's far more darkness and hate and pain in your life. Soon enough.
What does that mean? I don't want any of that soon. I want to help. I want to fix things. I don't want darkness or pain.
It is unavoidable. For you see, you have heard of a raven child.
Yes, that's right. I mean, we don't even really know what that means. Can you tell me?
She gets a little closer and says, "Do you know who Milo's father was?"
No, I don't.
She steps back and there's a pause. There is power in blood. There's power in lineage. And some believe that there's two sides of every whole, two hemispheres that must be merged to create a beautiful harmony.
I don't know what any of this means.
Two halves of death. Your brother. Let me show you.
Is he alive? He's alive?
For now.
Show me!
Your vision fades. And you expect to see Milo in some prison or cell at the age that you left him at. But you don't. You see the tavern, Mr. Mendel's tavern, that you grew up in. It's a rowdy and raucous night, like many. And you look at Mr. Mendel as he's behind the bar. He's a lot younger. But you remember that when he looked like that. And wait, who's that running a drink to someone that's looks familiar? It's you, much younger. About the age right before Milo was born. Your eyes are filled with pride as Mr. Mendel has just increased your responsibility to be personally delivering the VIP patrons. And one such patron is walking down the stairs from the rooms that you know where your mother resided. He is dressed in a hood, concealing most of his face. But each footstep is purposeful, deliberate, firm. And as this man leaves, you run up and bring him the drink that Mr. Mendel knows that he requires. It's the finest spirits that the tavern has to offer. And you see a bit of silvery hair draped down from the hood as you look up and you see the face of a younger Virgil Zern. As he grabs the drink, without sitting down, he steps out of the tavern, and it closes. The door closes behind him. Suddenly, your vision returns to you.
Okay. All right, wait. I mean, maybe I remember that night. It's been a very, very long time, and I was a kid. I mean, there were tons of people that we served every night. Are you trying to tell me that Zern is Milo's father?
There's power in lineage, my little bird.
Look, I mean, I assumed for years that Milo and I had the same father. And then, of course, I went through periods where I thought that was completely naive. And there's no way that was the case. I'm assuming that's not the case now. We're only half-brothers.
Yes. You have my knife, present it.
No, of course.
It, as you hold it up to her, it is that same jet black that it was as it consumed you. And although she raises no hand, it begins to shift and shimmer from that jet black once again back to a silver, but even more bright and more brilliant as she leans a little closer. Your brother is alive. But there are 2 halves to every coin, 2 hemispheres to every brain, 2 sides of death. And my enemies know this. If you see your brother again, if you see what he becomes, that blade is your only chance to make him whole again.
Wait, what do you mean if? Of course I'm going to see him again. That's what all of this is for. To find him and bring him home.
To bring him home. To be used when the raven child cries. Do not forget this, Felix Ackerman. Do not forget this, my little bird.
Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna forget. I gotta use the blade to make him whole. What does that mean?
As you say that, your vision begins to fade. As black raven's feathers start to descend like rain and completely swallow you. This woman fades. And you awaken, I presume, in Toa's arms.
That's all.
Are you a horribly corrupted undead monster?
Stop shaking me! Stop shaking me!
What does his color look like? Has the inky blackness gone
It's
away?
all gone. It's all gone. It's all washed over him.
What was that?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but I think I met the Raven Queen. Like, actually met the Raven Queen.
Wow.
Isn't she a god? Or a goddess?
Yeah.
Calm yourself, Felix. It's not that big of a deal.
She told me. She told me.
Should have been how you reacted when you fucking saw Anubis the first time. Oh my god.
She told me that Zern is Milo's father. He's my half-brother. Which, to be fair, I always kind of expected. It would have been absurd.
So we only need to find him half alive.
No, well, that's the weird thing. Is that she seems to think that when we do find him, we're gonna find only some sort of half. And that I have to use my blade, her blade, to make him whole again. She said something about him becoming
use a blade to make something whole again.
I don't know, but I can't do anything to him. I can't hurt him. I can't stab him. I can't do that. I can't harm my brother.
I don't know, Felix. It sounds like she wants you to stab him.
Yes, it sounds like she wants you to take that blade and rip his life from his body.
I tried to ask her what it meant to use the blade to make him whole, because that doesn't make any sense. She said that he was going to become something if I saw him again. If I saw what he became, that I had to use the blade.
Do you think he's going to become something like what Fiona became?
Gods, I hope not. I don't know. He's alive for now, is what she said.
So the Raven child that they've been looking for is Milo this whole time?
Maybe.
Oh, did you tell us that?
Oh, do you?
I think
you did.
Did you tell us that, Felix?
It's hard to know. I asked her what a Raven child was, and she told me that there was power in blood and lineage. And then that's when I saw the vision of Zern, a young Zern.
I don't begin to pretend to know what the Raven Queen might mean, but there is power in blood. And though he's Zern's son, he's also Beatrice's son. You both share blood.
Right.
What if you don't need to cut him, but you need to cut yourself?
That's fine. I can handle anything that's thrust upon me like that. I can deal with that. If it all is just me, then fine. I gotta bring Milo home. What concerns me is the Raven Queen said that the mist is not hers. And that the heirloom is what's going to get us through the mist. It's going to allow us to get through. It's on the edge of her domain. Well, I assume further into the heart of the territory that we need to go to. But if for some reason Zern all those years ago, he thought that the Raven Queen was the one that gave him those powers, and we've been doubting that since day one. And now he's passed his lineage on to Milo. I mean, how would that make my brother The Raven Child. If we don't think that the Raven Queen gave Zern those powers in the first place. Something doesn't add up here.
Maybe Raven in Raven Child isn't referring to the Raven Queen.
Or we're once again only thinking of half. What do you know about the life of your mother?
Unfortunately, not much. I mean, and there's nobody left.
There must be a reason that Zern picked her, of all women, to spawn with.
Look, I don't mean to be crass, but Zern certainly wasn't the only one. My mother was a prostitute.
And that is my point. Why, of all women, would he pick a prostitute to carry his seed?
I don't know.
Unless there was something in that blood.
You must be right.
I mean, look at you, Felix. You're quite powerful. You're fate-touched. There is something you carry down from your mother. What it is, I couldn't begin to know. There's a reason you don't know who your father is. There's a reason.
Do you think Zern ever gave you any special attention? Do you think that he saw your mother and you?
Well, I mean, I thought the day that we met him was the first time that I'd ever met him, but clearly that wasn't the case. I mean, I was young. I was just a kid. We saw so many people every night, I wouldn't have known Zern from anybody.
Right.
And the day that we met him in his chambers, no, I wouldn't think that he would know me from any other Talon Guard member. But I mean, maybe he did.
Felix, you said that feather's going to get to the mist?
Yes, that's what she told me.
What mist?
Yes, good. That's exactly what I was hoping for.
Okay, well, that does not answer my question.
Mist.
What mist?
Mist. The realms of death, where Vorok is planning on going with my little girl. Whatever plan she has.
And we're supposed to go to this realm of death.
That's what she meant by the edge of her domain.
Well...
What good and why do they need... Wait, if they needed your brother, how long did they take him?
It's been a very long time. I don't know exactly, years. All I know is that he was 13 when they took him, and that seems to be a very common theme amongst all the children that have gone missing.
But if they have had your brother this whole time, why did they need the girl to the point that they had to put holes in my castle?
I don't
know. What I'm thinking is this, probably wrong. He's the final piece. We saw what they're planning with Fiona. All of these other children are simply experiments, trial runs, practices. There's something about them, probably something in their blood. And once they've perfected it, and I fear they're close, they will use it on Milo.
Right.
That is simply just a guess.
Did you mention two halves?
Yes. Yeah, I mentioned that she was saying that there are... I didn't say the exact words because I don't remember it all. Felix does. Andy does not. I'm not a superhuman. I would have recounted basically word for word what she told me about the halves, about two halves of death and life and all of that.
Maybe Marlowe's just the one half of death, and maybe Valeska is the other half, or whoever the other child that they're looking for is. If they've had Marlowe this whole time, and they know what he is, but they're still looking for someone else, maybe they need two?
That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, we encountered that when we fought the Golden Dragon.
So we just gotta find him. We just gotta find where Milo is and where they're taking these children, and I'm sure that it will become more clear.
No. What's Trovo's two halves? Two halves? Escher looks even more pale than he normally gets, and he turns to you, Felix. If that is the case, I am so sorry, my boy.
What do you mean?
Vorok sought my daughter's power for a reason. If there are two children, there must be made one.
Oh, God.
Then there's no one better than my little bird.
Maybe that's why you need the knife to make him whole again, because you have to cut it in half. Because it's only half Milo.
No. It won't come to that. It's not going to come to that.
Yeah, it could
The
be
Raven Queen said if.
It could be a language thing. Like, that's your arcane focus. Maybe you need to use it intelligently to cast a spell.
Right. Or we're going to make haste, and we're going to get there before any of this becomes a problem. And we can stop it.
Let's make haste. What I just said was just to comfort you. Almost certainly it's going to be some sort of nightmare abomination.
Thank you, Caprice. You have such a way with words.
I mean, you saw what happened with Fiona. It's like, no, I'm not... You understand my meaning. I'm just trying to prepare you. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Yes. If that is the case as well, then that makes our next step of the journey all the more clear. We must, all of us, and I would pray that you come with me. We must venture to the Amber Temple.
Well, what is this place?
What's that?
I don't. I mean, okay. Yeah, we'll go. I mean, why wouldn't we?
Personally, I'm quite a fan of temples, so...
We'll go wherever you tell us to go.
But what is this place?
It is where Ravenovia sought the power of the nine-eyed spider. It is how she is able to harness her flesh-crafting abilities.
So it is a temple to the spider.
No, it is a temple to a long-forgotten, faceless god, where many dark entities, their aspects, their fragments were imprisoned and entombed in amber sarcophagi.
So, is there going to be something there that we can undo what she's done, or some other power we can harness?
While the power is trapped in the amber, then there's still not its full strength. That means that we could perhaps stop it before it has a chance to break free entirely and fuse.
Oh, you think this entity that gave your daughter power is going to break out of some kind of temple?
Yes.
Oh, well then, we should go.
Yes, and I confronted its amber sarcophagus, and it taunted me. But with now that I have friends and I'm not alone, and I have learned and I have researched much more,
stretch.
And there's also the possibility that we can find a way to remove that power from my little girl without killing her.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I believe in my research sense that there could be the original, well, not the original, but the master of the Amber Temple. We can meet him, and he's not reasonable, but we may be able to poke around and steal what he has. Yes.
Well, wait, he's definitely not we can't just talk to him and...
His mind and death has not been kind to his sanity.
Oh.
Let's resolve the issues with the sanity.
Yes, of course.
Wait, he's dead?
Wait, what, he's dead?
Yes, he's dead.
Yeah.
But is he like only kind of dead?
He's undead.
Oh. Well,
like I am. I am dead.
Yes, that's fair.
Right.
Well, I don't see why we couldn't, with our magics, just resolve any issues with the sanity.
Right.
Good point. Yes.
I do have a few tools at my disposal.
He was not forthcoming with me when I first attempted to get information. But now that we are together, you're stronger, I finally have friends again. I'm no longer alone.
That's right.
Where is this Amber Temple?
Friends is still a stretch.
Well, is it far? Can we just...
It is south. Yes. It is built within Mount Gargus. Past the Solenka Pass.
Do I need to do something about your sanity?
What? I'm perfectly sane, thank you very much.
Lovely. Then speak quicker. We are on a time limit. I don't know why I keep touching my wrist like that. I just feel like it's something to do when I mention time. It does, doesn't it?
Do you have an itch, maybe? Like a hive or something?
What?
Under
No.
your fur?
We're going to have to go on foot.
Oh, it's an ingrown hair.
How long is the journey?
My tail sucks up inside of me.
It scrunches up disgusting.
Ew! I'm upset!
It will take us.
Sorry, Ezra.
Jesus Christ. It will take, if we hurry, a little less than a day's journey.
Good. You promised you would teach me some alchemy.
Yes,
You can start doing that on the way, and
I
maybe
will.
that'll help us.
I will, yes. And we will not be able to take the sky. The winds there will not. I do not want to do that to Persepolis. And my precious gargoyles, you understand, if anything happened to them. There's of sentimental value to me.
All right. So, on foot, Amber Temple. Stop whatever
Cold weather
powers.
gear.
What?
Cold weather, dress for the coldest you've ever experienced, times 5.
Oh, so like around 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Maybe 78,
Bundle up,
79.
Iris. Bundle up, Iris.
I presume Irvin mentioned a, area where there were cold weather
Yes,
clothing.
Irvin had mentioned that there was a full store of cold weather gear that they could.
So very much like any 90s cartoon, I would enter the closet, come out wearing exactly what I'm wearing, but cold weather versions of it.
Yes, of course.
A much heavier blue coat,
Yep.
a heavy red hat. Exactly the same thing, but cold weather snow gear version of what I normally wear.
I walk into the closet and I walk out, and instead of a grass skirt, it's like yarn. It's like a yarn skirt.
It's like plaid,
Yeah.
or like you know, wool. It's a wool skirt.
And then instead of my boar pelt, it's just like a little like a knit shawl, and I still have nothing else on.
Got it.
No, I changed my mind. I'm dressed like Spike Spiegel from that meme where he says, "Do I look like the kind of guy who has money?"
No, I'll get, if there's anything in my size, I would, put whatever I think I would need on.
I'd say you're all able to get outfitted.
I'm like that kid from A Christmas Story. I walk out, I've got like
Randy.
15 jackets on.
You're like Randy.
Like,
I love it.
can't get my arms
I
down.
sit down on the bench next to the entrance to the closet.
Yeah, Ralphie.
You begin lacing up your snow boots.
I'll just use disguise self to make myself look. It's exactly what you would see Caprice normally wear, but it has like little tufts of Arctic fur around it. I think I'm gonna be all right. You say cold, I think I'm gonna be okay.
Caprice.
Yeah.
Do not treat this like a game, boy.
I'm not. I've been through some crazy stuff. I got all kinds of devilish powers. I'm genuinely resistant to cold.
All right. If we leave now and do not wait another day, we'll be getting there in the dead of night. Is that all fine with you? I know I'm a creature of the night, but I want to make sure that those of you who are not nocturnal...
Yes, that's fine. We can't spare a single minute.
We got sprint.
I agree. That will give Count von Zorowicz and Ivar and the Abbott time to negotiate. And Evan. And meeting that would be, I'm glad I won't be present. To the Amber Temple?
Before we leave this room, if we ever go back to Galtaga, we survive all of this, you can come too. I don't know if you've ever been. It's a great city. Please don't tell Lucrexia, my first cousin, what I told you guys tonight.
I promise you I will never repeat those words ever again
Thank
to
you.
another living soul.
Okay, let's go.
But before we go, I need to ask you if you can provide me with a gem-encrusted bowl worth at least 1,000 gold pieces.
Why do I feel like you keep asking for this?
It is
I'm
very
sorry.
important.
I must be me. I feel like you've just asked before. I must be imagining it. I'm sorry. Continue.
We are now in a different place at a different time.
Did you not ask Brutus for that before you left?
I did.
And?
And he brought me a
A gem-encrusted
Well,
plate.
it was a very
worth
shallow bowl.
An unquestionable amount of money.
With a single gem in it.
And some of the bowls were just crusty.
Yeah, encrusted really wasn't what it was.
Well, actually, I think there might be something in the room that I've been staying in. Give me one moment.
If you've got
He
any
walks into the
ruby
house.
dust worth 1,000 gold pieces too.
Yeah, if you just have like 10,000 gold pieces lying around, I mean, if you're giving them out, I'm just kidding.
He comes back after 10 minutes, and he's like, let's go.
Were you able to find the bowl?
Yes, let's go.
Oh,
Before
well,
they
give it to
realize
me.
it's gone. And he hands it over, and it's filled with ruby dust. It's a
look,
gem-encrusted...
Look, there's ruby dust in here.
Oh, thank you.
I'm just kidding.
Take a look, dog. Let's go!
There's ruby dust in here.
Bumping on the ruby because she loves the way it feels, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I guess we go. I'm getting flashbacks to Otto being horribly crushed by a door trap, but I'm ready. Let's go.
At least Otto didn't die.
I never
Tell
told anyone
die.
about that. He just went missing.
Oh, Toa. Oh, Toa.
Well, Confronting said he didn't die.
He eventually died.
Toa doesn't know that.
Poor Toa.
Otto's the BBG of this campaign.
God, could be.
Well, let us make haste.
I'm bundled up. I got big furry snow boots on.
I'm bundled up as well. My red hat has been replaced with a Russian red hat. It's like a, the classic Russian hat.
It's still morning at this point.
There's a name for it. I should know it.
You
Yeah,
had
me too.
left very early.
Pushka
You
or
make your
something.
way as quickly as possible. You say goodbye to Erven, who wishes you best of luck as he transforms into a raven before you and begins to fly towards the castle.
Alright.
And he flies away amidst the flock, or what do you call it? Group of ravens again?
A conspiracy.
Murder of
Conspiracy.
raven.
Or a murder.
Conspiracy. Murder of crows.
Murder
right?
of crows. It's a conspiracy of ravens.
Yeah. As you
Same
begin to
thing.
make your way down from the northern ridge of mountains across the valley up to the other side, and once again you go through the forest, through the dragon flame forest, and you make your way up into the foothills as the elevation gets steeper and steeper and more treacherous. And as every hour that passes, the air gets colder and colder, and even with your cold weather gear, it's starting to bite more and more. And eventually you get to the point where it's no longer just the same rocks and ravines. The landscape is more barren and is behind you. You're starting to get flashbacks to the Krasang Pass and your journey over the Serpent Spine Mountains in Grond. And you feel the crunch of snow beneath your boots as the wind whips up and howls as it gets colder and colder and colder. As you then see massive Mount Gacchus looming high above you. You know your destination. It's going to be a treacherous one. As the chill once again whips in and suddenly you start to shiver. I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw.
No! I'm having PTSD!
Am I
You-
exempt?
Why?
I have resistance to cold damage.
I see you can roll an advantage.
This will affect Barnabas.
Well, I didn't think to be exempt. I thought I just had advantage.
So with
We'll
you're
have to buy.
resistant, which just means if you take damage, you take half of it.
Yeah,
Right.
so if you were immune, we'll just say that it'll...
Azeka's poor fucking ship got absolutely ruined by this shit.
May I roll at advantage as well?
because you're cold weather, Bez?
I'm apparently resistant to cold damage as well.
Oh, that is such
Oh,
a...
well, look at this. I'm also a
Well,
Oh, and I also don't suffer penalties from being in high altitudes, if that matters.
Well, that I think matters. That I would say would matter.
Yeah.
But
Well, because I'm mountain born and we're on a mountain. You know,
We're gonna have a conversation about how cold weather works.
I got a
this
20. Did you say Constitution?
Yes.
22.
Yeah. 22.
Because Felix is actually decent at Constitution saving throws.
18.
18. Thank you so much, unlucky rollers, D&D.
18
Appreciate
as
it.
well.
Thank you for the follow.
Welcome.
Give it a follow.
Welcome.
Can you have Lufty's thing? Because I want to roll for her as well. I'll be rolling for her. Or someone, if one of you guys wants to roll for her.
I mean, yeah.
What's her con check?
It's right here.
So
I'll roll and I'll roll it with her die. Sorry.
That die
It
never
is
rolls higher
12.
than 5.
12, that's enough.
For now.
And
Oh,
so
yeah,
what we'll
if I know
say is that
anything-
Everybody gets one.
Lufty is going to be rolling, and she'll just be miserable and silent the entire time, but she will, if she's
Miserable
suffering
and
exhaustion, then that'll
I
be
will,
something
yeah,
you'll have to
12.
deal with.
Well, we'll help her.
Yeah.
Toa can carry her and all of us.
Exactly. So
You're the horse from Animal
Escher,
Farm.
literally. Yeah, Escher looks back at all of you, and he says, "Oh, it's only going to get far, far worse." As you continue and you make your way, trudging through the snow, and there is a path that is not very heavily trodden. As you make your way and you walk for another good amount of time, as you stop and you see that there is there's cliffs really all around you, and you see as the mountains go up on either side, and you see this sheer white of a sheet of ice, a frozen waterfall, it seems. And you see a glint behind it, a glint of something. As you pass, you see that there's what looks like what would have been a frozen river or a stream that who knows the last time it actually ran. What do you do?
I follow Escher and I continue on our path, and I don't get distracted by glinting baubles and trinkets.
Oh, but I do. And it looks like diamonds. That's all. I just get distracted by it and I keep going.
Ooh.
It's at least beautiful.
Oh, well, what is it?
It's a waterfall. Frozen.
No, but what's the glint behind the waterfall?
Probably the ice.
Yeah, I mean, it could be just light refracting off of the
Oh, does it
the
actually
frozen
look
water.
like something's back there?
Yes.
Well, I'll go over and see, and I'll use my cat's claws to climb along the ice and see if I can climb behind the waterfall.
Do you want to be cursed? Because this is how you become cursed.
Yeah, absolutely.
So-
I went to back, see, it's a bubble, and it looks like it's worth money.
As
Two silver.
No, as you manage to make your way over, and you actually see that the water, the sheet of water in front of it, does seem to be blocking what looks like some sort of outcropping or cave behind this waterfall.
Oh, okay, I get what you're describing. I was confused.
And you see that there's actually a glint of red.
Yeah, no, we should. Well, we should clearly burn this waterfall to get the water flowing and walk in there and find out what that glint of red is.
I mean, sure, I can do we really have time for this? Do you think it's important?
Well, it might be.
All right, stand back.
I mean, what do you think's in there?
Before he can finish,
How
I
am I
cast
supposed
Fireball on
to
the
know?
waterfall.
You, Iris,
That was great.
Iris, at your command, Felix,
Thank you, Felix.
shoots a tiny beam. It bursts, and you feel the warmth momentarily. As it actually does a good job and delays this oncoming chill a little bit more as it bursts and surrounds you, and immediately all of the ice crashes down and completely melts, and you see a small cave behind this waterfall.
I would walk up to Iris and say, well, shall we?
Yes, of course. I'll lead the way.
And I would follow her.
You do that, and it doesn't take you very long. It's a very shallow cave, and you see that sitting at the center of this space is a skull. It is the skull of a goat, and it has one empty socket of an eye, and the other seems to have what looks like a ruby inside.
Let's see, look,
A
it's
gem
a
of about this size, but there's a large crack down the center.
Unfortunately, it's damaged.
Well,
But we could still do something with it. It could be useful. We
I
could
could
ground it up and
Right,
turn
I
it
could
into
have
ruby
this
dust.
time out. Don't you think that it's weird that it's in a skull in a cave?
I've seen many things in my day at this point, and this is the far less unusual of the things.
I don't know. I mean, from the studies that I've done, I just about the messed up things that some wizards will do. I'm just saying, it just falls. I think it falls right in line with the things that we've seen.
We're on our way to, from what Escher tells us, some sort of a terrifyingly evil temple. Maybe this was a lost artifact, and by returning it, we may be able to gain the good graces.
What I will say is we now know that it is here. If we find that we need it, we can backtrack and procure it.
Is Escher in the cave with us?
He's standing outside.
Escher!
Yes.
Is there any chance that there would be some lost artifact that we might want to return to the temple on our way there?
Like a goat with a ruby eye. A skull. A goat skull.
Yeah, it's like
goat
a skull
with a
it's
ruby
got like
eye.
a cracked ruby in it.
It's probably not worth much. It's severely damaged.
Can you just come in here and take a look at it so we're not doing it?
Yes, come on.
Thank you.
This looks strange.
That's what I said.
That's what we said.
I didn't say that. I said it looked more normal than most things.
Does it look evil? Should we take it?
It looks like choker around my first beloved. The gem that was in her neck.
Oh, the gem.
Well, I mean, what does that mean?
I don't understand.
I mean, it's just a ruby, right?
But it is impossible that goat skull. I know that there was dreams of a goat.
Well, I mean, the werewolves worshipped a goat, so maybe they just worship goats around here. Maybe like an ancient history. The people used to worship goats, and so it's not that
This is what I
unreasonable.
think it is. The one who put this here is long dead. Unfortunately, mostly forgotten. You do not need to return this, but I don't think that it can do any harm to take. For what purpose, I would not know.
Well, I certainly won't stop anyone. I'm not really interested in it.
No, it's broken. It's useless to me. But at least we know what it is. It's not something that's going to sneak up on us in the evening.
I hope not.
Maybe, keep your eye out for evil eye goats or something.
Sure.
Well, let's just continue then.
Yeah, we gotta go. We can't mess around anymore.
The wind chills you as you leave the cave. Everyone make a Constitution saving.
Water, surprise.
Oh, yeah.
Natural 20. Gotta give it
24.
up.
Nice. So what, you get like a 44?
24.
27.
It's the skills.
What
where
did
the
you
money
get?
is.
I know. I also got 24.
Lufty got 10,
Oofta.
and I got a 4.
Double oofta.
The ladies take a level of exhaustion as the chill
It doesn't really
absolutely
matter
rocks
until
them
the 4th or 5th
to
level
the
for
core.
this.
As you feel the intense chill, as it saps your energy. You continue onward. As the sun is hanging lower, starting to go behind the mountain peaks now. This night is falling, it's getting even colder. As you approach, suddenly the wind picks up and snow starts to fall. As what you hope is a temporary flurry is blasting you as you trudge your way through the storm. It never is. And suddenly you see ahead of you snow start to fall and form about like a foot of snow in your path. And you look up and you hear as it echoes through this place. And you see just a black shape through the snowstorm. What do you all do?
Were those hooves?
Yes.
How far off does it appear?
It seems to be above you, probably a good 20, 30 feet.
Well, that's not very far. We can't make out what it is.
It's just a black shape, and then suddenly disappears in the blizzard.
Sure. What kind of animals are up here hunting?
I do not know. I've never encountered any wildlife here.
I think we should keep moving. We should be aware and be prepared to defend ourselves.
Maybe it's a Yeti?
From what? From Mogra Kai all the way up here?
Why not? I mean, they live in mountains. Well, the one we saw lived in the mountains.
That's fine. I you know what? You're right. I didn't mean to say what I...
You hear it on the other side of the path that you're walking.
I'm sorry I snapped at you.
And it echoes through.
It's very cold out here.
Is it a Yeti with hooves? It's probably a Yeti with hooves, Felix.
I don't know if Yetis have hooves. Toa. I would be trying to, I would prestidigitate flame from my hand to try to just, light up and see if I can see better and, create some...
Perception check for me.
Finally failed one. Very low. Let me check, but probably very low. 9.
Snow falls down 9. As you hear... As you then hear...
This is what Kimma gave me.
A strange... that sounds guttural, and it echoes through, and more snow falls in. Okay. You look up and you just see this black shape, and it looks massive.
It's fine, it's just a goat, right? That's all that was. It was just a goat.
I've never seen a goat.
Okay, well, that's what they sound like.
You've never seen a goat?
You've never seen a goat?
I mean, we should just keep moving. We should just continue advancement.
Seen a goat?
There were some in Centra that we passed, I think.
Remember we went down to that barn. I think there were at least 3 goats.
Do you remember that orc that you turned into a gnome?
Yes.
A halfling or whatever he was? He was riding a goat.
Oh, those things aren't horrifying at all.
That's what I'm saying. It was just a goat. I think we're okay. We should just keep moving.
It's very small.
I mean, that one sounds kind of big, but we should just keep moving.
But how big?
It's fine. We can handle the
that
goat.
Looks like that jet, really.
As big as the skull we saw in that waterfall.
It was a moderate size.
Can you keep leading the way?
Almost near avalanche of snow.
I'm freezing. I'm very cold. I'll be quite honest with you.
You just see this looming black shape, and then one more time it's got as it echoes through, and Escher looks up and says, "I think we should be going."
Yes, go! Let's lead the way. Okay.
Yes, please. I'm very cold.
I'm ready to hustle.
You hustle, and everyone as the chill sets in.
Lufty, come on. You're very quiet.
Look, we're both very cold.
Okay, 17.
Oh, are we doing this again?
Yep.
Oh, we're doing it again?
Constitution saving
21.
throw. I think I'll be alright. 17.
22.
Lufty got 15.
Okay, passes.
And I got
we're good.
14.
Okay, but all this passes.
Wow.
Okay.
All right, then.
You pursue onwards, and you continue to go and trudge, and you're making good ground. And it's at this point where it's very clearly the last light of day, as dusk is setting in, and you just see the oranges in the sky through the snowstorm that has not let up. And although starting to very slowly, you hope, you pray, dissipate. And who's in the lead?
Asher.
And then
Besides
myself.
You see Asher is walking on top of the snow.
I would probably be behind him, but if you want to be ahead of me, that's fine.
Sure.
I'd be bugging him about alchemy nonstop. I wouldn't stop talking about alchemy.
Oh yeah,
I think you want to learn that.
It smells like shit.
I would be in the back keeping an eye on everyone. Because I'm pretty... Well, no, I think it's like a Yeti goat. I'd be keeping an eye on Lufty and Iris, seeing that they're cold, and given that I'm tolerating it pretty okay.
I'm very cold.
Make a perception check for me. I'll say actually straight.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Not bad. Skills, Perception.
Pretty good.
23.
23. Through the snowstorm, you think you hear something. And you're with the ladies, and you feel like you hear something again. But it's been a while since you've been walking. And you turn around, and through the blizzard, you see just for a moment what looks like the head of a massive black goat with red eyes watching you leave.
huge curved horns, as it then suddenly disappears into the snowstorm again.
Toa,
Turn around! Everyone turn around!
I can't. I'm too cold.
What's wrong? What's the matter, Toa?
The goat yeti, or as I like to call him, a goatee. He's right behind us.
I look to where he's pointing.
Jesus, gross.
Completely gone.
There's
I hold
nothing
my-
there.
There's
Toa.
not even a shape.
I hold my flame up higher. I don't see anything, Toa.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure the goatee's right there.
Did it have ruby eyes?
Yes, it had big red eyes. And it was a big black goat head.
I believe you. I'm just saying I don't see it now.
And Toa, I'm so cold. I'm going to need to be carried the rest of the way.
All right, of course.
Oh, thank you, Toa.
And I'll pick Iris up.
Your chest is so cold and warm at the
You
same
do that.
time.
And actually, I need to roll. You guys are both in the front. Well, anyway, because you kind of turn back a bit to talk to Toa. Caprice, you feel something as you're trudging through the snow catch your boot. I need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Or
As
die.
you tumble forward.
That's it. No, you just rip your character sheet. You literally just die.
Literally.
It's all over if you fail this.
Yeah. You have to pass this, or you slide on the ice and you plummet off
You're
the
out of the
side of a
campaign.
cliff,
You're out
and
of the
you're
campaign.
completely
And now that
just
you're
dead.
using D&D Beyond, you have to break your phone.
Yep. Oh, sorry.
And
You're out of
get
the
a new
campaign.
phone.
You're out of the campaign.
Okay, so I
That's
accidentally
scary.
pull my foot off, and it sluices my ACL right out of the back of my I get a 28.
You manage to catch yourself, but as you look down to see what caught your foot, you see a face looking up at you.
Oh my god.
It looks to be like a human with his eyes peeled open and just completely blue. As you see what looks like a human corpse staring up at you, completely frozen solid.
We got him out of here, guys. Yeti goats aside, there is in fact a what appears to be a dead person right under my feet.
I would turn from Toa and run to Caprice and hold the flame down near the fire, or near the snow.
I'll start to with the illumination, start to move the snow farther away from the face and see if I can sort of uncover the body a little bit.
You uncover the body and you start to do that, and you see what looks like a human male, relatively young, in what looks like leathers of adventuring gear, and your hand hits another thing, and you scrape and you move the snow off of the face of a young woman. As you then begin to dig, as you uncover 5 bodies in total, completely frozen, very clearly huddling together for warmth in their final moments.
All human variety?
You actually know. You
One is a
managed
lizard folk.
You managed to find
One is a tiefling.
You find 2 humans, an elf, a dwarf, and a halfling. And they seem to have been very unprepared for the trip. The clothing that they are wearing not nearly heavy enough. As their final moments very clearly a just desperate attempt for warmth.
Do I get a sense that they've been here for long?
Why don't you make an intelligence check?
That's where I am
Basically average.
fine. Man, I'm rolling pretty good. 17. Not bad.
17. You get the sense that it's been a very long time. And I would say that as you're uncovering them, you actually see that they had various climbing gear and they seem to be prepared. There's actually, you find 5 vials of red liquid on them as well.
Oh.
But they seem to have perished on their journey to the Amber Temple.
Well, as unfortunate as this is pretty treacherous and not surprising.
I think these are healing potions.
Sure.
I'll pass
I
5
feel
out
bad,
to the
but
crap.
they certainly can't use them.
Do they appear to be healing potions?
Yes.
Do these work on you, Escher?
Oh, what kind?
They are greater.
Do these work on you, Escher?
Yes, of course.
No, I didn't know if they
You
were...
can take them, I can make my own.
Maybe alchemy's not so
It looks like a group was seeking the secrets of the Amber Temple without being prepared. You're lucky you have a guide. As you leave the adventuring party that did not make it. Escher, he actually starts to shiver a little bit as he says, well, night is approaching faster than I thought, but perhaps we can take refuge with the barbarians that live in a village along our way.
I could always make us a temple.
That is a brilliant idea.
I could go for a warm bath right about now.
Yes, the lovely thing about it is the temperature's whatever I'd really like it to be. Moderate, not too warm, not too hot, not too cold.
Let's try to make more ground. There's still energy and life in me yet. And the chill sets in even more. Constitution saving throw for me, everybody.
Would you say we're about an hour away, or where are we?
We are approaching, but...
What are we rolling
I got
for?
another Constitution saving throw. I
Oh,
got a
shit.
17 again.
Okay.
I rolled all my high ones early.
Oh, that's
17. Do we know what the DC is?
No. We know that 15 was good enough last time. So I'm hoping a 17 is good enough this time.
Kelsey got a 17.
Okay.
Beautiful.
And I got a natural 20.
Beautiful.
So
Okay.
that
Did
makes
anyone
it
get
a
below
22.
14? Or 14 or below?
24.
Okay.
23.
You manage to shrug off the cold as you proceed onward. And you make your way and you actually hear the echoing roar of a river. As the snowstorm starts to dissipate, night fully sets in. And Escher seems a little bit more comfortable. He's no longer kind of hiding beneath his coat in order to stay out of the very dim sunlight in this cloudy day. As you turn around the pass and you see a huge stone bridge that spans this river. And Escher looks and says, Salika Pass, we are getting closer. We should be able to make it before it gets too unreasonably late. And he takes a few steps forward, and suddenly you see a massive shadow cover the bridge. As you hear
Probably a friend.
a massive reverberating shriek. Sounds like an eagle.
Oh.
What do you do?
I've never seen an eagle before.
As it echoes, as you just see a massive, just absolute colossal shadow.
Do we have any kind of cover? I know we're close
You
to
see
this
that
pass.
actually there are outcroppings, there are some large rocks that are covered in snow.
I would immediately try to find some sort of cover, at least under a rock or something, you know,
Okay.
and I would motion to the rest, like, we have to get cover, just in case. Of course.
Oh, it's just a bird. I'm cold.
I pull out my hand crossbow and I get down into the snow and sort of shuffle over towards Felix for his command.
Okay, all those doing it, make a stealth check, please.
Oh, yeah.
As you see a massive,
Can you make one for Lifty?
Hot fire.
a massive bird that looks to be like a brown eagle of just this unfathomable size. That despite the incredibly intense howling winds, with its massive wings, it is very easily able to fly over.
19.
As it flies. 19 for you?
22 for me, and what else? Oh, wait, no, this is ability check, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, you're both
so we're both
disadvantaged.
disadvantaged.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so, sorry, Lifty. Lifty got a 7,
Oh.
and I got 13 plus 9.
That D20 cannot roll higher than a 5.
This one?
Yeah.
I will pick a different one for that.
I got 22.
26.
26?
Yeah.
Awesome. You're all able
Except for Lifty.
you're all able to dive behind as you then poke out and you see a rock, an ROC. You dive behind a rock to dodge a rock as this colossal bird flies over and you see streaks of white in its plumage. It is actually incredibly majestic.
Oh.
But it looks and surveys the land hungrily as it passes over the Salenka Pass and the huge stone bridge with you see statues of knights and strange vulture-looking creatures on either side, and a watchtower across the ravine. As it flies over, and you breathe out a sigh of relief, and then you see Lufty shivering, and she almost kind of nods off asleep and tumbles out into the snow.
And with that, she pushes a small rock free, and it rolls and gathers speed and clacks and echoes through. Escher crouches down and says, "What have you done?" As suddenly you hear the flapping of colossal wings turn back around and fly
I'm going
over.
to cast Thaumaturgy and make the sound of, the sound of laughter do that kind of noise, right? With Thaumaturgy, I'm
Should be
pretty
able
sure.
to.
Does this make
If
your
you could
voice
do
boom?
Ruby Goat, that'd be.
I think it's just like a
funny.
minor illusion style thing too.
Yeah.
I would read it.
Sorry, let me read it, because I think...
I know, like echoing your or volumizing is one, but I think you can also change your
Thaumaturgy
voice.
is delicious. Yeah, you can.
You create an instantaneous sound that originates from a point of your choice. So I am going to make the sound of some kind of like wounded creature or something off in the opposite direction.
Oh, okay. Make a deception check for me, please.
What's the range?
It's just that I can, within range, I guess 30 feet. So, within 30 feet of us, but
Okay.
in a place...
Around a place that would be...
place that
okay.
it wouldn't be looking
Make a
in
deception
our
check for me,
direction.
and I'll roll an insight here.
Rock inside. Roll paper.
Roll tide,
So, and you said deception?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is... I shouldn't be doing this. Yeah, so 6?
Oh boy.
No, an 8.
It's a valiant
8.
effort.
Yeah. Well, I'm disadvantaged.
As you all crouch down, as Luffy do, you grab her and pull her in. And you all duck, and you can't even see the rock anymore. You're all so tucked in. As you hear a wounded animal, as the rock seems to divert course from the area that you're in and go towards the bridge. As it seems to turn towards its right as it flies over, and you don't hear it, and you just hear the flapping of wings, and then you hear a of the shaking of stone, as if a heavy weight has landed on the bridge. Suddenly, everything goes a little bit more quiet. You don't even hear the howling of wind. And then you hear a voice. You all look cold. You seek secrets, the nature of which you do not understand. Capriccio. You may think yourself clever, but your new associate is not as clever as he thinks he is. All of your associates think they can outsmart me. As do you. But in the end, you require my aid.
I feel the no coming from Felix and the silence all around me. I know I'm stuck deep down into the trench that is this like hiding spot that we've made ship for ourselves.
Yep.
Lufty and Iris and everyone by my side. Do I get a sense that I could shimmy armory crawl away from them to try to get as far away from my group as possible?
I would say the rock isn't that big. Well, the rock is big. The rock that you're behind is not.
Would we recognize this voice from the visions that we had?
Yes, absolutely. You would recognize this voice immediately.
But only one of us knows its name.
Yes.
Yeah, we've never heard it. Only
Yeah,
But we do know the voice.
yes.
So I would be sweating. Even though it's cold, I would be sweating and pale.
And you'll hear the voice boom out again. Where, Caprice, your traitorous companion, had failed you, I will not. You seek aid. Felix, your brother, whose fate is truly tragic.
I would clutch onto Toa. I would go even more pale.
I would like.
And I would hold on to
And
Toa.
you'd feel my hand on your shoulder as well.
Your queen cannot save him. Only I. Only I.
I'm gonna like look into Felix's eyes as like, do you think? Maybe?
And I would just be like, no. And I'm terrified. I am truly terrified.
Say my name thrice. And you hear a and shake. You hear the flapping of wings as you see a rock take off with dark feathers and 6 massive red eyes. And as it flies away, you blink, and suddenly you just see a hungry brown rock as it flies away and lets out one more cry and disappears out of sight.
Oh God, no. That was him. That was the thing.
Yeah. That was it. That was the thing.
Why were you all terrified?
A note.
I will tell you the story, Escher, but it is not one for the top of this mountain.
Did you hear the voice?
Hear what? What voice?
You didn't hear.
Hear what?
Oh gods.
We probably shouldn't mention it then. It's fine. Just sort of like a shared nightmare we have.
We have to get cover first. We can't stay here.
Yeah, either the temple or the temple.
Is the temple gonna fit here?
Across the pass. If we can get across the pass, how much farther do we have to go?
Well, it's not that much longer. We'll pass halfway if we go across the length of pass.
Only half?
We can take shelter. We can get assistance from the barbarians.
Okay, across the pass, and then we find shelter or find a place to put up the temple. All right?
Let's do it.
We have to move. We can't stay here. And then we can explain everything.
It's just a rock. It's just
we can explain everything once we get safety.
Perhaps it heard the goat. It's just hunting it.
Asher, please just lead the way.
All right.
Between Lufty and Iris, who's the most exhausted? Or
We're both just one level of exhaustion.
just one level of exhaustion.
you-
I will quickly turn and I'll be like, I'm really looking forward to that temple. All right, just in case. And I touch you for but a moment on the shoulder. I will cast Enhance Ability, and I will, for an hour, you gain 2d6 temporary hit points and Bear's Endurance, which gives you advantage on Constitution checks.
Wow.
There you go.
So 7 THP.
I'm sorry I couldn't come up with a clever song. That voice scares the shit out of me.
Asher says, "Can we go right? What the fuck?" As he steps, and you see him standing, looking across the bridge. You can't see. You just see his profile as he just stares, and his mouth is agape.
What do you see? Toa, can you carry me over there? Everyone's being so dramatic.
I pick up Iris under the arms and I take her out.
We'll hurry over.
You step out from behind the rock as the rock leaves,
A lot of rocks.
and you see
Like rocks.
the massive stone bridge ahead of you. And through the snow, you see the shock of black as you see massive black feathers arranged in a pattern that spells out the same word 3 times. Pazuzu. Pazuzu.
I would see this, and I guess having read it, unfortunately it's now in my brain, I would immediately run at it and start kicking at it, like, in the snow, trying to dislodge it and move it. Don't look at Asher, no! And, like, trying to disrupt it and kick the feathers and move them and disrupt it as much as possible.
What? What is going on?
Do they move? Like, am I able to...
Yes, you see as you kick, one gets caught in the wind and flies away, and you actually, as you're running to get the others, a massive gale howls through this wind tunnel of this pass, and it almost threatens to knock you off as it blasts the rest of the feathers away. And I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw.
Come on, baby, I need a high one this time. Come on, I've rolled all high ones. Don't fail me now.
23.
Yes! 23 as well!
21. 15 is the DC now.
Lifty got 18.
Okay.
And I got 10. So I'm exhausted level 2.
Oh no. Oh no. It gets real bad at 2 and 3.
Well, good thing I'm
But you're carrying me,
so
Right.
speed doesn't
Oh, that's
matter.
right. That's right. So
But
yeah.
the next one, that's not
You
going to
feel
help
the
me.
chill. Iris, you were born, although you've experienced colder weather, you're used to,
like
you were born
80.
in the desert. And this is,
brisk
you are
80.
so glad for Toa.
Oh, it's a bit
temperate.
It's 85.
I'm going to need a light sweater.
What?
You really should have picked better.
What is Pazuzu?
Stop! No! Not again! No! No more!
If you say that 2 more times, I'm telling you, it could be we're all in the deepest shit that I don't care what you've seen in your whole long life.
Asher, I want you to listen to me. You're not stupid. A creature that is so determined to get you to say its name 3 times, but has not harmed you yet. What does that tell you? It has no power until we give it to it. Do not say its name. Do not give it power. Whatever it promises that it can do, if it could, it would have done it already.
She's right. We can explain everything once we get to safety. But for now, I need you to forget that name. Pretend like you never saw it. And don't ever, ever, ever say it again.
And if you do say it again, you will not be able to call us friends, and we will not help you with your daughter.
He slowly nods. All right. I don't know why this is happening now here.
And we will explain it in the temple. Whatever that creature is, it is getting desperate.
All right. I trust you. Let us continue.
Quickly.
Not too much longer.
You make your way through the across the bridge, and you see as there is an arch overhead, and Escher points it out, and you can see that there's actually glowing green through underneath the arch. And he says, "We have to go around. Magical fire. That's where I got the idea for my own castle.
Ooh, well, thank you for warning.
Are you ready to climb?"
Yeah, of course.
I'm alright at that.
I'll be very slow, but yes, I can do it.
You'll be all right.
No, just right on my back.
Well, all right then, if you insist.
Can you put her in like a baby Bjorn?
I'm holding a rope. This is the best I can do. I'll just tie Iris to my back.
Do you have a studio diaper?
I can't even begin to understand what that is.
Oh, I forgot to wear mine. That's the problem.
It sucks that you wore your white pants. I mean, your yellow pants.
If anyone feels like they can't climb, I can always turn them into a goat. No?
Well, thank you.
All right.
I appreciate it. I'll be all right.
Okay. Everyone make an athletics check. Who's climbing?
I am not a Viking at that, but that's okay. Well, it was about time.
Not acrobatics?
11.
No.
I got an 11.
20.
Damn, I wish it was acrobatics.
Acrobatics is where the money is what I always say.
Agreed.
Okay.
Wait, so it's athletics or acrobatics?
Athletics.
Athletics.
Oh,
Nice.
you got a 14.
14.
Our boy over here got a natty 20.
Versus a 23.
Natural 20 plus 10, so 30. As you're all climbing, you make it over and you make it to the top, and then a massive gale of wind once again blows through as you see Felix. Felix, you lose your grip on the top of this arch, and you are immediately blasted, and you slip, and you begin to fall off of Selenka Pass.
There's a spell for that. How far away was the top of the cliff?
I mean, you're just starting to fall now, and you're probably about like 10 feet down.
That's what I'm saying. Like, were we like right there? Oh no,
You were at the top of the arch of the bridge, so you're making your way from the arch on the bridge.
Okay, so just so I understand, what we were climbing, what?
You were climbing. Basically, there's an arch where the green flame shoots down.
So
there's a bridge.
We're going
There's an
up and
arch
over the bridge.
Yes, we're climbing over. The
How
arch.
long is the bridge?
Like how long across?
Yeah.
I think it's like, God,
I know Pythagoras is a dick, so like that's kind of my question, right?
Yeah.
If we're like about the midpoint, you said, right?
Yeah. So we'll say it's like another 100 feet.
Okay, I just dimension door to the other side.
Okay, you dimension door.
As I'm falling,
As you're falling,
I turn out my
you
dagger.
stop. You
Felix,
plug your
you got
dagger,
it?
and you blink, and you see Felix appear on the other side
In the snow.
In the snow,
like away
yes.
from the bridge.
You tumble down forward,
Yeah.
holding your dagger, and thank you, Lux Inferior, for the follow.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
the Farce Macabre, if you're still here. Thank
The
you so much.
Farce
you.
Macabre.
Oh, thank you, the
That's
Farce
such a
Macabre.
good name. That's
what
going
to my
cost me.
cub?
That's going to cost me a fourth. But hey, you know what? Got to use them or lose them. I always say.
Yep. As you continue onward,
There's a spell for that.
and as it gets colder, as you get higher and higher, as it chills you to the bone, and suddenly you make your way and in relative quiet, as you then see what almost looks like a sea of like a shaggy black carpet in the snow ahead of you, and almost like with all sorts of strands sticking up. As
It's not the 70s.
Escher stops and says, "I don't recall this being here last time I made my way, but it has been quite a while." Is it like actual fur? It looks like it it's poking up from the snow. All sorts of black little, like, points.
I told you they were Yetis. I'm pretty sure that's a Yeti. Maybe a dead one.
I mean, it could be just a dead wolf.
Ooh, then I guess it's a deaddy.
It could be
A Diddy.
That's very accurate. It could be a goat, a wolf, anything. I mean, it's probably just a dead animal.
All right. I'll go check it out.
Why? It's dead.
It's totally blocking your path, basically.
Okay, go check it out.
I walk forward away from the group, and I go and I look and I give it a push with my laced shoe boots.
You push it, and you feel something hard, and you kick it up what looks like the corpse of a large spider. As it's completely frozen solid, and you see that it was actually just 8 legs sticking up on its back, as it then falls on top of the snow.
No worries, everybody. It's just a giant spider. It's just a spider that we confused with a carpet because it's so huge. Its hair is a nightmare size.
No, it's not its hair. Those are legs, and you see that there's similar things. There's probably hundreds of thousands of these.
I'm sorry.
I have bad news. I was wrong.
It's worse than I realized.
It's infinitely worse than I initially assessed.
It's like 500 tumbleweeds, but instead of tumbleweeds, it's all spiders.
How big
It's all
are they?
spiders.
They're like this big.
Okay, so like manageable.
Yeah.
Oh, and we're sure that they're dead.
Oh, I mean, I pick one up and I throw one at Felix like a snowball.
I scream like a small girl.
And you see it coming towards you.
I try to get out of
and
the
you
way.
It's fine. It's not.
I just try
hard.
to react. Like it's dead. It's definitely
It's
dead.
dead.
I hit.
I cast shield. No. Well, that's fine. We just have to hurry. We have to hurry through it. They're all dead. It's fine.
Why would there be a bunch of dead spiders right here and nowhere else?
I mean, it's pretty cold. Who knows what came through? A snowstorm? Anything?
Seems kind of weird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel like
It's bizarrely weird.
for my ability to picture this scenario, I'm really gonna need you to replicate the sound of the scream.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Welcome! Felix! You okay? I check in.
I'm sorry.
Are you turning inky midnight again?
No, I don't like spiders. I dealt with horrible things. Banshees, werewolves. But something about spiders really freaks me out.
Yeah, they're all balled up and in like a field.
It's like a dead carpet from the 70s.
The 70s.
It isn't even the 70s yet.
I'm kidding.
That's prime.
Look.
Bell-bottom Vandress is ready to go. I can see it. I can
I gotta take the spell grease.
Escher seems to be a lot more alarmed than you are. There should not be spiders here.
Why not? Do spiders not like cold?
No, they should not. Why they couldn't get closer this far? Well, we should ask the natives that live in the barbarian village is close.
Well, let's push through. We're almost there, right?
Yes, of course.
We can regroup and reassess when we get there.
Yes, of course. And the
I'm
wind
freezing.
The wind chills and you make a constitution saving throw again.
Mm-hmm. Come on, one more.
16 now is the DC.
Natural 20.
Oh, I finally fucked it up. I fail. Because you hit me with a... Oh, no.
16.
23 for Lufty.
Because Caprice hit me with a spider, now I'm soaked through my clothes.
And 19 for me.
Okay.
Snow got on my collar. I'm freezing now.
If only you had wished that you really wanted to pee in the cold water. Snowy.
Maybe if I pee. I'm certainly no survival ranger.
I just always wanted to pee into the snow.
And you see that the pass continues around to the left, but off to the right there's a very narrow path that you could walk up around. Escher points you in that direction. And he says, the village is right over here. They are good. These are the original peoples of this valley. They are good people. They will trade barter. We have much to give them.
I'm very cold.
They will be able to warm us up.
Now that you mention it, me too.
He climbs over, and you're able to see as you see what looks like a village built into the side of this mountain with about a dozen huts. However, the snow, there's no smoke coming from any of the buildings, and they all seem to be, there's feet of snow all surrounding them. And Escher stops and says, well, this isn't right.
Oh, no.
I'm still very cold.
Did something happen to them?
They were here last time I came through.
How long has it been?
It's been more than a decade.
Oh, no.
Are they all dead?
Their lease might be up.
Yeah, maybe it's got too cold and they moved. We should...
I mean, at the very least, we can take shelter if they're empty.
Yes.
It's the least we could do.
Or just... Iris can build a temple on what remains of the village.
I keep forgetting she can do that. I'm sorry.
I would much rather sleep in my temple than in one of these snow-covered
That'll be
huts.
plan A. Let's just make sure that everybody's okay first, or if there's anybody even here.
We're beyond the tumble spider field.
Yeah, you just walk through it pretty easily.
Gross.
Yeah.
So I'll start to walk forward with the rest of the group and see if we can maybe look into some of the windows or see if there are any. Yeah.
You are able to make your way, and you see that all the doors are shut, and you're able to pull one open with some effort as you push against the snow. And it's here you see an absolutely horrific scene. Strewn about is strands of massive webbing, and you see in this first building 4 corpses of humans that might have been large but frozen in their tombs. They look completely hollow, as if they've been just completely drained of flesh and fluid. As their eyes look out in absolute terror, as you see some of them are half cocooned in webbing. And there are very clearly 2 massive or two bite marks, 2 teeth marks on each one's neck.
I think we might be in danger here.
I agree.
Well, did this happen to everyone? I'm gonna run to the next building and rip the door off.
Oh my god,
be careful.
don't run so fast, I'm freezing!
You open another.
Careful, Toa,
And
wait!
another. You see this one
You
where
walk
there
into
was.
the room and you hit my head on the. Oh my god, the fucking door, Toa! Bend down more, I'm on your back.
You
Sorry.
see where every single hut. You see that there's some that were probably trying to flee that are on their stomachs towards the back of the village. You find men, women, children, all completely drained of all of their internal fluids and juices.
I think I know what this is, Toa.
What is it?
A chupacabra.
No, I think it's all these spiders.
Oh. Well, you did hit my head pretty hard on the door frame.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I forgot you were on my back. I got
know.
very excited. They're all dead. Felix, Caprice, they're all dead.
This can't be good.
This can't be good at all.
I turned to Escher. Is this the doing of your daughter?
All signs point to yes. Which means that she came back to the Amber Temple after she got her power, after I last visited.
What does that mean?
That we may not find it in the state Escher had hoped we would.
Oh, we could be too late.
Yes, we could be. Do we stay the night or do we proceed?
We proceed.
I say we proceed. I do not want to linger here as the wind whips in over this.
But we are going to need to find some way to warm ourselves up.
I mean,
And so, my hope is if we make my temple, we will not have it later, but we can use it to warm ourselves up for an hour, tops. And then we can proceed for the next half of our journey.
I think that's a good idea, but if we want to save it, I can make a fire. We just need fuel. If we don't think we can do that, then we can go with your plan. I just if you want to save
I
it.
can make a multitude of horrifying stale bread.
Food's not really the issue.
I mean to light on fire.
I think back to
as
myself how flammable is
I like the
bread.
fuel idea.
Bread for the dry bread that Iris makes.
It's basically hardtack.
I am clearly not a chef.
I like the fire idea, and there's a field of fuel behind us.
I just think that if we get into a real bad situation, we might want to save the temple.
I think you're right, and it would take an hour to cast, and then by that point, I think burning these huts and putting these people to rest and warming up at the
This
same
would
time.
be a kindness. Toa, help me with this one over here. As he grabs the one that isn't in the hut. And
Bring the bodies to me. We will not burn them for fuel. We will burn them for rest.
yes.
All right.
I'll check
And
those
while-
buildings over there.
And so while everyone else is burning the building for fuel, I'll work with, I'm assuming, Escher and Toa to essentially create a pyre for all of the bodies and do funerary rites.
I would work with Caprice to build a place where we could build a campfire, whether it be in one of the ramshackled houses or just outside of it.
I say you get this in, you could probably put some stuff in and burn the entire thing.
He and I would be working on that.
And I would say it doesn't take very long. Once all of the burn, you're able to just light this whole. You find the hut that probably has the most tinder in
And
it.
I would just be
and
casting
you ignite
fire
it, and you
spells
ignite
and
it,
doing
and it eventually melts away the
pyromancy
ice and all of that.
Keep it working.
And then finally it catches fire and then goes up, and you get a massive blazing fire. Ignites, and you finally feel yourself warm up, and that will affect the DC as you all roll right now for the chill. As you are able to warm up, and you're going to roll one more as it settles in.
I got a 15.
Another natural 20.
Nice.
Lufty got a
wow.
10.
Okay.
Oh, I rolled disadvantage because I am exhausted.
No, that's only for
saving
ability checks. This is a saving throw. So it's not until 3 that you have to worry about that.
It would have been fine anyway.
I'm good.
Iris, what do you get?
Well,
I got
yeah,
I believe that's that's 16. 16 plus 3, I got a 19.
That's enough.
Lufty fails. It went back 4.
Yes, so-
The DC was 12. As you warm yourselves up,
So
Lufty is still
2.
chill. She's not able to get warm by this fire. As the chill sets in, and you're able to take the time. You burn the bodies.
I got a 13.
13, that's enough.
Oh.
With the warmth that you now experience.
We've got a bonfire.
Because you had decided to get a bonfire.
Maybe I
That's,
should've-
So what
got
happens to me?
you're fine. You got a 16
some
plus.
of my so
Yeah.
Fire blows, yeah.
but it doesn't affect the level of exhaustion I'm at.
No.
Okay.
That's it takes a long rest to get rid of one, and then a lesser restoration, I believe. And so you're all able to warm up, though, and you still feel the chill, but it is not nearly setting in as hard. As you manage to warm yourself up after probably about 20 minutes.
Yeah, sure. We got a long way to go.
We're not far.
Okay, we're not far. That means that what we talked to you about. Keep your mouth shut on that. I will tell you the story when the time comes.
And I will use 2 charges of lesser restoration for my staff
Okay.
to get Lufty and I down to just 1 level of
Yep,
exhaustion,
okay.
so that we're not.
Perfect. You feel the warmth from the fire on the outside and the warmth of your god on the inside. As you're starting to warm up a little bit, some of your strength is starting to return. And with that, you make your way, and there's not much as you trudge. I'm going to need you to roll one more time. As you trudge through and you turn around one more bend.
Oh no. 14.
Lufty got a natural 20.
Nice.
She's
Gotta give it
fine.
up. 13 is the DC now.
Oh, baby, I made it. 14.
I got 11, so I'm going to go back up to 2.
20. Dirty 20.
23.
And as you make your way, it is now approaching the dead of night. But you finally see it in the moonlight. As the wind whips the snow around, you see what looks like the massive stone face. What can only be described as a huge stone temple. A large door flanked by pillars and statues of hooded figures. As you're not sure why it's called the Amber Temple, except because it does not seem to bear anything beyond just gray stone. And Escher stops as he lets out a sigh and he says, "We've finally made it. Let us go inside."
Yes, please, I'm freezing.
Yeah. You all make your way up.
It has to be at least 70 degrees out here.
You clear away the snow as the chill is setting in. You enter. Escher heaves the door open. It's this sturdy stone, and you all enter, and it heaves it shut and smashes close with a loud, reverberating thud. Ooh, and I changed the music to Amber Frosty.
It's not that much warmer in here.
It is not that much warmer. It is slightly. You're out of the wind chill, which is important. You're out of the wetness of the snow, which settles down. It is still very cold, though.
It smells like burnt lizard.
It does smell like burnt lizard.
Does it smell like bones?
As you enter,
I'm hungry.
I'm being hungry.
we can continue with the Amber Temple.
Oh, shit!
Yes!
Let's go.
Do we not have the OGs?
Oh God!
No, we threw all that away. That would
That
have been awesome.
like that's like twice the
I
total.
know, but
That would have been awesome.
my heart.
I mean, hey, it was.
I know it's
it was
something you can't
crumpled and creased
right.
and,
You can't hang on to it. It's like it just takes some space.
I mean, obviously it could be reprinted.
Yeah, no, that's
got
a lot. That's a lot of effort.
You enter and this is entirely accurate because, for the reasons that you now know, as Escher closes the door behind them, and it's incredibly dark. Does anyone have light?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would just create a little bit of
You
fire.
create a fire.
And, if you want to help me create light, because I don't have that
I'm
much.
cold. I can't help with
I just
anything.
create
I'm
fire.
so
Fire
cold.
as the flame of a torch as it
reverberates, and you see rubble on either side of you.
I've got dark vision.
Yeah, if there are torches for me to light, I would do that as well as just hold flame as I move.
Any torch here is actually crumbled up or long used as you see rubble on either side, and Escher says, "She has been here."
It looks like things are kind of in disrepair.
How old is this place? Why would you build a temple here? Who built this?
Wizards.
Lizards.
Wizards.
Oh,
Wizards that were trying to...
I was wondering what a cold weather lizard
Trying
looked
to imprison away, learn magical secrets and imprison the dark vestiges of power that were lingering. Where they found them, I do not know, but all I know is that there's evil here.
It looks pretty empty to me.
There's the master of this place, the Exethanter.
Well, we should make haste and go speak with him.
Is this that the reasonable undead guy?
Yes, of course. Yes, that's why he's here. We must find the sarcophagus of we can talk to him and we'll find it.
I mean, he knows you, right? You've talked to him before?
Well, I've talked in the same place he was talking. I don't know if I would have called it a conversation.
Okay. Let's just find him and get this sorted out as quickly as possible.
Should we go into any of these side rooms? Do we need to take off our shoes? And should we just
caved in? No problem.
Should we? I guess we'll just. Yeah. Do we need to take off our shoes? I guess would be my only question.
Why would we need to take off our shoes?
That seems very cold as I walk under the next door frame.
Oh, fuck! God, this one's made of stone!
No, I keep forgetting. I'm so sorry.
You look and you see blood as it's like getting into my eyes, and I'm trying to wipe it away.
Your fur's matted, like.
Ears
and
back.
He leads you through, and you see just the stone walls that are cold and narrow. As you turn around and you enter this large central chamber that's rectangular, and there's a large balcony with two stairways going down, and it's crumbled, and you see what looks like it would have been a massive statue has now toppled forward and is in pieces scattered across the floor.
Wow, someone seems to have written words into the floor. It says open to area X5.
As Escher looks and his eyes are just wide and says, "No.
Was it not in this bad of a shape when you were here?
No, where the flame skulls are usually had to dodge dozens of fucking fireballs." Exethanter!
I'm glad we do not have to dodge dozens of fireballs.
It would have been nice to know before coming in here. I mean, maybe it's lucky that they're not around.
Yes. Toa has literally rammed my head into 2 door frames so far. I kid you not when I say he would not dodge a dozen fireballs.
Shouldn't you get down at this point?
I'm cold.
Well, what if there are some flame
it's
skulls?
It's at least 70 degrees.
Do you really want to fight on his shoulders like that?
I'm cold.
All right, well,
there seem to be no flame skulls. That they're the minions of Exethanter. They watch over this place.
I mean, do you think something happened to him? He must have a room.
He's incredibly powerful, yeah.
Could she have killed him?
There's no way. There is no way. Let us go to just find the sarcophagus. I see that the stairs down off. We can go through the chamber. I know which one.
Did you say sarcophagus?
Yes, they
now
are.
You're speaking my language.
Are you sure we don't want to check on your friend first?
It's more or less on the way. I'm more concerned about stopping whatever Drizzlashers are doing.
All right. I trust you.
Bless you.
I have to say, I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to fight any flame skulls because they're so cool. Fuck!
Which? Oh, go ahead.
I'm not feeling so well.
What can I do about it?
I think I'm going to need some help, and I pretend to faint.
Well, you're still just tied to my back. right?
Yeah.
Oh, wake up, Walrus. Just like...
Just do one of these.
Oh, never mind. Oh,
Are you okay?
you imbecile.
Do you need some liquids, some fluids?
It's not liquid I was hoping for.
Well, what were you hoping for?
Let's just go. Let's find these flame skulls and these sarcophagi.
You continue down, and he leads you off into one of the chambers as you make your way, and you finally see, as you step around the fragments of this massive statue, and you look like it looks like it was the statue of some sort of hooded figure. But now it's been completely toppled over and ruined. And as you turn around, you see this faint glow of light from within, this halfway point between yellow and orange. As you then see why they called this place the Amber Temple. As you see these large, hewn sarcophagi, no other way to describe it, all hewn from this glowing, amber-colored, glass stone-like substance. And although it's dark, as you walk past the slight glow of these amber sarcophagi barely makes it past several feet from it. As your light, your fire catches each one, you see these dark, swirling shapes within, amorphous and nebulous. And Escher turns the corner, and you see that there's one room with three. You see the shapes slinking within. And then you turn as Escher quickens his pace, and he leads you around a corner. And he stops. And he just says, "Oh, no." As you turn to join him.
You keep saying that a lot. What is it this time?
You turn to join him, and on either side, two large amber sarcophagi stand tall, the nebulous shapes within. And the one at the center is nothing more than crumbled ruins, as you just see fragments of that amber color strewn across the floor.
So what does this mean?
We're too late.
So I've been cold. Hours? For us to fail? We don't fail.
Well, is it good that it's destroyed, or is the bad thing that it's
He
destroyed?
said, "Oh no," Toa.
See how there's the swirling mist in those other sarcophagi? No, we've been told that they're horrible, nightmarish, evil powers in some of these places.
We need to find whoever owns this place. And we need to get some answers.
Is this where the spider one was?
Yes.
And
This
has it been freed by the crushing of the sarcophagi?
It's no longer imprisoned here. The same thing happened to the sarcophagi that entombed the essence that eventually gripped Barovia. When she finally was free and brought about the blood moon.
I mean, what can we do? Can we recontain it? Can we recapture it? What was your original plan anyway?
The plan was to finally have a conversation with Exethanter. Yes, Exethanter will know what to do. He knows how the amber works. And I believe he has something that is portable that we can use at the very least. Yes. Let us find Exethanter. He will know what to do.
All right. Yeah.
Do this the other floor?
Yes.
Sorry. Exethanter?
Yes.
Okay. And we are...
Yeah, do you know which one we're in?
We're in one with three. This one or the one on the other side? Or this one? Or that one or that one?
Right here is where everything went to shit in our other campaign.
Are you sure it's not this one?
I think it's that one. It's that one. No, it's not that one. It's
I don't know where we are.
This one on the left.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll say that one.
Okay.
And
This is your
Shot
favorite
fans,
room.
No,
right
it's
here.
whatever the one has.
This is your favorite room.
That is where everything went to
yeah.
fuck
That's the shit
in our
show,
campaign.
And-
And this was where awesome shit happened. This was where you got the lightning powers.
Yep. Yep. That's the very first one.
And then this is where we all died.
Yep.
Because you came down.
We fought the
No,
witch
you
right
dropped.
here.
You dropped down.
Yeah, I think we
dropped
did.
down here.
Yeah, you dropped.
We
down.
dropped
Came
down
in,
on this
dropped
side.
down
Okay,
here
yep.
with the
And
rope.
you're at whatever one has Drizzlash, and I actually don't know.
That's okay.
The point is that narratively is that you're in one of these chambers.
Okay.
Do you know where Exethanter? Where he resides?
Exethanter.
Yes, I know. It's strange that his skulls aren't here. They would normally have been my welcoming party. Well, Exethanter knows. He will know what to do. Yes.
And as you make your way through, you all start to hear whispers beckoning as you pass the two amber sarcophagi flanking the crumbled ruins here. You can hear silence. And you feel like it's beckoning. You're able to shake it off. Just temporarily. As you see the shapes moving throughout the sarcophagi in the glowing amber monoliths. They start to move around a bit more quickly, more erratically. And Asher leads you out into the main chamber to a stairwell past the ruined base of the statue of the hooded god. Leads you up a stone staircase that's crumbled. You have to dip very few footholds, but you're able to make your way up. And you hear him calling out, Exethanter! Where are you? It's Asher Kreskov!
This is so bad.
As you... As he enters the room...
This is so bad.
And he stops and he says, I know you don't want me to say this, but oh no.
I really hope you wouldn't.
As you join him, and you see what was a library, completely scorched and destroyed.
Not that library.
Oh, that's terrible. This is so fucked up, Mike.
In utter ruin. And then you see a doorway that's completely splintered from beyond, and it's covered in webbing, and a glowing green light within. And suddenly you see movement, and it sounds like skittering. And suddenly you see what happened to the Flame Skulls, and what happened to Exethanter. As a horrible amalgamation of bone and green fire, wielding a scythe made out of bone itself, shambles towards you, glowing with unholy undead green fire, wailing in a mixture of anger and pain and confusion and madness. As the amalgamated form of Exethanter and his flame skulls charges towards you in his ruined library. And that is where we'll end the session.
We are dealing with some seriously fucked up, powerful shit.
I guess he's not a cool lich anymore.
I love playing Dark Souls.
Oh! Oh my god.
This is really bad. This is really, really, really bad.
I mean...
Like, we're dealing with orders of magnitudes of more powerful than we are, that's like, it's not even funny.
Yeah. 100%.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
Totally.
That non smells good though. I'll tell you.
Thanks for hanging out, Benny Keys. So Benny said, doing a great job, DM.
Thank you.
We're not quite done.
Nope,
We're not
not
done.
done.
What's next, Andy?
What's next is normally what we call Adventures in Chill. And normally, that would be a subscriber-only stream, but don't go anywhere, because for tonight, and maybe a couple more sessions, we're doing it for everybody. So if you've ever been curious as to what happens on Adventures in Chill, or maybe you're thinking about becoming a patron, or thinking about subscribing to our channel,
Or just thinking about
things. This is one of the many perks that you get for doing so. And what we do is we explain our favorite moments from the stream. We answer your questions and comments, and generally, it's a bit of a more intimate way to see some things behind the scenes. So everybody gets a sneak peek, a free peek tonight of what Adventures in Chill is, and maybe that will, help move you in the direction of thinking about supporting us. Obviously, no pressure. So.
Gosh, it's fun. Stick around.
Yeah.
Once our DM is ready, we'll jump in.
While he's grabbing tea, I just checked our kind of LOA email, and Snuggie, if you're still here, Snuggie has signed up for our Patreon at the $50 tier.
That's the dragon, right?
That is the dragon tier.
The dragon!
So we have our first dragon.
So he is our very first dragon tier.
Thank you, Snugs.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Snuggie is an absolute lord.
We gotta send him a message in the Discord.
Yes, and we definitely need to hang out. I feel
Snuggie,
like a
VIP
bad
right
friend
now.
that I didn't recall that he lives so
Well,
close.
it's been a tough couple years. We haven't really all been seeing everybody, so we'll rectify
Our first dragon. Thank you, Snuggie.
That's great of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Which means he gets to be part. Oh, thank you for the follow, Hedge.
Yeah, so what is he going to enjoy?
He gets to enjoy, I guess if he's a dragon for 3 months, he gets to enjoy in a quarterly one-shot DM'd by one of our DMs.
Yeah.
Which the first of us, we haven't really decided who's going to DM it, but it may be me.
We'll play it by ear.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. So
Quarterly
At this
one
early
shot.
stage, it might even be choice. Dealer's choice.
I was gonna say if depending on how many dragons we have, maybe they just say, "Hey, I want X to DM it."
If it's
then we'll say it, and then the rest of the players can fill out a party, and it'll be a good time.
So
anyway,
so thank you.
Thank you so much,
Snuggie.
Thank you. So, for those that are leaving, what's our schedule for the rest of the
I got you.
recent future?
So, this is Beneath Arc Wings, which we do once a month on a Saturday, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern Time with all of us. The next one is going to be November 13th. That is what it's currently slated for.
The next Beneath Dark Wings.
I think we're taking that Beneath Dark Wings for Edge of Midnight.
So, Rick said it's up in the air. We're going to see.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
If we're still going.
Either way,
Yeah, I
we're
guess that's
playing
true.
on the 13th, which is a Saturday. We will be here on that day all day.
Regardless
of what we end up playing, we'll be here. November 5th is our next episode of Icebound, which is once a month on a Friday.
I can't wait.
At 7:30 p.m. and we usually play later in the evening. And then our weekly campaign right now is DM by Nikki, and it is Edge of Midnight, a Ravenloft folktale, and that is on Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
And that's a really good time. I don't know if you can see it in the camera, but back here there's a
the Ouija board,
a spirit board.
Yeah, you can see it.
I guess I can't call it a Ouija board.
It is such a fun fucking time.
So if you want to see another entity entombed in a block of amber,
that's right.
Show up on Thursday.
It's really amazing that all of this is converging at the same time in October.
Yeah.
Wow.
Welcome to Spooktober,
a lot of
guys.
overlapping lore.
Yep.
That's really bizarre, actually.
All day, Benny. Yep. We're going to be playing all day again.
Yeah, so on 11/13, and
we'll be here all day.
Yes, we'll be here all day.
Regardless of what campaign we play, we'll be here.
So I just sent a Google Calendar. We're just trying this out.
Oh.
But this should have... I won't actually see it. Let me know if you see events on here. I believe that's the link to our Google Calendar schedule. Hopefully I didn't fuck that up. But
would it be all right
of
if
your
I sat in
repeating.
Kelsey's seat since she is not?
Yeah, sure. I'll just move my non.
Since she is.
Okay, so let's talk about our favorite moments.
So we're going to cut over to Adventures in Chill.
Here we go.